Chapter 151 Return, with a full-load Special Evolution Crystal Gen Type. Introduction. Effect. Evolution Crystal that changes genes, not recommended for use. If used, you can get one breakthrough point, and some strange genetic changes may occur. The thing that was dug out from the black cat's head, it fits Meng Su's impression of it. It is another Special Evolution Crystal, the same as the rat crystal encountered before. But the disadvantage is that it is a genotype. But compared with a rat, this black cat is obviously better and more powerful. Shushu feels like a product of a laboratory virus. It is simply strong, and is not good at fighting. However, this black cat knows how to set ambushes and attacks. It is really a shockingly powerful cat. A bit like a black panther. Especially after the black cat mutated. Its size has also increased a lot. People who don't know might really think it is a small black panther. What should I do with this one? Should I continue to feed it to the group's fierce dog Meng Shuiping? Meng Shuiping has eaten 3 special genes. Dog, Kunkin and Shushu. One after another. The level has reached 18. Which can be said to be only weaker than Meng Su. The strength is far beyond Li Xiang, Qi Liao, Xiang Xiaqiu and Sherwaning. If I give him another one, he will probably fly to the sky. But it will be bad if he goes crazy. It seems that we have to choose the second lucky zombie employee. Meng Su muttered to himself, feeling a headache. And he didn't know who to choose as the second lucky employee. However, these things are not what we need to think about now. Meng Su shook his head, looked at Qi Liu on the side, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Did the black cat hurt you?" Qi Liu shook her head, indicating that she was fine. But Meng Su could see that Qi Liu's left sleeve was torn, and there was faint red blood, which seemed to be a scratch from the black cat. And it had not yet solidified. "Aren't you injured? Why do you say you are not injured? Don't be so naughty next time." Although Meng Su was very interested in the topic of how platelets work after becoming a zombie, he felt that this was not the time to explore this issue. So he looked around and found that there was really nothing handy around. So he took out the clothes he won in the lottery without hesitation. Then, swish, the cloth was torn apart. In a flash, Meng Su tore the lottery clothes into pieces, and then began to bandage Qi Liao's wound. Qi Lia said nothing, watching Meng Su bandage her wound, and didn't know what to say. After all, I'm a zombie. What's the point of you bandaging this thing? It's not a medical device. It can only stop bleeding, but the bleeding has already stopped. Although Qi Liao wanted to express it this way, the program was too complicated, and Qi Liao, who had a simpler CPU, didn't know how to express her inner thoughts. After a lot of clumsiness, she finally decided to let Meng Su do it himself. After a while, Meng Su tied a bow. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and was very satisfied with his skills. With my skills, I can be a doctor in the emergency department of the hospital. It's like this. If Meng Su works as a doctor in the emergency department of the hospital, he can definitely achieve the step of no patients in the hospital and dust in the medicine cabinet. The reason is also very simple. If everyone dies, there will be no patients. After Meng Su finished everything, he continued to drag Ma Zichuan and walked towards the depths of the police station. Just after taking 2 steps, Meng Su heard the rhythmic sound of meow. 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 Hearing this, Meng Su was stunned. And then he became alert. Is there another expert? Meng Su looked in the direction of the sound, and soon found the owner of the sound in a conference room. Kitten. It seems to be the cub of the black cat. Meng Su frowned when he saw it. Be careful. Be cautious. After getting closer, Meng Su found that the colors of the 3 kittens were colorful. Only one of the stronger cats was black. The other 2. One looked like a calico, and the last one was an orange cat. 3 kittens were on a cardboard in the corner of the room. They curled up lazily and snuggled up to each other. Next to the cardboard was an empty cat bowl, with no cat food in it. Next to the cat bowl was a litter box, but there was not much cat poop in the litter box. The whole room was filled with the smell of cats. This, Meng Su stepped forward, and the 3 kittens instantly widened their eyes, glaring at Meng Su, and roared threateningly, "Meow." The sound was not loud, but they looked full of fighting spirit. Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly lifted up one of the cats by the scruff of its neck. The black cat bared its teeth and claws, looking very unconvinced. When did the black cat give birth to these 3 cats? Meng Su was full of doubts. He began to observe the 3 kittens carefully, and found that the strong black cat and the calico cat were very active and strong. And they seemed to have the virus. As for the orange cat, it looked timid and did not seem to have any virus. Or it could be said that there was a small amount of virus. This surprised Meng Su. Could it be that the black cat passed some of the virus to the black cat and the calico cat when giving birth, and passed a small amount of the virus to the orange cat, or did not pass the virus at all? Meng Su thought to himself, having no idea what this thing was. After all, from the perspective of biological genetics, Meng Su knew nothing. Catch them and raise them. Meng Su calmly caught all 3 kittens, and then threw them to Qi Liao on the side. Let's see what happens. If they are obedient, stay in the company to liven up the atmosphere. If they are not obedient, kill them and exchange them for evolution crystals. Meng Su liked this kind of kitten, but he was not a cat slave. Cats are pets. They are not parents. If they don't know what's going on, Meng Su will make them know what's going on. There is only one question. That is, I killed their mother, and then raised these 3 kittens. Is it appropriate? Meng Su only thought about this question for a while, and soon stopped thinking about it. After all, the concept of family affection between cats is very weak. From the perspective of the mother cat, from pregnancy to childbirth, affected by hormones, the cat's maternal instinct will be fully stimulated. Although the mother cat has bred the next generation, she actually does not know how many kittens she has given birth to, and how many kittens need to be fed. She is simply stimulated by hormones to take care of these kittens, which lasts for about 2 months after giving birth. As the hormones in the body decrease, the kittens are weaned one after another, and this natural expression of maternal instinct will gradually disappear. As for the kittens, they also do not recognize their mothers. Kittens only regard their brothers and sisters as companions who can make them feel at ease together, and they do not know that they are related by blood like humans do. Therefore, as long as they grow up together, they are brothers and sisters, even if they grow up with a rabbit. Cats are animals that judge affinity by smell. If the other party has a familiar smell, it is a relative, and if the other party has an unfamiliar smell, it is a stranger. If cats of the same family are separated, as long as they are in a different environment and smell different, even if it is only for a few weeks, they will feel strange to each other. This is why some people go on a business trip for more than a month, and when they return home, they find that the cats fostered at friends' or parents' homes do not recognize them. Because of this situation, Meng Su doesn't have to worry about these 3 cats enduring humiliation and avenging their mother. In addition, Meng Su is actually more worried about one thing. That is, when these 3 cats play, they may infect human employees. This is the most important point. But according to Meng Su's observation, Meng Su hasn't observed anything yet, so Meng Su wants to keep these 3 cats somewhere else, and they can't stay with people. At least the first 2 can't, but the orange cat can. Or change the super immune medicine for the kitten? Forget it, 1 portion costs 20 points, which is a bit painful. Meng Su exchanged 2 portions, and now the points he had accumulated with great difficulty were only 55 points, and he felt like the sky was falling. If he exchanged 3 more portions, Meng Su would still owe 5 points. Let's take it one step at a time. Meng Su took a deep breath, and then threw Ma Zichuan's body on the ground, and then he picked up the skin of a cat's neck, and walked out of the police station together. And Qi Liu followed suit, carrying the skin of the other 2 cats' necks, and followed Meng Su. The 3 kittens were controlled directly. This trip to Wuyang City ended successfully. Although Meng Su still had a business war mission to defeat those 3 companies, but Meng Su did not intend to complete it now. The workload was too large, and it had to be done step by step, and it was impossible to eat a fat man in one bite. We'll talk about it later. Meng Su calmly returned to Ma Zichuan's car, started the car skillfully, and then threw the 3 kittens on the back seat, and asked Qi Liu to watch the 3 kittens in the back seat and prevent them from running around. Don't let it affect your driving skills. At the same time, Meng Su also began to look at the size of the car. This car is a luxury SUV, with a large area. Meng Su looked at it, and felt that as long as he removed all the seats in the last row, he could put down the motorcycle he rode over. That's good. Meng Su felt relieved. After all, this motorcycle is quite valuable, very expensive. The most important thing is that this is not Meng Su's, it belongs to the system. If it is lost, the system will ask him to pay 300,000 yuan. Although Meng Su now has a high asset of 3.941 million. Meng Su's money was blown by the wind. God knows when the next wind will come. So don't spend it if you can. And this nearly 4 million seems to be a lot of money. But, humph. Meng Su sneered. Who knows when an employee will suddenly die and then lose everything? After all, this is the end of the world, and everything is possible. Therefore, in the eyes of Meng Su, who wants to spend $1 as $2, 300,000 is simply a sky-high price. No matter what. It cannot be deducted because of the loss of the motorcycle. By the way, what kind of motorcycle is it? Why is it so expensive? Meng Su complained. Then he started the car skillfully and started heading towards Hiching City. Meow. Meow. A cat's meow came from the back seat. Meng Su couldn't tell whether it was a cat's meow or Chi Liu's. Chi Liu liked to imitate cat's meows, and now there are 3 more kittens. Oh my, the symptoms are getting worse again. Meng Su shook his head, but he felt very happy. The mission was basically completed. This trip to Wyong City was a fruitful one. While driving, Meng Su casually called up his system panel and checked various properties, trying to find some differences in the data he was already familiar with. However, when Meng Su opened the company page, the data that came into his eyes made Meng Su a little confused. Group influence, 302 awe. Seeing this influence, Meng Su was stunned. When did our company become so influential? Meng Su was very surprised. After all, just a few days ago, the group's influence was still 52. Now, it has soared by 250 points. What's going on? Is handing out flyers so useful? Meng Su was completely confused. But he also became excited. I thought it would be difficult to increase influence. But I didn't expect it to be this way. If this can increase influence, it doesn't seem to be very difficult. Meng Su smiled directly, feeling that influence might be the easiest way to complete his task. After all, the first stage of his company's mission was to dominate the Jiaonan district. One of the mission requirements was that the group's influence reach 250. Now, it has been exceeded. Invincible. The sky and the earth were bleak. The scorching sun shone mercilessly on the endless ruins. The once prosperous streets were now only ruined and depressed. The dark clouds covered the sky, as if even the sky had lost its former blueness and purity. The air was filled with the smell of decay and death. In the thin air, the occasional roar of zombies broke the silence. On the originally bustling streets, the shop signs swayed in the wind, making a hoarse sound. A few pieces of waste paper floated in the air, flying in all directions with the strong wind. They just floated along, or landed on zombies, or landed in the survivors' camp, or followed the wind, and floated into the river, the construction site, and the fortress. In a building, a young man wearing a white shirt, who looked a little old-fashioned, sat on the sofa, looking at the crumpled flyer in front of him, with a look of surprise on his calm face. What is the origin of this peace order? Why didn't we receive any intelligence? What about your wanting in Qinan district? Why didn't she be eliminated immediately? After reading the flyer, the young man casually threw it on the table, and said casually to the people in front of him, I don't know. I've never heard of it before. While listening to the young man, a man in a black robe said, but then again, Qinan district is really bizarre. Although the Qinan district branch suffered heavy casualties in the last explosion of the Self-Help Association, Qin Bin and several others volunteered to become holy warriors. But what happened to Wang Wuzhong, Li Xiong and the others? And what about your Wanning? It seems that there has been no news about your Wanning for a long time. Right? Were they killed by zombies, like those newly arrived trash? The people present were all confused, and finally looked at the old-fashioned young man, Mr. Peng. What do you think? I communicated with Wang Xian and Han Qingbin by radio not long ago. Mr. Peng tapped the sofa with his fingers calmly, and said to the people, before the communication, I will tell you a piece of news. Luang, who was in charge of the overall situation in Qinbei district, was killed by the artillery of the Hiching City Residents Self-Help Committee. Before his death, he turned into a special spiritual holy warrior and controlled thousands of zombies in a short period of time. But it was useless. Under the guns, those ordinary zombies could only kill 3 or 4 people at most. Hearing Mr. Peng's words, the people around him couldn't help but look stern. Then, Mr. Peng continued, Wang Xian. Han Qingbin told me that the situation there is not very good. Although the Self-Help Association in Wyong City suffered a loss, it has reacted these days and is fighting back. As for Pinggao City, although the plan was a great success, it is still a little short of manpower, and it is still difficult for them to help us. However, Lord Simon will come to Wyong City in the next few days to guide Wang Xian's work. He will pass through Hiching City on the way. We need to make some achievements to give C. Mr. Simon, please take a look. We are not a group of scattered sand. We have room to fight for. Mr. Peng said. Lu Song is now a dog with livid hair. He will bite anyone who touches him. Under the high-pressure policy, the safety zone of Hiching City is already in a state of high tension. In a few weeks, they will collapse internally. In this case, our performance for Mr. Simon is. At this point, Mr. Peng's mouth corners slightly raised, pointed to the flyer on the table, and said to the people around him, this company is called Peace and Order. I hate this company name. It's both peaceful and orderly. These days, hoard more mental zombies. Let them gather some corpse tides. Not too many. Tens of thousands of corpse tides are enough. Before that, isn't he going to recruit employees? Take the opportunity to sneak in and show him some color. Mr. Peng's eyes were extremely cold. Since Pastor Lu from Qinbei district died, he has become the controller of the entire Hiching City. As for the woman surnamed Zhao from Finko City, let's see when she can swallow up the whole team stationed in Finko City. This peaceful order actually dared to distribute leaflets under such circumstances. Mr. Peng sneered. Let him know what the price of distributing leaflets is. In the Tao County security zone, a completely sealed file bag was brought in by a soldier from the defense Great Wall at the border, all the way to the command center, and handed to the desk of General Committee Chairman Lu Song. Opening the sealed file bag, there were several crumpled flyers inside. Some were missing a corner, some were soaked in blood, and the words were not clear. Some were even half gone. But there were a lot of them. After being spliced together by professionals, there was only one complete flyer left. Lu Song looked at the flyer. Peaceful order? Check what this company is like. Before the disaster, was there such a company? And check their current location. Chapter 152. I told you not to come and deliver. Why are you coming and delivering? In the survivor camp, the survivors who gathered together for warmth also picked up a lot of leaflets from the peace order. They looked at the leaflets, although they were tempted. But after looking at the specific location, they could not help but suppress this impulse in their hearts, then shrank their necks, continued to sing loudly in the area they thought was safe, throwing the leaflets into the fire, helping the flames burn. Some survivors pretended not to see it, using the leaflets as a fuel, but some survivors, after seeing the leaflet, hesitated for a long time, set out on the official journey. After all, instead of waiting aimlessly in the building, the suddenly appearing flyer is undoubtedly a ray of light in the darkness for them. Instead of waiting to die here in a daze, it is better to fight to the death. And perhaps you can come to a new home. And all this has something to do with Meng Su. After all, it is because the flyer has a wide range. So many people have seen it. And therefore the reputation of peace order has been mentioned throughout Hiching City and half of Wuyong City. To be honest, the number of flyers was not large. There might be a lot of them concentrated on one street, but when they spread across the entire city, these flyers were nothing compared to the size of a witch compared to a witch. However, Li Xiang walked far enough. And Li Xiang distributed flyers in a very simple and crude way. He didn't even distribute them to zombies. He only distributed them to living people, or near places where living people gathered. He was smarter than Meng Su. And Li Xiang was a zombie. Zombies walking in the apocalypse would basically not cause any trouble. So he even went to Gyeongbuk district, under the church, and scattered a handful of flyers when the self-help group was exchanging fire. This is why Mr. Peng and General Lu of the safety zone were able to get the leaflets. It can only be said that if Li Xiang continues, he will be discovered by these two forces sooner or later. But at the most critical moment, Li Xiang's mission was cancelled, and he embarked on the journey back to the company. Therefore, the peace order between the two largest forces in Hiching City seemed a little unfathomable. General Lu was full of vigilance against this peace order, and suspected that it was another organization like Pastor Lu. Mr. Peng felt that the peaceful order could actually take root in the Doomsday environment, and had the strength to develop leaflets, which meant that there must be at least 10,000 or 20,000 people. Right? Such a huge force of survivors must be extinguished. At the same time, he also severely dissed Shirwaning, the head of Qingnan district. He didn't know what this crazy woman was doing, and she could actually sit back and watch the peaceful order develop. Just as the storm was about to come, Meng Su, who had returned from Wuyong City after completing his studies, drove a Mercedes-Benz SUV and successfully returned to his company. From a distance, Meng Su saw the difference in the company. First, it became ugly. Somehow, a lot of pits and holes were dug around, and there was only one road that could accommodate cars. At the company's wall, Ming-Su also found that they were building a wall. Behind the wall, there were some razor wire mesh, barbed wire and other things. But it was obvious that someone was laying cement, trying to build the wall higher. Passing by the mass grave where zombie bodies were once discarded, Ming-Su found that there were fewer zombie bodies in the pit, and he didn't know where they went. As soon as he drove over, Ming-Su stopped at the entrance of the park, because the gate was blocked. Someone blocked the way with a roadblock similar to a barricade. Who is it? Soon, Zhang Qingyang's voice appeared in Ming-Su's ears. Ming-Su looked carefully and felt a little fresh. He immediately opened the window and said casually, "Me." After hearing Ming-Su's voice, Zhang Qingyang immediately confirmed his identity. He immediately climbed out of a place, like a trench, and began to remove the heavy roadblocks for Ming-Su, allowing Ming-Su's car to pass. "Mr. Ming, you have a new car again. Don't ask. It means you have strength." Ming-Su was very generous. After nodding, he drove the car all the way into the underground garage. Passing by the side of the building, Ming-Su found a vegetable greenhouse. Seeing this scene, Ming-Su was a little confused for a moment. "I remember I was only out for 2 days and 1 night. How come it has changed so much?" Ming-Su shook his head, parked the car in the underground garage, got out of the car with Qi Liu, came to the elevator entrance of the underground garage, pressed the elevator, took Qi Liu and the 3 kittens, and went up to the office on the 15th floor. Ming-Su was very calm. Although the company has changed a lot, it is mainly concentrated on the treatment of the park gate. The original railings have not changed much. The main thing is that a new cement wall is being built. There are more earth walls on both sides. Then a roadblock was added. There is a piled-up trench near the original security room of the gate, responsible for guarding the gate. Ming-Su could also see that there were 2 zombie employees not far from Zhang Qingyang, guarding the gate. The vegetable greenhouse surprised Ming-Su a little. But that was all. After all, he had ordered the workshop himself. Going upstairs from the elevator, Ming-Su had no problems, and soon arrived at the office on the 15th floor. After entering the office, Ming-Su was extremely satisfied. And then he stretched his body and sat in his spotlessly clean office, motioning Qi Liu to sit anywhere, and then grabbed the 3 kittens and locked them in front of him, forcibly, to prevent them from running around. There were quite a few guns in the trunk of the car, but Ming-Su was too lazy to carry them up, so he just put them in the trunk. When they came up to report their work later, he would tell them to do it themselves. Anyway, they were all junk guns. Nothing to say. The news that Ming-Su had returned to the company was soon known to everyone in the company. Ming-Su sat in the office very calmly. Not long after, he heard a knock on the door outside the office. Dong, dong. The knock was very light, as if they were worried about disturbing Ming-Su. Ming-Su was in a good mood now, and he immediately said, "Come in." When Yuan, Zhang Luanping immediately walked in, and said to Ming-Su respectfully, "Mr. Ming, you are back. Tell me, what's the matter?" Ming-Su asked calmly. "We are currently strictly following the process you mentioned to complete the work of rectifying the wall. It will take a long time, at least several months, so we have only rectified the situation in the direction of the gate." When Yuan spoke in a low voice, as if he was afraid of making Ming-Su unhappy. And then he promised, "But I can guarantee that if there are enough people and enough raw materials, the new wall will be completely completed within a month." "Okay, I know everything." Ming-Su nodded, and he didn't care much about this. Then he looked at Zhang Luanping again. "Tell me about the situation in the Human Resources Department. How many people came to apply for the job?" "Mr. Ming, in the past 2 days, a total of 28 people came to apply for the position." Zhang Luanping handed out a list and said to Ming-Su, "Among them, 12 people were originally survivors in the dormitory building, and 7. The people were brought here by the young man named Lin Yi, whom you had taken special care of before. The remaining 6 came last night, and 3 came this morning. The 5 with the highest quality are those brought by Lin Yi. They are all excellent water and electricity workers, which is exactly what we need now. Lin Yi and his sister Lin Xian seem to be a bit ordinary in our eyes. As for the 12 survivors of the dormitory building, few of them have any outstanding skills. They are all programmers or customer service professionals." Ming-Su looked at the information in his hand while listening to Zhang Luanping's report. "As for the 6 people who came last night, before the end of the world, They did not have any major skills. However, 2 of them were construction workers. If they could enter the civil engineering department, they might have some talents. As for the last 3, they are mysterious and don't know anything. Meng-Su nodded. If all these 28 people are recruited, even if they are all interns, it will cost 224,000 yuan per month. For Meng-Su at present, he can recruit all of them. Meng-Su asked, what do they say? Among the 12 survivors, there is a girl who is not very convinced. She thinks the dormitory building is her dormitory, which was given to her by the company before. She doesn't want to pay rent and thinks the company should give her the right to use the building unconditionally. Zhang Luanping said helplessly. Moreover, she said that she was the team leader of the company before and has certain leadership skills. She thinks that our company's personnel organization is loose, and she can serve as a senior executive to reasonably build a new framework for the company. And she requires a basic salary of 20,000 yuan. Hearing this, Meng-Su retrieved the girl's information, took a closer look, and found that it was mediocre. Immediately, he said coldly, ask her one last time if she wants to rent a house. If she doesn't have money, she can go with the civil engineering department to do the plastering. If she doesn't want to, let her go. The company doesn't support idlers. Anyone can come to make trouble. Lin Yi, Lin Xian, and the 5 people who came with him will directly sign the employment contract. Lin Yi does not need to go to any department. He belongs to the special operations team. Lin Xian will go to the logistics department and teach children with Shen Zhao Zhao. As for the other 5 people, they will all enter the civil engineering department. Meng-Su said calmly, the other 20 people, bring them to my office on the 15th floor. Let me take a look. Zhang Luanping nodded immediately. And then, he couldn't help but look at the 3 kittens motionless in Meng-Su's arms. The 3 kittens were extremely scared, and trembled a little. After all, the pressure Meng-Su brought to them was like a thorn in the back, which made the cats feel terrified. Meow, the little orange cat couldn't help but cry out, trying to get out of Meng-Su's control. And it was immediately pulled back by Meng-Su, who continued to stroke its head. Not long after, Zhang Luanping and Wen Yuan got off the elevator. Meng-Su looked at Qi Liu standing aside, smiled gently, and immediately started to activate the system, planning to buy a new set of work clothes for himself and Qi Liu after interviewing the new employees later. After all, their work clothes were seriously damaged during their outing, and they needed to be replaced with new ones. Otherwise, although it was not a big deal, they were not well groomed after all. As the manager and chairman of the group, they had to pay attention to their image. Soon, Zhang Luanping came back and called the 20 applicants up. Originally, Zhang Luanping planned to act as a secretary temporarily and let them in one by one. But Mr. Ming thought it was troublesome and said directly, just come in together. Hearing Meng-Su's words, Zhang Luanping had to open the door of the office and let the 20 people in instantly. Although in an instant, there were 20 more people in the office. But for this office, it was not very crowded. The reason was very simple. Meng-Su's office was on the 15th floor. Nearly 1/3 of the entire 15th floor was Meng-Su's office. With such a size, let alone 20 people, even if there were another 20 people, it would not seem crowded. Only 50 people would feel a little crowded. Meng-Su looked at the 20 people. Some of them looked familiar. Meng-Su knew that they were the people he had saved before. However, some people looked unfamiliar. They were people he had never seen before. He is the newcomer. Meng-Su's eyes were sharp. The survivors who had experienced the apocalyptic crisis felt a little creepy after seeing Meng-Su's eyes. They immediately lowered their heads and felt that Chairman Ming was very scary. Meng-Su was actually just observing their panels by observing words and expressions. Most people's panels were clean. Among the 6 people who came last night, there were actually 2 murderers and 1 accomplice. The other 3 were fine. As for the 3 people who came this morning, Meng-Su smiled lightly. There is a chosen one. Wu Qifeng. Occupation, Gene Enhancer, Serial Killer, Athlete. Level, 6/4/8. No, how dare you come? Meng-Su's eyes were sharp, making Wu Qifeng feel a little numb. To be honest, after Wu Qifeng came, he felt a little regretful. He was one of the few chosen ones left in Jiangnan district. The reason why he came here was not to completely overturn the peace and order after going undercover, but to see what the situation was here. Why did Shi Wanting say she was coming to see him? But she lost contact? After all, Shirwaning was a small commander of the Chosen Ones in Qingnan District, and her loss of contact really surprised the other Chosen Ones. After all, there were only a few Chosen Ones left in Qingnan District. After the first Anti-Self-Help Association attack, the number of Chosen Ones in Qingnan District dropped rapidly, and almost half of them were lost. And for some reason, other Chosen Ones who were originally developing in various places also lost contact, such as Wang Wuzhong, Li Xiang, etc. On the first day of the apocalypse, everyone was chatting well, but then they disappeared inexplicably. Therefore, Shirwaning's disappearance was particularly important to Wu Qifeng. Therefore, Wu Qifeng also brought his two younger brothers here, intending to see what was going on and find Shirwaning's trace. As a result, as soon as he arrived, he saw Shirwaning. That's right. Shirwaning was standing guard downstairs. She was still wearing the work clothes of the peace order. At first, Wu Qifeng was dumbfounded, thinking that Shirwaning had betrayed and joined this peace order company, wanting to really maintain the peace order. Unexpectedly, after he approached Shirwaning, he found that Shirwaning had been sacred and had completely turned into a special zombie. Staring at him with a very creepy look, he vaguely had the urge to attack him. Wu Qifeng felt like a thorn in his back and did not dare to act rashly. So, he pretended that he was really here to apply for a job. Near Shirwaning, there was another breath that made Wu Qifeng feel terrified. There was a mysterious guy standing in the corner, silent, like a ferocious hound, like a mouse in the shadows, and even a rooster about to spread its wings. Wu Qifeng didn't know how to describe it for a moment. Anyway, he felt the guy was stronger than Shirwaning. Wu Qifeng was so uneasy, like a thorn in his back. Less than half an hour later, a burly zombie walked in, with terrifying strength, and stared at him for a long time. Wu Qifeng didn't recognize him at first, but later he felt vaguely familiar with him, and it seemed to be Li Xiang. Suddenly, Wu Qifeng dared not move, fearing that he would be attacked by these three masters if he moved casually. Not to mention that there was a guy sitting on a chair not far away, holding a shotgun in his hand. What's going on? None of us, the Chosen Ones, can command the zombies in this way. At most, we can use some small tricks to make some mental mutant zombies obey us. Gather some zombies nearby with a roar, and then burst out at the critical moment to artificially create a zombie tide. But like this, directly ordering zombies to become employees. It has never happened before. This is a big deal. I must notify the Lord, notify Lord Simon, Lord Apostle. Wu Qifeng was suffering like this, and wanted to delay it, wait until the evening when he was settled, and then look for an opportunity to escape. But he didn't expect it. In the afternoon, the chairman of the company came back, and wanted to see him. Wu Qifeng was even more nervous, because in this morning, the most thing he heard was how Chairman Ming showed his power, saving everyone, how to kill zombies, how and so on. For a moment, Wu Qifeng was more certain that Chairman Ming, who could turn zombies into employees, was an even more terrifying existence. As soon as he entered the office, Wu Qifeng was shocked by Meng Su's momentum. Wu Qifeng had seen the world, so he could tell at a glance that the kittens Meng Su was playing with looked cute. But two of them contained zombie toxins, and Chairman Meng actually treated them as toys. This was enough to show how scary it was. Meng Su's glance at him frightened Wu Qifeng, and he felt like he was being seen through, and his scalp was numb. Your name is Wu Qifeng, right? Suddenly, a calm voice appeared in his ears. I don't know why. This is clearly a voice without any emotion. But in Wu Qifeng's ears, it is like the judgment of the god of death. It's me, the chairman. Wu Qifeng stepped forward and said respectfully to Meng Su, I dream of joining your company. Please give me a chance. You Chosen Ones. Your ghosts are still lingering, Meng Su said calmly. Hearing Meng Su's words, Wu Qifeng was shocked. Just when he was about to say something, he heard Meng Su calmly say, I told you not to come and see me off. Why did you come and see me off? Oh no. I'm exposed. Wu Qifeng's heart thumped. Before he could resist, he felt a strong hand pinching his neck instantly. The three kittens were frightened by Meng Su's sudden action. After falling to the ground, they hid under the desk trembling. Meng Su had stood up at this moment, pinching Wu Qifeng's neck with one hand, and calmly carrying him to the window, looking at the other job seekers who were terrified, and smiled, Don't be afraid. It's clearly written on my flyer. People who have not made any mistakes will be fine. After that, Meng Su did not hesitate to use force, and crushed Wu Qifeng's neck. Then, Ming Su turned around and looked at the other job seekers calmly. Like the king of hell calling out names. He read out 5 names. Liao Chuanxiang, Tian Shuji, Wang Lele, Xia Min, and Zhao Yaowei. Didn't you 5 read what was written on the flyer? Chapter 153 Employees are strictly prohibited from maliciously dying. Do you need to report before dying? As soon as Meng Su spoke, the 2 people who came with Wu Qifeng wanted to run away. But before they could leave, Qi Liu had already taken action and killed the 2 people neatly. Ah! The neat action instantly frightened the other job seekers, who had never committed any crimes. And they were all shocked. And Meng Su, looking at the 3 people who were frightened and panicked with the others, continued, You 3. Step out of the line. Don't let you 3 dirty my clean floor. Meng Dong, a tall and thin man wearing glasses, who looked a bit like a manager, forced a smile at Meng Su, and said in panic, I think you must have made a mistake. How could I be a murderer? If you think I am a murderer, tell me who I killed. Never fall into the trap of self-proof. This is the sophisticated move of this tall and thin man. He dared to come here, because when he killed people, no one saw him. The only ones who knew that he killed people, besides the victims, only the zombies were left. It can't be the zombies who prove themselves. Right? He was very confident. He even gradually raised his chest, and the previous panic completely disappeared. Could this Chairman Ming kill himself in public without any evidence? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he felt that everything was in his own rhythm. Are you teaching me how to do things? Meng Su was amused by this man, and then he went up and slapped this well-mannered beast in the face, making him fall to the ground. With disbelief in his eyes, he said, Do you think I'm Sheriff Black Cat? And I'm giving you evidence? His glasses had been knocked off, and he didn't know where they were. His face was full of burning pain, and his teeth were a little loose. He was a little confused, and he didn't expect Meng Su to attack suddenly. Meng Su didn't use much force. After all, even if the superpowers encountered in Wuyang City were slapped by Meng Su, their jawbone would be broken and half of their teeth would fly out. And the man with glasses in front of him was just an ordinary person. It was already very good that his glasses flew off with a slap from him. Seeing this scene, the other employees were shocked and could not help but retreat, exclaiming. A kind of emotion called panic spread among them. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in horror, and their hearts fell into the abyss. They trembled, and felt as if they had entered some kind of waist-cutting park. It was too scary. Whoever said he had killed someone, who had killed someone? So scary. They were trembling, but no one dared to speak. After all, everyone had seen the movie, and knew what the price would be for those who resisted. For a moment, they naturally did not dare to resist, for fear of having their legs broken like in the movie. After all, the protagonists in the movie were stubborn, but they were not. And Meng Su did not speak. He naturally knew what the rest of the people were thinking, but Meng Su did not care. You still want to run after entering the park? Okay, actually. You can run. But once they leave the park, their safety has nothing to do with Meng Su. After a pause, Meng Su looked at the 2 girls, who were trembling with fear, and said calmly, Wang Lele, Zhao Yaowei. What about you 2? Do you have anything else to say? Although Zhao Yaowei's name looks very important. Her face is ordinary, and her arms are strong. Meng Su learned from her observation that she is a shot putter. Wang Lele's name is a bit rustic, but she is the secretary of the chairman and has a pretty face. Oh, chairman's secretary, what a coincidence. But these 2 are murderers, and their ranks are exactly the same. It's hard not to suspect that they are a gang. As for investigating how they committed the crime, it's not Meng Su's responsibility. Meng Su's duty is to eliminate the lace in his team, and prevent employees from such situations. After all, if you have to kill someone in self-defense, the word murderer will not appear in your profession. After hearing Meng Su's words, the 2 women froze. Zhao Yaowei was at a loss, but Wang Lele gritted his teeth and shouted to Zhao Yaowei, Go over and hold him hostage. We still have a chance. Their cooperation is always successful. Wang Lele is responsible for seducing the survivors, who are horny. Zhao Yaowei is responsible for sneak attacks from behind. If they succeed, the contents of the survivors' backpacks will all belong to them. This difficulty is much easier than going out to search for supplies. So, after hearing Wang Lele's words, Zhao Yaowei subconsciously stepped forward, wanting to hug Meng Su and give him a wave of holding sister in arms to kill. Humph! Meng Su snorted coldly. For this situation, he didn't even bother to take action. He just raised his knife and a 77 type pistol appeared in his hand. Then he fired 3 shots, bang, 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 at such a close distance. Meng Su's shooting skills did not miss. All hit. 2 shots to the body and 1 to the head can be said to be very classic. Then Zhao Yaowei fell in a pool of blood. Alas! Meng Su sighed. Why do you force me? Then, seeing Wang Lele trembling all over, he seemed to be about to say something. But it didn't matter, the floor had been stained by the glasses man before, so Meng Su did not hesitate, and raised the gun in his hand. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, but Meng Su thought again, then quickly stepped forward, pressed against Wang Lele's forehead, and then fired with satisfaction. Bang! A gunshot, and everything returned to normal. The others were trembling with fear, crouching in the corner, not daring to speak. You, and that, and that. Meng Su calmly pointed out 6 people. Your professions are too ordinary, you can't be interns in our company. Meng Su didn't have occupational discrimination, it was just that the capital chain was short, and he couldn't just hire people casually. After hearing Meng Su's words, the 6 people were instantly terrified. One of the men even said tremblingly, Mr. Meng, don't kill me. I've seen movies. I can cheat. After all, in the end times, everyone knows what the fate of useless people is. Cheat. Meng Su was amused by him. And then said, we are a serious company. A serious company. Understand? Do you think I am the kind of company that rips people off? Can you remember how many slices of bread you have eaten? The 6 people who were called immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Yes. A serious company. Only a serious company would kill people when they disagreed with each other. Only the boss of a serious company would be so comfortable. Meng Su was about to say something, but he heard a zombie roar behind him. Obviously, the chosen one had turned into a zombie. Kill him. Meng Su didn't even turn his head, and spoke confidently, instructing Qi Liao. When Qi Liao heard this, she immediately came to Meng Su's back and walked towards the chosen one who had just turned into a zombie. There was a sound of fighting behind him, and Meng Su didn't stop, and continued, where were we just talking about? Bread? Someone reminded him below. Meng Su nodded, and suddenly realized, oh, yes, bread. Let's talk about bread. No, let's talk about the company. You have 2 choices now. One is to get out immediately and leave the park. The second is to sign a house rental contract. During the contract period, you are the owner of the house and need to pay 5,000 yuan in rent every month. During this period, the Peace Order Group will guarantee your life safety, but not your financial security. Once someone's property falls outside the house, it will belong to the company. Meng Su said calmly, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. The company provides labor-based housing treatment. As long as you follow manager one of the civil engineering department to go out to do plastering, you will get. At this point, Meng Su was stuck. As the boss of the company, how could he know these details? But it doesn't matter. Zhang Luanping, you take the 6 of them to talk. Meng Su yawned, and immediately called Zhang Luanping at the door to come over, and assign the work to him. As a boss, you should clearly assign the work. After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping immediately stepped forward, led the 6 people to a corner, and took a contract in his hand, and began to talk to them. Although the legal department is composed of 3 zombies, there are no experts. But it doesn't matter. The final right of interpretation of the draft contract belongs to the group. It really belongs to the group. After Zhang Luanping took the other 6 people away, Meng Su was very excited, and then looked at the rest of the people, showing a happy smile. Congratulations. You passed the interview, and are about to enter the exciting internship period. Do any of you want to quit? Meng Su excitedly swept his eyes over these people, just like a diligent old farmer, looking at the chive seedlings in the field. After hearing Meng Su's words, the rest of the people were silent. Isn't that nonsense? Who dared to say anything? There were still 5 corpses lying on the ground. And they looked at the zombies that had been beaten to the ground behind them with awe. Trembling. It was a bit scary. They still didn't know what happened to the first person who died in Director Meng's office, and why he turned into a zombie after death. It's good that there is no one. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then casually said, Zhang Luan. Oh, Zhang Luanping is not here. Where is the secretary? Where is my secretary? Meng Su was very dissatisfied. Where did Enchilyu go? Abandoning your post during work. Right. The secretary is here. Just then, and Qiuyu's loud voice came from outside the door. The next second, and Qiuyu pushed the door open and walked in, smiled awkwardly in front of Ming Su. "Boss, I just went to count the snacks in the warehouse. Zhang Qin told me that you came and I knew." "Why are you doing the company snacks when you have nothing to do?" Ming Su asked curiously. And Qiuyu smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer Ming Su's words. After all, she wanted to count them, to see if she could get a few more packs, so that she could be greedy. There was no other way. After all, it was the end of the world, and she didn't eat much. She had been hungry for so long in the past 2 weeks, and had lost several pounds. Now she had to eat as much as she could. Ming Su shook his head, and didn't care about it. He said casually, "Forget it. Just do your job well first, and distribute these employment contracts." After that, Ming Su casually pointed at the stack of contracts on the desk. Ming Su didn't know who put them here, but Ming Su took a look and found that they met the conditions that he and Zhang Wenping had said before. "Then follow this contract. It's just a formality. It doesn't matter. At most, Mr. Ming can modify the contract temporarily. If you are not satisfied, you can raise it. Ming Su can solve it." After saying that, Ming Su took a deep breath, then turned around and looked behind him, seeing that Qiuyu still hadn't solved the zombie. The zombie was still resisting. He snorted coldly, then stepped forward, and punched the zombie. Dilly-dallying. "Trouble." Ming Su punched, and instantly stunned the mutated zombie. Before he could react, Ming Su had already madly bombarded him. Punch after punch. Blood surged. In the eyes of the employees, who had not yet joined the company, this scene was truly horrifying. Everyone gasped, looked at each other, and soon realized what they were going to do. Join the company? What else can they do? Otherwise, will Mr. Ming beat them to death on the ground? And why isn't Qiuyu here? Isn't she a star? All of a sudden, all kinds of strange emotions surged in their hearts, and they did not hesitate, scrambling to find a pen to sign. Read the contract? What contract? It's okay even if it says that they can be cut like kidneys. Please read the contract carefully. You can sign the contract only after reading it. And Qiuyu, holding a ballpoint pen, reminded everyone seriously. It's not that Qiuyu doesn't want people to join the company, but it's a necessary requirement. At least read a few pages for the sake of proof. Right? After hearing Qiuyu's words, they immediately began to check the contracts in their hands. Finally, they all showed strange looks on their faces. Everyone looked at each other, suspecting that they could no longer read. One of the items made people look a little weird, not knowing what to say, and one of the girls couldn't help but read it out loud. Employees are prohibited from maliciously dying, and they must report their resignation before death? It was too absurd to panic. What does this mean? It was terrifying to think about it. And Ming Su had already beaten the zombie, and dug out a red evolution crystal from the zombie's head. Ah, it's red again. Looking at Qiuyu, who was staring at him, Ming Su smiled awkwardly, and then directly handed the red power-type evolution crystal to Qiuyu. "Here, all for you." Qiuyu nodded with satisfaction, and began to chew on the power-type evolution crystal. After Qiuyu began to happily eat the evolution crystal, Ming Su looked around, and was a little curious. "Where is my sister Xiaqiu? I brought back delicious food for sister Xiaqiu, but why didn't I see her this time? This time when I went out alone, I got 3 more agility-type evolution crystals." It was enough to make Xiaqiu explode with joy. After Qiuyu heard Ming Su's words, she immediately clenched her fists in her heart. "Damn it, how can I get Mr. Ming's attention back to me? Jiang Xiaqiu, what a strong charm." And those job seekers were sweating profusely, signing contracts with pens. They were full of sadness about the prospects of this company. Technology Park? KK Park. Chapter 154 Smart Jiang Xiaqiu. Welcome everyone to join and move into our peace and order group. You will all be in the internship department for now. Go wherever there is a shortage of staff. After a month, the managers and team leaders of each department will select members of their own department. Ming Su spoke calmly and told this indisputable fact. Of course, they are all departments of the second business group. Maybe there will be a third business group in the future, but it will not be the first business group. The reason why it is not the first business group is also very simple. The first business group is the zombie employee section, not the human employee section. If you want to join the first business group, you must at least have a zombie identity. Right? However, if someone has this idea, wants to become a zombie, and strongly requests to join the first business group before becoming a zombie. Then Mr. Ming is not a cruel person and will naturally agree. After all, no one can stop you from dying, as long as you don't delay your work. The new employees who signed the employment contract had complicated expressions, and their eyes looking at Ming-Su were full of fear. After all, the fear that Ming-Su brought to them was no less than that of a zombie. Seeing their eyes like this, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. These employees misunderstood me too deeply. After all, they are real murderers, and I am not a mental patient, so I will not kill people randomly. But in this situation, even if I explain it, it is a bit pale. So, Ming-Su decided to speak with facts, and use practical actions to influence these employees. Don't worry, everyone. Those I just killed were all people with ulterior motives. I clearly marked on the leaflet that those who commit murders with malicious intent will be killed. But they still dared to commit crimes against the wind. Ming-Su gave his final lecture, faced with such guys. How can I, one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Hitching, sit idly by? So I took action directly, and killed them invisibly. I will never forgive evil. Ming-Su's words made people confused. But Xiaoyu and Zhang Luanping heard it without hesitation and applauded immediately. Great. With Chairman Ming here, our company has a clear sky. The whole room was filled with applause from Zhang Luanping and Xiaoyu. The rest of the newcomers looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Why don't you applaud? Zhang Luanping frowned. Very dissatisfied. What do you mean? Are you dissatisfied with the chairman's decision? Or do you think the applause will come up by itself? The overall level of these newcomers is really too bad. With such newcomers, how can we make the chairman happy? No. How can we make the company stronger? After hearing Zhang Luanping's words, these newcomers began to act and began to applaud with a little hesitation. Sparse. Very listless. Ming-Su, however, did not take this seriously, and just casually said, okay. Let's stop here. I don't need these fancy things. Go out and prepare. As for the tenants who did not pass the interview, don't be sad. As long as you work with Manager Wen for half a year, you will have the opportunity to automatically enter our peace order company and become a temporary. In turn, Ming-Su's voice reached their ears, which really made them feel dazed. Then, under the leadership of team leader Zhang, they all set off. They really set off, not just set off. After these new interns left, Ming-Su sighed deeply, then looked at the bloodstains in front of him, and said casually, let's find someone to clean it up. After that, Ming-Su took the initiative to walk out the door. This place is already a mess. There is no need to stay here any longer. Let's wait until it's cleaned up before coming back. By the way, go downstairs to see where Jiang Xiaqiu went. After all, Ming-Su was very curious about Jiang Xiaqiu's whereabouts. As the chairman's secretary, and Xiaoyu immediately followed Ming-Su's steps, and followed Ming-Su. Qi Liu stretched, yawned, and also followed Ming-Su's steps, leaving only the corpses in the office. After going downstairs, Chairman Ming's schedule was very simple. Find Jiang Xiaqiu. Go to the studio to spend the investment money. Simple and crude. After going downstairs, Ming-Su went to each floor to look for Jiang Xiaqiu. But he didn't find him. Instead, he met other employees. Boss, the bodies in building B have been cleared. But the dormitory building has not been dealt with yet. Only buildings 1 to 4 have been basically cleared. The rest? Wen Yuan obviously didn't have much insight. Seeing Ming-Su coming here, he thought he was here to inspect the work. He immediately showed a brilliant smile and kept reporting his current achievements. Yeah. Good job. The remaining 8 buildings need to be accelerated, Ming-Su perfunctorily said, and then asked, where is your Vice President Jiang? Did you see where Vice President Jiang went? After hearing Ming-Su's words, Wen Yuan was startled, and then thought carefully, Boss Ming, Vice President Jiang was on the 4th floor with us this morning to interview new employees. After that, he seemed to take the stairs upstairs, and I haven't seen him since. Wen Yuan answered truthfully, and after hearing Ming-Su, he nodded immediately, indicating that he understood, and then said, you are a deputy manager of the civil engineering department. Don't worry about these cleaning matters. Isn't that Li Xiang's responsibility? By the way, where is Li Xiang now? Manager Li is in charge of the warehouse, Wen Yuan said. It seems that it was arranged by General Manager Jiang. Arranged by General Manager Jiang? Hearing this, Ming-Su was a little surprised. Her CPU has evolved into 3060 Ti? Surprised, Jiang Xiaqiu even had to slow down for a while to calculate 1 plus 1 equals 2, and then calculate 3. How can she arrange zombies to watch the warehouse now? 3060 Ti is a graphics card, not a CPU. Ma Hongtong, the lame programmer who was rescued from the hospital not far away, was thinking silently in his chair. But he didn't dare to say a word. Wen Yuan was also confused by Meng Su's words, and could only say angrily, Mr. Jiang is quick-witted and has wisdom that ordinary people can't. During the interview, thanks to Mr. Jiang's leadership, we were able to interview so many excellent employees. Okay. Meng Su was happy, and then waved his hand and said to Wen Yuan, Zhang Luanping has come to rent a few black slaves and old workers who used to work on the construction site. They are all handed over to you. Within 2 weeks, I want to see a complete wall built around it, guaranteed to complete the task. Wen Yuan immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. There is one more thing. Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and suddenly looked at Zhou Yanni, who was sitting far away, and shouted to her casually, regarding the matter of renting a house. Leave it to the logistics department. Zhou Yanni, you and Shen Zhaozhao will take care of it. At the same time, compile a list of company employees who have rented houses. All employees of the first business group are required to rent houses by default, and arrange them in the last 2 buildings. After saying that, before the shocked Zhou Yanni could react, Meng Su continued seriously, all employees tonight can go to the community to experience it for 1 night for free, and let them decide whether to rent a house or not. This is mandatory. Building A and Building B must be completely cleared tonight. Do you understand? Everyone felt Meng Su's serious momentum. Understood. Zhou Yanni immediately reported to Meng Su seriously, although she didn't know what Meng Su's behavior of taking off his pants and farting meant. The salary was paid by Chairman Ming, and now he has to collect part of it for renting a house. It's the end of the world. I heard from the new people that the safety zones established by the government are not as sophisticated as the company. That's right. There are several people in the company who came from the old safety zones. They experienced the first destruction of the safety zone. Then, they started to wander, and waited until now, and came to Meng Su. Meng Su was also very satisfied. All the employees were gone tonight, so he could perfectly drive the upgrade and make the 2-piece buildings, Building A and Building B, completely upgraded, able to withstand earthquakes and add bulletproof glass. Although I don't know what it's for, it's better to have it than not. Even if we take a step back, the glass and doors of each office that were previously destroyed by these zombies, it would be a good thing if they could be restored. Moreover, Meng Su felt that the system never fought an unprepared battle. Since it said so, it meant that an earthquake was coming. Although Hiching City is not in the earthquake zone, the last earthquake was more than 500 years ago. But what if there really is one? It's better to implement it as soon as possible. Okay, you guys continue to work. Meng Su nodded, then turned around and left, walked down the stairs, and continued to walk downstairs. Although he didn't know what his employees were working on, Meng Su felt that they were still quite busy. Busy, all busy, it's better to be busy. After Meng Su took in Qiuyu and Qi Liyao downstairs, the atmosphere on the 13th floor was much better, and it was obvious that everyone was relieved. It's not that they were deliberately slacking off. It's just that when they met the boss, they all looked like this. No one wants to be punished by the boss. After Meng Su went downstairs, he began to look for Jiang Xiaqiu on each floor. But in a mysterious way, Meng Su had a feeling that she would be on the 8th floor. Soon, Meng Su found Jiang Xiaqiu on the 8th floor. The young vice president Jiang Xiaqiu was leaning against the window at this moment, leaving the window half open, as if thinking in the breeze. At this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu was a little cold and beautiful. She looked noble, wearing a professional suit, and her lines were smooth. Her eyes were flashing with red light, charming and mysterious, making people unpredictable. After hearing Meng Su's footsteps, she raised her head, looked in Meng Su's direction, and then quickly came down from the window, came to Meng Su, blinking her eyes. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help asking, "Can you speak now?" It seems that Jiang Xiaqiu is smarter than Qi Liyao. Meow. Jiang Xiaqiu called out obediently. A black line flashed across Meng Su's forehead. Why did you learn this sentence? Meng Su shook his head, and then continued to ask, what is 1 plus 1? After hearing Meng Su's words, Jiang Xiaqiu blushed, and stuttered, air! Although it sounded a little stumbling. Jiang Xiaqiu was undoubtedly saying 2. Hearing this, Ming Su was shocked. You really evolved? And the strength of the evolution seems to be higher than Qi Liao? Hearing Ming Su say this, Qi Liao was a little unhappy. What does it mean? Are you saying I'm stupid? And Qiu was standing aside. Like an outsider. I should be under the car. Not in the car. She was also a little unconvinced. Not only did she know what 1 plus 1 equals, she could also recite the multiplication formula. It seems that next time, I have to let Mr. Ming know that I can recite the multiplication formula. And Qiu thought to herself. And Ming Su was very surprised, and looked at the levels of Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao. Jiang Xiaqiu has reached level 15, and Qi Liao is level 17. One is 15, and the other is 17. Here we are not talking about age. The IQ of the level 15 is actually higher than that of the level 17. It seems that the IQ of zombies is not determined by level, but by something else? Thinking of this, Ming Su felt that he needed to go downstairs to find Qi Wei and Li Xiong and see how they were doing. Li Xiong's level is probably very high now. After all, Ming Su promised before that he could use the mutant zombie crystals killed by him during his absence and cleaning up Building B. So, Li Xiong's strength is definitely the highest. Various thoughts were floating in Ming Su's mind. Ming Su took a deep breath, smiled gently, and took out 3 evolution crystals. Then he touched the head of the cold goddess Jiang Xiaqiu, and smiled at Jiang Xiaqiu. My Xiaqiu is awesome. She can calculate 1 plus 1. Here are 3 evolution crystals. I will give them all to you as a reward. After that, Ming Su turned around and said to Qi Liao, Liao, you stay by the side and watch. I'll go downstairs to Lao Hua's place. Meet Qi Wei and Li Xiong. And come back soon. After that, Ming Su smiled and pinched Qi Liao's face again. After trying his best to be a master of keeping things balanced, he went downstairs easily. And Qiu immediately realized that her chance had come, and hurried to catch up with Ming Su. Oh, by the way, there's you too. Seeing Qiu following him silently, Ming Su finally reacted and suddenly realized. Seeing Ming Su like this, Qiu couldn't help but feel happy, and then cleared her throat and said to Ming Su, Mr. Ming, I can recite the multiplication formula. You recite the multiplication formula first. Go upstairs to find Shen Zhao, and ask her and Lin Yi's sister to quickly prepare a crash training class, mainly for the company's senior executives, to teach them how to speak. Let Lin Xian be the main speaker. Ming Su said calmly. After that, you and Zhou Yanni will look at the housing problem together, and find me a big one by the way, and let Wen Yuan inspect it on the spot. I want a large flat, and connect the top floor row without affecting the load-bearing wall. As the big boss of the company, although the current conditions are limited, he also has to create conditions. A large flat is Ming Su's lowest standard at present. If there is no large flat, then create one. Hearing Ming Su's words, and Qiu nodded immediately. Although it was a pity that she didn't start any new topics with Ming Su. It didn't matter. At least Mr. Ming had already arranged work for her. She was already far ahead. Come on. Keep it up. And Qiu cheered herself up secretly, and then went upstairs happily. Ming Su watched Qiu go upstairs with a smile on his face, and took a deep breath after Qiu's back disappeared. It seems that I have to go out again when I have time, and find a psychiatrist to come back and give psychological counseling to the employees. Even Qiu's mental state has problems. It seems that the pressure of the end of the world is still too great. Chapter 155. Mr. Peng, we really came to the right place this time. This zombie apocalypse is so abominable. How many people have been infected with mental illness? Ming Su sighed deeply. Even the stars who are strong in peacetime are forced to start memorizing multiplication formulas, not to mention other ordinary employees. It seems that I have always neglected this aspect of work. In this case, I must open a psychological communication room to sort out the mental health of employees in a timely manner. With this thought, Ming Su looked at his mental value of 22 points, which had already exceeded the human limit, and couldn't help thinking, I should be the most mentally healthy person in the company. It seems necessary for me to give everyone a spiritual spa, so that everyone can get relief as soon as possible. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, and felt that he was really great. No need to say more. With this feeling, Ming Su pressed the elevator and went downstairs alone. Came to the lobby. Ming Xuanping on the left, Shi Wanning on the right. Like two guardians, they stood guard on the left and right, looking very domineering. You are doing a good job of guarding. But be careful next time. If any chosen one appears, you must keep an eye on him. If necessary, you can keep a close eye on him. Do you understand? Meng Su said to Shi Wanting. As for Meng Xuanpeng, just praise him casually. What does a dog know? Meng Su was very dissatisfied with the fact that a chosen one sneaked into the interview team and arrived in front of him. Li Xiang. Shi Wanting. Are you two just eating for free? The company pays you so much money every year. Is this how you repay the company? Oh, you just came here, and you haven't received a month's salary yet? That's also a problem. Shi Wanting heard Meng Su's words and hesitated for a moment. She didn't know how to express her thoughts. Her thought was, what if two chosen ones came? She couldn't handle them all. But Meng Su didn't care about that. After criticizing Shi Wanting, he turned around and walked out. No, I seem to have forgotten something. Meng Su frowned, suddenly thought of something, and said, Shi Wanting, go to the 15th floor and bring down my 3 cats. Hearing this, Shi Wanting went upstairs without saying a word. When Meng Su went out, he saw Zhang Luanping giving a speech to the new employees downstairs. There were also zombie employees in uniforms around. Looking at these new employees, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. He could customize work clothes again and make some money. That was great. Keep working hard. After Meng Su encouraged him, he did not interrupt Zhang Luanping's pre-job speech, and then walked towards Lao Hua's studio. In front of the studio, Meng Su saw 7 or 8 zombie employees gathered here, led by Li Xiang, standing guard, with a full safety factor, and even a sense of security than at the main entrance. It seems that some arrangements need to be made for personnel transfer. We cannot arrange all these zombie employees in one area. Otherwise the zombie power will be completely wasted. Although they are all zombie employees, except for a few guys whose faces are torn into pieces. Except for their eyes, they can no longer be seen as zombies. Even if those guys with bite marks on their faces are asked to stand guard at the door and stay still, no one will notice anything unusual. Maybe I can customize a batch of masks or helmets, dress them up like CF Reese Waters, and then train them to use guns? Meng Su had a crazy thought. If that were possible, it would be really cool. And he would really become the biggest boss behind the umbrella company. Keep on guard. Meng Su did not rush to give Li Xiang an intelligence test, but went up to the 2nd floor to meet Hu Guangqing. As soon as he went up to the 2nd floor, Meng Su's eyes flashed with small gilded characters, and immediately the results of the time when Meng Su was away appeared. During your absence, the studio has processed and produced 14 accordion-shaped blade wire meshes, total area of about 19 meters, barbed wire total length of 15 meters, 2 chevaux de frise for small trench fortifications, 1 small agricultural greenhouse, 1 medical crane, 1 special metal material car. After research and development, Hu Guangqing, a talent in this studio, had an idea and updated the use of the structural materials of the barbed wire. Today's barbed wire is stronger and more defensive and lethal than the previous barbed wire. It is determined to be relatively dull. Unless the other party is a fool, he will hit it without even looking at it, otherwise it will be in vain. Meng Su looked at the small gilded characters in front of him and nodded. Yes. As long as there are no words, like the expert has developed mosquitoes that can survive in winter. If that's the case, Meng Su will have to study the 100 ways that experts die. After Meng Su appeared, Hu Guangqing didn't notice him immediately, but his assistant Xiao Jiang found Meng Su's figure, and immediately said, Mr. Meng, you are back? Yes. Meng Su nodded, then Hu Guangqing reacted, smiled and came to Meng Su, as if he wanted to say something, but saw Meng Su said first, Old Hu did a good job, he actually used new materials to reinforce the Imperial carriage, you did a great job. Where is my Imperial carriage? Put it out, and let me see. After hearing Meng Su's words, Hu Guangqing was stunned. Ah? Mr. Meng, how did you know about this? I had just finished reinforcing it 20 minutes before you showed up. You said what I said, what should I say later? Hu Guangqing was stunned for a moment, and recovered after a while, and Meng Su had already bypassed Hu Guangqing, holding his own carriage, looking at it carefully. This carriage is not bad. There are still small bells around, but this small bell is a bit scary. There is no sound when walking, but it still trembles. There are lotuses on the left and right of the carriage, which looks a bit holy, and in the center of the front decoration is a skull, and in the holiness, there seems to be a touch of evil. This skull was suggested by Jiang Shuiling. After all, he was a young man and liked something different. Hu Guangqing who had recovered from his shock, introduced a small mechanism on it to Meng Su. "Mr. Meng, look at this button. Press it, and the bell will make a sound." Meng Su was very surprised to hear Hu Guangqing say this. Hu Guangqing continued to introduce, "It is mainly for your use. After all, this is a special period. Zombies are everywhere. It would be bad if your position was exposed because of the sound of the bell. If all the sounds are removed, it seems to be inconsistent with your requirements. So I added such a small design." Meng Su was very satisfied after listening to Hu Guangqing's introduction. Very good. Well done. He wanted to give Hu Guangqing a promotion and a raise. But he also considered that Hu Guangqing was not interested in fame and fortune, so there was no need to give him a promotion and a raise. He could just give him a good commendation at the next commendation meeting. Okay, you keep working hard. I'll take the Imperial carriage downstairs to try it out first. Meng Su and Hu Guangqing said a few more words, and then hurriedly took the Imperial carriage downstairs. It just so happened that there were zombie employees downstairs. Started directly, and see how the new Imperial carriage feels. Meng Su likes to do this kind of hobby in life. It's just like cosplay. It's really interesting. Ming Dong is actually a very kind person in life. He is a person with advanced abilities. He can see through people's sins at a glance. No matter who it is. As long as they commit a crime, they will be exposed in front of him. Do you know Wei Pingsheng, the gangster boss in the next city? Our Ming Dong learned that he took advantage of the end of the world to harm the people. So he went alone. This new employee induction training is actually Meng Su's introduction meeting. Zhang Luanping tried hard to use many methods to whitewash Meng Su and make Meng Su's image more righteous. Although Meng Su was the embodiment of justice, these new employees did not understand and had a knot in their hearts. Zhang Luanping had to do everything he could to settle this knot. Listening to Zhang Luanping's words, the new employees who were originally a little afraid of Meng Su began to reflect for a while. Yes. How could Chairman Meng be the leader of a disgusting place like KK Park? Chairman Meng. He is actually a good person. Here, they are not beaten, nor suffer, and they are given hot meals every day. The only requirement is to hand over all the money on them when entering the park. Well, this sounds weird, but in the environment of the end of the world, it is not a big deal. Apart from the mental shock, they were not injured at all. Now that they think about it carefully, the people killed by Director Ming are indeed strange. Not to mention the person who turned into a zombie, and the two people who came with him, they obviously have something to hide. And the man with glasses always gives people a very uncomfortable feeling when he talks. When the two girls met them, there were also a lot of resources, even more than the resources of their entire camp. Thinking about it carefully, Director Ming does not seem to have wronged the good people. Although there is no evidence, but it's the end of the world. You want evidence? Are you sick? For a moment, they had begun to believe in Meng Su, believing that Meng Su was a good person. But at this moment, they heard the sound of bells. A strange bell sounded slowly. The bell sound was neither fast nor slow, but it was indescribably eerie and strange. The appearance of the bell made people's hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but think of several classic ghost movies. Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by, and the weeds next to the building swayed gently, and the bell sound also accelerated a bit, making the entire park square shrouded in a strange atmosphere. As the sound of the bells grew louder, the air seemed to become heavy and sticky, as if something was moving slowly in the silent square. Everyone's heart seemed to be hit. Soon, a scream came out. Look there! Look there! With a scream, everyone's attention shifted to the street where the studio was located. As expected, a terrifying scene appeared, for zombies were carrying the sedan chair forward. After lifting it, it was more than 2 meters high. It was tied with iron chains, as if it was sealed. There were bells hanging on the chains. Whenever it moved, the bells would tremble, making a terrifying and strange sound. In addition, the skull carved in the center of the sedan chair gave people a breathtaking feeling. If it were in peacetime, parents of children who saw the sedan chair would report it directly to the Education Bureau. But what frightened them even more was that the person sitting on the sedan chair was actually the person they had just unanimously identified as a good person. Chairman Meng Su. This. Zhang Luanping was also shocked when he saw the scene, but he soon realized something, quickly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and forced a smile to other employees. Don't be nervous, this is the chairman's personal hobby, you all know that. Geniuses always have some hobbies that are different from ordinary people. just like Chairman Ming likes to sit in the judicial carriage. You see, Judge Zhongkui's ugly appearance is to scare away evil spirits, and Chairman Ming does this. Ordinary evil people will probably tremble when they see it, and dare not approach our building at all. Our building is simply flawless. Zhang Luanping didn't even know how he was talking nonsense. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Everyone looked at me and pretended to believe it and applauded. What else can we do? We can't say that the chairman is mentally ill. On the hillside near the building, two figures appeared there, observing the situation in the building. They were Mr. Peng and another chosen one. They rushed all the way here, just to find out what the peace and order were like. So they stayed around for a long time before daring to get close. But they just looked inside through the iron railings. They didn't know the specific personnel distribution. But they saw Ming Su being carried out by 4 zombie employees. For a moment, Mr. Peng and another chosen one looked at each other with strange eyes. They had seen more than ordinary people, so they naturally knew that there were 4 zombies carrying the carriage. Moreover, these 4 zombies were very unusual. At least 2 of them were mutated zombies, and one of them seemed to be a chosen one companion who had been sanctified. He was very powerful, much stronger than Chen Bin at the beginning. In addition, the other 2 ordinary zombies are not ordinary people. They are definitely the best among zombies. So, how can the person who can control these 4 zombies to carry such a terrible Dharma carriage be an ordinary person? Mr. Peng, the chosen one just spoke, and was interrupted by the excited Mr. Peng. Old Chi, we really came to the right place. Ah? The chosen one surnamed Chi was stunned and at a loss. Using zombies to carry the carriage, driving zombies as employees. This peaceful order is definitely fishing, attracting those ordinary survivors to come, and then making them into zombies, becoming zombie employees, and then raising his arms. Millions of zombies. He is undoubtedly the zombie king. Mr. Peng was very excited, even a little bit like he was not. Our Lord needs such talents. We really came to the right place this time. Cancel the zombie tide plan. Let's go and talk to him. Mr. Peng is very confident. Chairman Ming looked like a villainous boss. At first glance, he was one of our own, who was evil and evil. Alas, I almost mistook the bad guy for a good guy, and thus wrongly blamed him. Chapter 156. Mr. Peng's mentality is not good. He sprayed twice and stopped talking. Mr. Peng was obviously a little happy. He paced back and forth here. The surprise in his eyes could even be said to be unique. The chosen one surnamed Chi beside him had never seen Mr. Peng so happy. Is there a trick? The chosen one surnamed Chi said hesitantly. He seemed very cautious. After all, it's better for us to be cautious. As for Mr. Peng's train of thought, the chosen one surnamed Chi was very hesitant. After all, there is a saying that goes, no bad guy thinks he is a bad guy. They, the chosen ones, all think they are the embodiment of justice. The right path is to eliminate those corrupt, backward humans and let all humans evolve. But Mr. Peng is an exception. He thinks he is a bad guy and a big villain. So when he saw Ming Su, he climaxed right there. He has been carried by zombies. What else can it be? Hearing the words of the chosen one surnamed Chi, Mr. Peng did not take it seriously, and then said, Old Chi, you go back first, notify everyone to cancel. I will talk more with Chairman Ming. If he joins, we don't need to keep those dirty, disgusting mental zombies in captivity. We can just rely on him directly. Hearing what Mr. Peng said, the chosen one surnamed Chi hesitated to speak, but in the end, he did not speak. Okay. You are the boss, and you have the final say. Then I'll leave? Chi the chosen one spoke hesitantly, and was very worried about Mr. Peng. Are you okay? Don't worry. What can happen to me? Mr. Peng smiled confidently, and then said, except Wang Xian. Who among us can be my opponent? Even if the negotiation fails, I can still leave. Even if there is a whole well-trained special forces team with real guns and bullets, I still have the confidence to leave. You are so confident. Only now that the internet is disconnected and there are no Xiaohongshu and Weibo. Otherwise he would definitely go online and complain about his colleague's inexplicable operation. After the Chi surnamed Heaven Chosen cursed in his heart, he nodded, and did not care about Mr. Peng's thoughts. He just patted his butt and turned around and left. After all, Mr. Peng's strength is here. The other party's wall is so shabby. You can tell at a glance that it is not a place with great development potential, and I think its strength is average. Let Mr. Peng go and play by himself. As soon as he thought of this, In almost an instant, the chosen one named Chi's feet were wrapped in the wind, and his feet were as fast as fire. In a blink of an eye, he had actually left several meters away, just like riding a bicycle. Seeing the chosen one named Chi leave, Mr. Peng smiled happily, looked at his position, and made a big circle, and went in through the main gate. Be polite. They, the chosen ones, are also very polite. Mr. Peng was very interested, as if he was here for a trip. After walking around to the front gate, he looked around and shook his head. Even if Chairman Meng is a good person, it doesn't matter. What kind of rubbish defenses are these? Can they defeat the zombie tide? There is no need to deliberately guide them. The zombie tide caused by nature may be able to break through. In this regard, Mr. Peng felt that he had seriously misjudged the strength of the peace order. After all, in his opinion, an organization that can organize the printing of leaflets on such a large scale and distribute them in large areas should be very powerful, with at least tens of thousands of people. Right? As a result, it seems that there are not even hundreds of people. It was just a big survivor camp, and it didn't feel very good. Therefore, this further confirmed Mr. Peng's guess. That is, Meng Su adopted the Northern Myanmar strategy, tricking people to come here and turn them into zombies. Otherwise, there is no reason to do this. With this thought, Mr. Peng smiled brilliantly. Who is it? As soon as he approached, Mr. Peng was stopped by Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang looked at Mr. Peng cautiously, holding a 5-type revolver for deterrence in his hand, and whispered, "Are you here for an interview?" On the other side, 2 zombie employees in uniform also stared at Mr. Peng. It seemed that they had a very strong feeling for Mr. Peng, but it seemed that they had not been able to take action due to some reasons. Seeing this scene, Mr. Peng believed in his judgment even more. 1 human employee, with 2 zombie subordinates, and the human in charge of command. It was perfect. Thinking of this, Mr. Peng's face immediately filled with a brilliant smile. Don't misunderstand, my friend. I am here to see your Chairman Meng. I came from a very far place, and I want to discuss a cooperation with Chairman Meng. After that, Mr. Peng paused and continued, my name is Peng Ting, and people who know me usually call me Mr. Peng. Zhang Qingyang thought about it, racking his brains to recall the famous people with the name Peng in his mind. But he couldn't find a person named Peng Ting at all. If it's not my friend, who are you sending? Zhang Qingyang didn't recognize this person, but he saw that the guy who called himself Mr. Peng had no hostility, and he just thought he was a capable job applicant. He nodded immediately and pointed in the direction of Zhang Luanping. That's Zhang, the team leader of our Human Resources Department. He is giving a lecture to the new employees. You should go over there too. Yes. Peng Ting was very easygoing. He smiled and nodded. Then, he didn't walk over immediately. Instead, he looked at the 2 zombie employees curiously and said casually, how did you command them? Did Chairman Meng give you the authority? How many zombie employees are there in your company now? Hearing Peng Ting's question, Zhang Qingyang became alert in an instant. Why ask this? Looking at this, Zhang Qingyang told him based on his military experience that he was a bit like a spy, a scout. At this moment, he clenched the gun in his hand, and then raised it without hesitation, and said to Peng Ting, you have too many questions, raise your hand. It is difficult for ordinary job seekers to see through the identity of zombie employees. Even if they do, they will scream on the spot in fear. How could someone turn a blind eye and ask such a question? There is a problem, there must be a problem. Zhang Qingyang looked nervous. After staying here for a long time, he naturally knew that there was a kind of existence outside that possessed inhuman power. He was very worried that the person in front of him was such an existence. Seeing Zhang Qingyang like this, Peng Ting smiled lightly, and then stretched out his hand in front of Zhang Qingyang. Zhang Qingyang was horrified and wanted to shoot immediately, but his eyes blurred. The next second, the gun in his hand was already in Peng Ting's hand, and he started playing with it. You are too close to me. If you were 3 or 5 meters further away, I would definitely be able to shoot. But the power of this gun. Just watch it. Peng Ting was very calm, and Zhang Qingyang was horrified when he saw this scene. He didn't even see Peng Ting's action clearly. Roar! The 2 zombie employees went crazy instantly when they saw this, and seemed to want to rush up and kill Peng Ting. Peng Ting saw this, and just dodged slightly, and then smiled and said, don't be nervous. I'm not here to be your enemy. I really have something to discuss with your Chairman Meng. I am looking forward to meeting your Chairman Meng. I believe your chairman Meng will be very happy to see me. After that, Peng Ting also handed over the pistol in his hand generously. His eyebrows curved, and he looked very kind. After hearing Peng Ting's words, Zhang Qingyang didn't know what to say for a moment. He took a deep breath and took back the gun that Peng Ting handed over. But he heard Peng Ting say again, "Remember to set a safe distance in the future. For people like me, a distance of 1 or 2 meters is no different from face to face. You are a nice person." Zhang Qingyang was a little at a loss. He felt that Peng Ting was a nice person. He immediately led the way for Peng Ting and whispered, "Wait a minute. I will find someone to replace me." "No need." Peng Ting waved his hand. "It's only a matter of 3 to 5 minutes. During this time, there will be no new people coming." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyang had no more words to refuse, and could only take Peng Ting and walk towards Meng Su. Peng Ting saw Meng Su from a distance. Meng Su also noticed Peng Ting at this moment. Peng Ting immediately smiled and greeted Meng Su. "Mr. Meng. Hello. We have known each other for a long time. We have known each other for a long time." His voice was so loud that the new employees, who were being trained nearby, looked sideways, wanting to see what was going on. "Who is that person?" Meng Su sat on the imperial carriage and fell into deep thought. It was a bit far away, but it didn't matter. He started to observe the expressions and words directly. Name, Peng Ting. Occupation, Gene Enhancer Special. War Criminal. Elementary School Teacher. Level, 11/8/3 huh? Meng Su was surprised. Level 11 chosen one? And a special symbol? So awesome? How come there is a war criminal profession? Is this considered a profession? Meng Su became alert instantly, and then said to Li Xiang, who was carrying a carriage in front of him, "Let's go and meet him." After that, Meng Su looked at the zombie standing in the corner without a carriage, and immediately said, "Hey, you go upstairs, call Meng Xuanpeng, Shi Wanning and Baby Yao Yao, Baby Chiu Chiu, let them ambush on the first floor, wait for me to smash the cup as a signal, then rush up and chop him into meat sauce. I am the overlord of the Western Rat. No, Xiang Yu seems to have died a bit tragically. Then I'll just be Li Mi. At least Li Mi smashed the cup as a signal, and chop Jai Rang to pieces. Wait, Li Mi seems to have died in the end. Damn, smashing the cup as a signal seems to be a flag, and those who have used this strategy either failed on the spot, or failed later." Meng Su took a deep breath, discarded all these fanciful thoughts, and then, with a jolt, walked towards Peng Ting's steps. Meng Su was solemn, sitting high on the lotus platform. The 4 zombies worked together to lift this lotus chariot, and move forward, and the bells and the iron chains trembled, and the blue-shirted Meng Su sitting on the chariot made people feel a chilling fear. Peng Ting narrowed his eyes, and looked at Meng Su. He had only seen him from a distance before, but now he looked carefully, and it was really amazing. Meng Su had a handsome face, wearing a blue robe, with a pair of deep and sharp eyes, which seemed to be able to see through the souls of all living beings. He seemed quiet, but he exuded a majestic temperament. Meng Su seemed to be the Yama who came to the mortal world, and the zombies around him were his pets, serving him and protecting him. His existence made people feel an indescribable fear, as if they had seen a big boss. Meng Su on the lotus carriage did not speak, but just looked at Peng Ting quietly. In such silence, it was as if there was a chill in the air, and the breath was silent and sharp. Seeing this scene, Peng Ting's heart was filled with fear, but he quickly took a deep breath, suppressed this terrifying thought, and then smiled and said, "Hello, Chairman Meng. I am Peng Ting. I have been active in Zhengyang County for a long time. I went to Gyeongbuk District not long ago and accidentally got your company's flyer, so I came here." Hearing Peng Ting's words, Meng Su opened his eyes calmly, his face expressionless. "So what?" Seeing Meng Su so cold, Peng Ting immediately said sincerely, "I'm sorry. We thought you could do anything good, but you turned out to be a bad guy who was determined to destroy humanity. You used this way of recruiting employees to trick the survivors to come here on their own initiative. We really wronged you." "Meng Su, why do I feel a little weird when I hear this? You should have guessed my identity. Yes, I am the one chosen by the Lord." After that, Peng Ting put on a sincere look and continued, "We should learn from you and build a safe zone to trick them into coming. Only in this way can we more effectively eliminate the survivors scattered around. I came here this time to sincerely invite you to join our organization. I hope you can become our guest of honor. I promise that if you are willing to join, I will definitely ask the Lord to strengthen your current ability by at least 3 times, and grant you the status of an apostle. And I will make you the person in charge of Hiching City. Peng Ting's expression was very fanatical. He didn't even care about his status in Hiching City. He wanted to support Meng Su to the position of the boss of the organization. Meng Su looked strange. People say that if you stay undercover until the end, you will become the boss if you don't close the net. And I haven't even started undercover yet. How can I become the boss? That's not right. What's the situation with this Peng Ting? Does he think I'm the boss of the park? Meng Su was a little confused. He thought Peng Ting was here to cause trouble, but he didn't expect Peng Ting to come. Meng Su didn't know what Peng Ting was here for. You know me? Meng Su was very strange. Didn't he know that there were almost a whole class of chosen ones who died in his hands? I didn't know before. Peng Ting said sincerely, Lao Chi and I wanted to lurk here, and then destroy this survivor camp from the inside, but we never thought that you were one of us, using the skill of controlling zombies, and trick people to apply for the job, and almost wronged you. I'm very sorry. The current person in charge of Qing'an District is Sherwaning, but I don't know where she has been recently. Damn. This woman didn't report the situation here as soon as possible, and almost made a big mistake. In his words, Peng Ting seemed very dissatisfied with Sherwaning's failure to report the matter in time. Hearing what Peng Ting said, Meng Su suddenly had an idea and understood everything in an instant. Then he said silently, Are you talking about Sherwaning? She came here a few days ago, and has been working as an employee in my company. Peng Ting is a level 11 chosen one, and he is also very special. Therefore, be cautious, lest the plan fail. Let him escape. Ah? After hearing Meng Su's words, Peng Ting was a little surprised, and then asked, Where is she? Simple. I'll take you there. Meng Su pointed to the location of the building, and smiled softly, at the same time. I also have something to ask you. Although they just met, and just knew each other's names, the two enthusiastic people seemed like old friends, who had not seen each other for many years. They were smiling and greeting each other. Meng Su asked about the chosen one, and Peng Ting was not stupid. He just smiled and said nothing about the key questions, saying that only Meng Su could tell him these things if he really joined the chosen one. Meng Su expressed deep regret for this. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the building. Sherwaning, Meng Xuanpeng, Shi Liao, and Jiang Xiaqiu gathered on the first floor. They stood there, staring coldly at Peng Ting, which immediately made Peng Ting stunned. Then he wiped his sweat and said, I say, Chairman Meng, your lineup is a bit too powerful. Our sacred warriors can actually be controlled by you. He saw it at a glance and identified them as all masters. But it doesn't matter. He will find a chance to run away. Mr. Meng. Xiang Jinzhong saw Meng Su coming, and immediately walked forward with a shotgun, looking very respectful to Meng Su. Give me the gun. Meng Su didn't say much to Xiang Jinzhong, but just took the shotgun, and then smiled at Peng Ting. Old Peng. To be fair, I used to have a very bad impression of the chosen ones, because these guys always wanted to kill me. You are different. You really changed my impression of the chosen ones. Hearing Meng Su's words, Peng Ting didn't feel anything wrong. He saw Sherwaning being controlled by Meng Su after she turned into a zombie, and he already knew that the local chosen ones had clashed with Meng Su. But it didn't matter. As long as Meng Su could be brought into the team, their death was worth it. And it wasn't completely without benefit. At least turning into a zombie would allow him to continue to fight for the organization. I'm very curious about the chosen ones. You say, can you kill them by spraying them with a shotgun? Meng Su said casually. It depends on the situation. Some can. Some can't. Peng Ting didn't hide it. After all, Meng Su had killed so many chosen ones, so there was no need to hide it. For example, when we were trying to subvert the safe zone, I saw a colleague being shot in the head by a shotgun and killed instantly. For these lower-level companions, it is still quite fatal. Meng Su nodded, as if he recognized Peng Ting, and then said, What about you? Me? Peng Ting chuckled and said confidently, There will be damage, but generally speaking, it won't hit me. Really? I don't believe it, Meng Su said with a smile. Peng Ting did not feel the killing intent from Meng Su at all. Instead, he felt that Meng Su was very friendly. He smiled immediately. Before he could speak, he saw that Meng Su had already pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud noise came. Peng Ting was hit directly in the chest by the shotgun. His expression was very surprised, You? It seems that you are right. One shot really can't kill you, Mingsu said calmly. Then I will fire a few more shots. So without hesitation, he aimed at Ping Ting and kept pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 All the bullets were fired, accurately hitting the head. Peng Ting turned into a sieve. But he was not completely dead yet. He still had a breath, staring at Mingsu. He couldn't understand why Mingsu suddenly attacked. You really didn't lie to me. If one shot doesn't kill him, you can kill him with a few more shots. Mingsu nodded with satisfaction, skillfully replaced the bullets. Thank you, you are really a good friend who knows me. After that, he pulled the trigger again. Bang! The huge sound instantly spread throughout the hall. Peng Ting was completely motionless. Except for the first shot that hit his chest, the remaining shots were all aimed at his head. In this way, it seems that he barely managed to kill an unguarded high-level Chosen One. Oh my god, are the Chosen Ones so strong now? I still have to thank Mr. Peng Ting for his strong support for this experiment. Mingsu sighed in his heart, and then said, Okay, the experiment is done, you should get up quickly. Mingsu yawned, and said casually, still lying on the ground, what are you doing? Are you emotional? You are really petty, you stopped talking after being sprayed twice. Mingsu pouted, thinking that Peng Ting was very narrow-minded. Such a big superhuman, just 2 trolls, does he have such low psychological endurance? He died just like that? What a waste! Is my psychological endurance strong? This is due to the fact that I used to be online and confront people online every day, which gave me a great ability to withstand the trolls' comments, so I am not afraid of trolls now. But Peng Ting, obviously is not the case. It can be seen that he has never been online. I will continue to work hard in my next life, and try to be immune to trolls as much as possible. Mingsu mourned for this good friend, who he had just met. I can only say, good brothers like Mingsu and Peng Ting may not be there again in the future. Xiang Jinzhong, who was standing aside, looked at this scene, and was in bewilderment. What's going on? What happened? Why did he suddenly shoot? Listening to what Chairman Ming said, Xiang Jinzhong felt a little scared. He felt that Chairman Ming's mental state was not very good now. The shotgun seems to be out of bullets, you go and reload it. Mingsu casually threw the shotgun to Xiang Jinzhong again, and then said, the real battle has just begun. Mingsu knew very well what the Chosen One would look like after his death, and he yawned immediately and asked Li Xiang, who was still carrying the Imperial carriage outside, to come in. Everyone surround Peng Ting, I want his evolution crystal. At Mingsu's order, Meng Xuanpeng, Shi Wanting were on the left and right, and Li Xiang was in the middle. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu were also on Mingsu's side at the first time. As for Mingsu, he had already taken out his 40-gene blackgut heavy axe. His eyes full of fighting spirit, my axe is thirsty. Peng Ting's body was covered with bullet holes. Dark blood kept flowing from his body, emitting a strong smell of blood. Suddenly, a smelly wind whistled past, and the body began to tremble, as if some force was slowly awakening it. Mingsu watched all this very calmly. Then, the body became extremely manic, staring with blood-red eyes that were almost purple, and began to tremble slowly. The hands became extremely hard, emitting a strange light, as if there was an unstoppable force surging in them. Purple light? Mingsu was extremely surprised. Red eyes will evolve into purple? Doesn't that mean? Mingsu quickly looked over. Name, Peng Ting. Occupation, genetically enhanced special type 9 evolved zombie. Level, 19.9. Ah? Mingsu was stunned when he saw this level. No. You are not CC. How can there be such a weird level as 19.9? Chapter 157 Evolution Gem. Although Peng Ting's level has reached an unprecedented 19.9, Mingsu is still not afraid, and shouted without changing his expression. With this kind of evil heretic, there is no need to talk about the code of conduct. Employees, let's go together. After that, Mingsu protected the corpses in front of him, and the black axe in his hand was ready, and was ready to attack at any time. There is nothing to say. What code of conduct can be talked about with a war criminal like Peng Ting? The reason why he is a war criminal, it must not be because he played games. He is a real war criminal. In Hiching City, there can only be one reason to be a war criminal. That is to launch an attack on the safe zone. Then kill him. Roar. As soon as Peng Ting opened his eyes, when he was stiff, Li Xiang had stepped forward, grabbed Peng Ting's head, and smashed it hard on the ground. Li Xiang is also a level 18 zombie, with strong strength, and only one level lower than Peng Ting. At the moment of stiffness, Peng Ting was directly hit by Li Xiang, and the level 18 Ming Xuanping on the other side also made a move, opening his bloody mouth viciously, like a mad dog, and rushed to kill, worthy of the name of the group's most vicious dog. Shi Wanting is slightly weaker, only level 14, 2 levels lower than Chen Bin at the beginning. But it doesn't matter. Ming Su trusts Shi Wanting very much. Because her last name is Shi, I am worth meeting you no matter when. Being a cannon fodder is not bad. Ming Su was also very nervous, but he stopped Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu from rushing forward. After all, he had to keep an eye on all directions and listen to all sides. He had to fire an employee in time before he was beaten to death. This can't be sloppy. Bang, bang. 2 loud noises came, and a hole was smashed in the ground. But this zombie seemed to be unscathed. Seeing this, Ming Su did not hesitate at all. While the zombie was still stiff and being controlled by Li Xiang, he swung his axe and chopped it down without hesitation. Clang! Ming Su's arm went numb, and he felt like he had chopped something hard. The axe went into Peng Ting's neck, but only went in a third of the way, and did not cut off Peng Ting's neck. Roar! At this moment, Peng Ting's stiffness was lifted, and he stood up instantly. When the terrifying air wave swept over, Ming Su's axe got stuck in his neck, and he was directly hit by the terrifying air wave, and his brows frowned immediately. This feeling made Ming Su feel familiar. Although he had killed countless enemies, Ming Su had killed thousands of zombies. But Peng Ting gave Ming Su a feeling of facing zombies for the first time when he was an ordinary person. He seemed to have returned to the first few days, when he took a homemade simple spear, led Chi Wei and manager Zhang Tao, and went upstairs to distribute flyers. Those were days worth recalling. But if Ming Su were to go back again, it would be impossible. It's like the life in the 3rd year of high school. Everyone misses the life in the 3rd year of high school. But if you really go back to experience it again, you will miss your family so much. Back then, I held a simple spear, led Chi Wei and Zhang Tao, and now I hold a black axe, led Ming Xuanping, Li Xiang and Shi Wanting. At this moment, it's just like that moment. Humph. Ming Su snorted coldly, swung hard, and immediately pulled out his black axe, and said proudly, I could break through the whole building back then, and I can kill you now. At this moment, Ming Su had already determined the difference in strength between the two sides. If the other party is an ordinary zombie, then I am a strong ordinary person who exercises regularly. And the 3 employees around me are 3 ordinary disabled people with abnormal brains who are not afraid of infection. As for Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu behind him, they are considerate and good sisters, who can fight, but can also be pressed to the ground and rubbed. This is the simplest way. This battle will definitely win. But the difference is that a few employees will die. Taking a deep breath, Ming Su retreated at a high speed. And at this moment Xiang Jinzhong had already loaded the bullets. But he kept holding the shotgun, looking for opportunities. After all, everyone was fighting in close combat, and it was easy to accidentally hurt teammates if they were not careful. At this time, it was better not to shoot, and not to accidentally hurt teammates. Roar! The terrifying roar came again, and the mutant zombie that had been beaten into a sieve suddenly rushed over with its tower-like body like a heavy artillery, with full momentum, and the surging blood instantly washed over the entire first-floor hall. Li Xiang, who was closest to it, was directly knocked against the wall, and a big hole was smashed out. Ming Xuanping was as sharp as a dog, and quickly pounced on it. Xiang Jinzhong was very nervous as it was his first time to participate in such a melee. However, his instinct told him that it was time to shoot. So he pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, the shotgun shells scattered like fairy flowers, directly behind the zombie, but embedded in it, failing to penetrate the defense. He did not even react, but pressed Li Xiang tightly, as if he wanted to strangle Li Xiang to death here. Roar! This special zombie was very irritable, and it was obvious that he was very uneasy about the siege. At this moment, Ming Xuanping bit his left calf. Shi Wanting rushed forward without saying a word. His arm suddenly stretched out like rubber, turned into tentacles, and wrapped around the zombie like a python. Shi Wanting's specialness turned out to be like this. Then what would Peng Ting's specialness be like? Thinking of this, Ming Su's eyes also flashed with decisiveness. He directly raised the black-cut heavy axe and chopped it head-on. Full of murderous intent, Shi Wanting wrapped around the zombie's arms on the right. Ming Xuanping bit his calf, and Li Xiang, was pressed against the wall and rubbed. He was completely fixed, and it was a great opportunity for Meng Su to kill him. However, just when Meng Su felt that he had won, he suddenly felt that the zombie in front of him was a little different. The next second, his body began to expand rapidly, and he broke free from Shi Waning's tentacles, and even squeezed the tentacles transformed from Shi Waning's 2 arms. In an instant, Shi Waning's blood splattered everywhere. The zombie did not hesitate, and directly swung his calf, throwing Meng Xiumping several meters away, and Meng Xiumping bit off a piece of flesh in his mouth. As for Li Xiang, one of his arms was directly broken. So fierce? Although he broke free from the restraints, he could not avoid Meng Su's axe. As the axe fell, the zombie subconsciously raised his arm to block it. Swish! The axe was unstoppable, carrying all of Meng Su's strength, and directly cut off the arm. Blood gushed out instantly, and after the arm was broken, the bones in its body suddenly stretched out, and it shot forward fiercely. Seeing this, Meng Su's pupils shrank sharply, and he dodged to the side, and the axe chopped diagonally, cutting off 3 pieces of rotten meat. In just a few breaths, the zombie ignored the broken arm, gave up Li Xiang, stretched out his other hand, and grabbed Meng Su. Meng Su also decisively gave up the black cleaver heavy axe, and punched the already huge arm. When the 2 hands crossed, Meng Su's arm went numb, and he felt a slight pain in his bones. This zombie had been broken. In terms of strength, Meng Su was still stronger. You have nearly 25 points of strength. But not as good as me, Meng Su sneered. And then without hesitation, he took advantage of the gap when his arm was knocked back, squatted sideways, held the axe in his left hand, and spun to take over. He chopped with the axe again, and chopped into the neck that was cut into 1/3 of the last time. This time, it went in half. Roar! After the zombie roared, it broke free and wanted to run outside. Obviously, zombies that have reached this level already have some biological instincts. Although this zombie cannot speak, it will still run away when it is on the verge of death. With Meng Su's black heavy axe stuck in his neck, he has already rushed to the front door. With his huge body like an iron mountain, he directly broke through the door and escaped outside the building. What's the sound inside? Zombies. It's the zombies shouting. Ah? How can there be zombies in the building? And gunshots. Among the new trainees outside the building, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Whether it was a gun or a zombie, it was fatal to them. They were naturally terrified, and they were already a little scared. It was so exciting to come to work in a peaceful and orderly manner. First, they saw the boss killing a murderer, then they saw the boss cosplaying as a villain, and then they encountered zombies, and the gunshots were dense. This was even richer than their survival experience in the past month. This month of the apocalypse was not as good as today. But just when they were terrified, they suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking. Looking around, they saw the glass door crackling, a fishy smell of blood swept around, and a huge zombie more than 2 meters tall rushed out instantly. Everyone's face changed instantly, and Zhang Luanping's heart sank. Zombie. Zombie. What kind of zombie is this? A terrifying breath came, and many people were so scared that their legs and feet became weak, and they collapsed to the ground, trembling, and dared not move. As for the distance, Zhang Qingyang, who had already loaded the bullets, and Wang Yong hurried over, wanting to shoot the zombie. A huge noise spread all around, and the zombie employees also surrounded it at the first time, trying to stop the mutant zombie from running away. Roar! A zombie employee roared, and was directly crushed by the huge zombie. Blood and brain matter were all over the ground. Then, the huge zombie did not hesitate at all, and seemed to want to flee outside. Looking at this scene, Zhang Luanping could not help but be a little surprised. Is this zombie running? Could it be? The next second, from the building, Meng Su's figure had rushed out, and at the same time he was furious. King killed my employees. Right? Meng Su was so angry that, while the zombie employee was sacrificing his life for the group, he had already stepped forward and grabbed the half-chopped black axe, and quickly exerted force. While the zombie was roaring, he burst out with amazing and powerful force. The power surged, and directly pierced the axe blade of the black axe through the neck of the zombie. The head flew to the ground, and the huge body collapsed, but it was still struggling. It seems not dead yet. Chop him into pulp. Meng Su did not hesitate, directly ordered the zombie employees around, to dispose of this huge corpse, and then quickly stepped forward, and picked up the head of this zombie. The head of this zombie was still struggling, although it was chopped off, but its vitality was extremely tenacious. But Ming-Su's face was extremely unhappy. The scene that worried him the most happened. An employee died. Please note, Du Zhou, a member of the first group of your employee publicity department, had an accident at work and died. You need to pay a one-time compensation of 20 times the per capita disposable income of urban residents in the country last quarter as a one-time work-related death allowance, and you also need to pay 6 months of per capita disposable income as funeral expenses. It was detected that your legal department members were detected as inhuman, were detected. You need to pay a total of 268,000 yuan in death allowance. Although this employee named Du Zhou was not familiar with Ming-Su, he was the zombie who was recruited to distribute flyers to Ming-Su when he left the hospital. His death had little impact on the company, but the consequences he caused were very bad. This is the second employee who died in the company. He was too slow to speak. Ming-Su blamed himself very much. He should have paid 200,000 less. Zhang Luanping looked at Ming-Su in astonishment, and the new employees behind Zhang Luanping also looked at Ming-Su in astonishment. Everyone was in a trance, and the whole square was silent. Ming-Su took a deep breath, calmed himself as much as possible, and said to Zhang Luanping, "You continue. Don't worry about me." After that, Ming-Su took the head and took the initiative to walk to the first floor, looking at Ming-Su's back as he left. The new employees looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In their hearts, a trace of fear emerged. Is this still a human being? But they thought again. No. This is my boss. What are you afraid of? Thinking of this, they suddenly relaxed again, and they were full of respect for Ming-Su's back. Zhang Luanping's speech 100 times is not as effective as Ming-Su's one demonstration of strength. With President Meng here, the company is worry-free. Counting the casualties. The casualties are huge. Sherwaning's 2 arms are broken. But it seems that she can recover on her own. It will probably take 10 days to half a month to recover. Li Xiang's left arm is comminuted and limp. He can also recover. But the recovery speed is much slower than Sherwaning's. Perhaps the direction is different. As for Ming Xuanping, his teeth fell out. But there was no serious damage. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu did not fight much in this battle, so they were naturally unscathed. As for Ming-Su, he was fine, and he did not even feel tired. However, there was a gap on the black axe in his hand. It was caused by killing this zombie, the chosen one in charge of a city, after the mutation, could actually compete with him. Although he was still killed by himself, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Ming-Su had to be on guard. Such a zombie is probably already in the top echelon, and his corresponding strength seems to be 25 points of physical strength. So, he is at the top of the first stage, and the 20th level of zombies is equivalent to the second stage. Ming-Su frowned and immediately determined the level of attribute points. I only need to add one more point to easily deal with such a zombie. The Wang Xian they have been talking about is estimated to have 26 points of strength after death. There are nearly 200 cities, like Hiching City in the country, and there are more than 90 cities, like Weiyang City. From this point of view, I am indeed the undisputed number 1 among the living. But the only thing I have to guard against is the mutation after their death. Ming-Su shook his head, and then thought about how the safe zone could kill such zombies. After thinking about it, it seems quite simple. If I can kill them, it means that tanks are still useful to them. At this stage, technology is still powerful. However, based on the current evolution speed of zombies, it will only take a few years for them to become extremely terrifying. But based on the performance of this zombie, it is still quite difficult for them to break through the stage. For example, he is stuck at level 19.9, cannot make any progress, and the improvement speed is much slower. But it doesn't matter. Theoretically, the strongest zombie in Hiching City is dead, and I can let myself go from now on. Huh? Ming-Su took a deep breath, then without hesitation, dug out the evolution crystal behind the zombie's head. After getting it, it was completely different. This evolution crystal is pink. Very good. I like the color, Ming-Su said calmly. And at the same time, small gold characters appeared in front of him. Evolution Gem. Introduction. A gem obtained from the genetic training of a certain alien civilization, produced in the body of an organism, parasitizing with the organism, and giving the organism a corresponding evolution system. Usage: chew, swallow with warm water, steam, stir-fry or boil. Please note that this item contains a virus. After taking it, you will have a 99% chance of getting a severe cold and a 1% chance of getting a near-death state. After taking it, you will get 1.5 breakthrough points. Both the introduction and the effect are the same as other evolution crystals. The only difference is his name, and 1.5 breakthrough points. Severe cold? Meng-Su took a deep breath and chuckled. He was going to exchange for super immune drugs and special cold medicine. Two-pronged approach. I don't think any severe cold you have can beat the drugs produced by these two systems. 1.5 point breakthrough point. Meng-Su will not go out for the next 3 days. Chapter 158 Evolution Second Stage. I am Little Gourd King Kong. Lin Yi hurried down from upstairs, wanting to do his part. He was still upstairs helping his sister, and the team leader named Shin Xiao Thao to set up the classroom, and suddenly his hair stood on end, feeling that there was great danger downstairs. Not long after the sense of danger came, he heard a burst of gunfire downstairs. According to the past situation, Lin Yi would have chosen to escape without hesitation. But now, Lin Yi hesitated. Here, he felt the feeling of reintegrating into society for the first time. This feeling was something he had not felt in the past month. Moreover, his sister was now happy. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi, who had always been a coward, resolutely rushed downstairs, intending to help the group and devote himself to the group until his death. For a moment, Lin Yi showed a resolute look. It can be seen that he was under a lot of pressure. However, when he arrived, everything had been settled. Hoo-hoo! Lin Yi rushed down from the upstairs panting. In order to be the fastest and avoid being attacked, he even carefully chose the stairs. However, when he arrived at the first floor, looking at the bloodstain on the first floor, his face turned pale. He carefully observed the surroundings, and finally found the trace of the invader in the hands of Chairman Ming. There was only a head left. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was extremely surprised. Although he didn't know what happened, when he saw the miserable appearance of the 3 zombie employees, who brought him a sense of oppression and the unprecedented fear brought to him by seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, he knew that the enemy this time was not simple. Such an enemy was easily torn apart by Chairman Ming, and his head was taken off? Lin Yi was shocked beyond words. He stared at Meng-Su blankly and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Meng, are you okay?" "It's okay." Meng-Su had already put away the evolution gem, and then casually took his closest brother's head aside. Yawned, "Of course I'm fine. It's just that other employees are in a terrible situation." After that, Meng-Su shook his head. And then he said loudly, "In today's battle, the 3 employees who made great contributions and were injured, Meng Xuanpeng, Li Xiang and Sherwaning, will take 15 days of paid leave. Sherwaning has shown everyone with her actions that she is also a good employee who can be trusted. Therefore, she will be released from the internship period and become a formal employee of the company's security department." Meng Xuanpeng fought bravely, and was upgraded from the group's fierce dog to the group's fierce wolf. His salary and benefits remain unchanged. Li Xiang is very good. His salary will increase by 2K, and he will be commended. After that, Meng-Su looked at Xiang Jinzhong, who only fired 1 shot, and seemed to have no impact on the battle situation. After thinking about it, he still said, "Xiang Jinzhong also did a good job, and all of them will be regular employees. Just consider it as buying a horse bone with a lot of money." This is Meng-Su, rewards for merit, punishments for faults, pays wages on time, compensation for employees who die. Do you have such a boss? He is so honest and sincere. After hearing Meng-Su's words, Lin Yi didn't know what to say for a moment. "So you have nothing wrong, and you are leisurely giving other employees promotions and salary increases?" For a moment, Lin Yi didn't know what to say, just stood here awkwardly. All I can say is, when Lin Yi showed a resolute look, Meng-Su had already solved the battle, and started to laugh. "You did a good job." Meng-Su praised Lin Yi, and said kindly, "You don't have to come down so quickly next time, you're pig. I have other uses for your brain." Lin Yi's fighting ability is not high. He relies on his ability to avoid disasters, and seek good fortunes to maintain the situation. This is a good mascot. It can even allow Lin Yi to travel with a team of people, without any obstacles, without needing to be around. But his fighting level, Meng-Su must admit that he has some, but not much. The mutant zombies kill him at will. Meng-Su then instructed Lin Yi, "It's just right that you're here. Wait a minute, and notify the people upstairs to clean up here. Remember to take precautions, and don't get contaminated by the zombie blood." After that, Ming Su went straight upstairs, planning to go to the office on the 15th floor to start taking the evolution gym. Looking at Ming Su's back, Lin Yi was amazed. After killing such a powerful enemy, Mr. Ming went upstairs as if nothing had happened. He is so strong. Lin Yi's eyes were full of admiration, as if he regarded Ming Su as his idol in life, and his eyes were full of fanboys. His restless heart was excited once, and some tissues deep in his genes seemed to be changing. His superpowers were slowly improving. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yi calmed down his excited heart, and then looked at the messy situation around him. He took the initiative to walk towards Xiang Jinzhong and said to Xiang Jinzhong, "Brother Xiang, where are the brooms and mops? Why bother other brothers and sisters with such dirty and tiring work? I, Lin Yi, can do it alone." For a moment, Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit, as if he had awakened some kind of destiny. Awakened the ability of a chosen worker. Good. Very energetic. After hearing Lin Yi's voice, Xiang Jinzhong came to his senses, praised Lin Yi greatly, and then pointed in the direction of the utility room. As for him, he sat on a chair, and from the drawer of a table in a room similar to a security room, he took out a pack of cigarettes that looked like some unknown brand, and took out a lighter with trembling arms, and lit the cigarette 2 or 3 times. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Xiang Jinzhong blew out the smoke ring, and his mood was relieved a lot. Lin Yi was a rookie, and he didn't see the scene just now, so he didn't have anything to do, but was full of fighting spirit. Xiang Jinzhong, on the other hand, really saw it. What kind of monster is that? Shotguns are completely useless to him. Xiang Jinzhong was very shocked, and he hasn't recovered yet. He smoked a cigarette to relieve his inner emotions. As a man who had served in the army, he understood the role of firearms. Before the battle, he thought that the shotgun might not be so effective against the zombies. But after actually participating in the battle, he found that not only was it not so effective, it was simply useless, with almost 0 damage. Just tickling the zombies. This did not make Xiang Jinzhong lose all his fighting spirit. It was just that he was not so 100% confident in the firearm in his hand. Next time, we can consider asking Chairman Ming to introduce tanks and grenade launchers. Xiang Jinzhong thought to himself, and suddenly thought of something very scary. The zombies that shotguns could not do anything to were easily beheaded by Chairman Ming. Doesn't that mean that Chairman Ming is more terrifying than the zombies? Thinking of this, Xiang Jinzhong shuddered. Chairman Ming is simply a monster in human skin. Perhaps for Chairman Ming, every time he goes on a business trip, he is really on a business trip. And for the zombies at the business trip location, that would be a devastating blow. Right? Xiang Jinzhong smoked another cigarette, and after he felt a little relieved, he stood up, and with weak legs, he moved over, wanting to clean up the blood and stone fragments on the ground with Lin Yi. Doing a good job in logistics is more important than anything else. Peace Building, 15th floor. Chairman's office. Ming Su sat in the office chair, holding a pink evolution gem in his hand, and on the table in front of him, there were 2 more pills. A small blue pill, a small white pill. I can only say that the points are sped very quickly, and I can't save them at all. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu are now sitting on the leather sofa very relaxed, one on the far right, the other on the far left. They both hold a cat in their arms. Jiang Xiaqiu holds the black cat full of fighting spirit, and Qi Liu holds a calico cat. The black cat, which was originally very fighting spirited and fearless, trembles in Jiang Xiaqiu's hands, and dares not move, and the energetic calico cat is also as quiet as a little lady in Qi Liu's hands. This is the power brought by the zombies' pressure, making them tremble. And the last skinny little orange cat was handed over to Enchiu by Ming Su. Coincidentally, Little Orange is also an ordinary cat. For Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu, the cat-shaped piece of meat in their arms is so boring, but after all, this is also given to them by Ming Su, so they will naturally cherish it. And Xiu is not in the office. She is in the waiting room outside the office on the 15th floor. With Enchiu, in addition to the orange cat, there is also a whole medical team of peace and order. Lao Taiyao, Zhang Qin, Yu Jiajun, Li Wanhai and Che Meiping, all the medical staff, were standing by the door, waiting for the order to enter the room and observe the situation. Although their departments were slightly inconsistent, and there were even medical students who were still in school. But this was the best medical team that Peace Order could find at present. Everything was ready. Meng Su in the office took a deep breath, swallowed the blue pill, and then bit off the pink ball like evolution gem. The pink ball melted instantly in Meng Su's mouth. It really melted in his mouth, giving him a cool feeling. Like silk. It spread all over his taste buds. What a strange taste. A bit like ice cream. And a bit like cotton candy? If the taste of the evolution crystal is like jelly, then the taste of this evolution gem is softer than jelly. And it tastes better. However, Meng Su was not confused by its taste. The moment he took the evolution gem, he quickly picked up the small white pill on the table and swallowed it directly without warm water. You have taken the evolution gem. You have gained 1.5 breakthrough points. Your current breakthrough point is 1.5 points. Looking at his somewhat shabby breakthrough points, Meng Su couldn't help but smile lightly. Before he could take any action, a feeling of fatigue came over his brain, making Meng Su feel very sleepy. A feeling of catching a cold came over him, making Meng Su feel a little uncomfortable. This feeling is a little unpleasant. It took Meng Su back to the time when countless seasons changed, when he did not keep warm well and experienced the uncomfortable and disgusting scene. At my level, I'm already like this. If an ordinary person eats it, wouldn't it directly turn into a mutated zombie of level 10 or 12? Meng Su couldn't help but sigh at the serious side effects of this evolution gem. This is when he took two system-produced drugs. If not, Meng Su didn't dare to think about what his situation would be like now. He would probably be lying in bed unable to move. Right? Meng Su suppressed the fatigue in his heart and chose to hit points. Allocate 1 breakthrough point to physical fitness. At 26 points, the second 4 choice can be opened, and the second stage will be entered. After that, Meng Su will have to develop evenly, and also increase the spirit to 26, and then continue to increase the physical fitness. Comprehensive development, balanced development, will not cause any problems. After all, Meng Su does not know what it will look like once it develops abnormally. Strengthening successful. Your current physical strength is 26. You have discovered the secret of physical evolution. And you can currently choose 2 of the following 4 blessings. Strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. Your strength will be greatly enhanced. And you will have inhuman strength. Riding the wind, your speed will be enhanced like the wind. And you will easily become a human myth. The so-called world record in front of you is a complete joke. Indestructible body, your skin will turn into a copper wool. And ordinary rifles will not be able to break your defense at all. You will have an indestructible body, excluding internal organs. Excessive indulgence will have a price to pay. Extended life. Recover all injuries and illnesses in the body. And extend life by 20 years. Looking at these 4 options, Meng Su was stunned. Although Meng Su had seen 3 of the 4 options before, he did not complain, but was surprised. Because I could choose 2 this time? Surprise? I could only describe Meng Su's mood at the moment. What choice is old-fashioned and repetitive? The system is perfunctory. It doesn't matter. Being able to choose twice is the best of the best. Great. No need to say more. Happily, Meng Su began to choose his blessing this time. Without any hesitation, Meng Su said directly, I choose Dewa and Sanhua. Dewa is extremely powerful. Sanhua is indestructible. From today on, I am the little King Kong. As for why I didn't choose to run fast, it doesn't matter. I have a motorcycle. What era is it now? Do you still run on your legs? Although it is faster and more convenient than a motorcycle, it is not an irreplaceable product. And, based on the current situation, Meng Su is now facing zombies in most situations. All around, the dense zombies are scalp-numbing. Although for Meng Su, this is just like Dynasty Warriors. Lu Bu is about to start mowing down the unparalleled with his ultimate move. But there are often some mutant zombies hidden among them, which makes Meng Su very annoyed. Once a zombie transformed from the Chosen One hides in the zombie horde, it will be a real problem. What if there are 10 zombies of Peng Ting's level hiding? We have to be on guard. This is why Meng Su chose the great strength of the eldest child, and the indestructibility of the third child. The choice was successful. A simple line of small gold-plated characters appeared in front of Meng Su. The next second, Meng Su felt a comfortable and warm current that was difficult to describe in words spread throughout his body. Meng Su felt warm all over. And there was a feeling of becoming a master. Woohoo! Meng Su took a deep breath, and couldn't help but shout out in comfort, I am the little gourd King Kong. He smiled. But soon, after the warm current faded, Meng Su only felt endless dizziness. The backlash of the cold had come. The contrast between before and after was too great, so that Meng-su instantly felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Chow. Meng-su cursed in a low voice, then cleared his hoarse throat, and shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in." In an instant, the peaceful and orderly medical staff walked in. Looking at Meng-su's condition, the 5 medical staff were stunned. Although they were not doctors from related departments, catching a cold was a basic skill for them, especially for Lao Taitao, an infectious disease teacher. So, Lao Taitao stepped forward and skillfully reported the names of several medicines. Yu Jiajun, a nurse who was rescued from the hospital, quickly took out several medicines from the medicine box. After careful comparison, she found a bottle of 4 drip and said to Meng-su timidly, "Chairman Meng, your illness is very serious, and you need an 4 drip. Please stretch out your hand." It can be seen that Yu Jiajun was very nervous in the face of Meng-su, the killing god. Seeing this, Meng-su couldn't help but smile, and then said, "Don't be nervous. Just treat me as a normal patient. There's no need to do this." Meng-su's words seemed to be a magic spell. After hearing Meng-su's words, Yu Jiajun was no longer nervous. Then she carefully picked up the needle and tied Meng-su's hand with a rubber belt, intending to find the location of the blood vessel. However, this banana belt didn't work at all. For a moment, Yu Jiajun was stunned, but she still relied on her experience to give the needle. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and the needle was tilted, and it could not penetrate Meng-su's arm at all. Seeing this, Yu Jiajun was stunned, and Meng-su suddenly realized, "I just chose Vidra Indestructible. But even if I didn't choose Vidra Indestructible, to be honest, it wouldn't have much effect. After all, my physical strength was very strong before. Even if the fruit knife stabbed straight at me, it would at most leave a white spot on Meng-su's body." This small needle, for Meng-su, was not painful at all, and failed to penetrate the epidermal defense. Yu Jiajun was in a panic, and the 3 doctors and a medical student behind her were all stunned. After a while, Che Meiping said, "Xiao Li, you go. Our orthopedic doctors are very strong." Yes, orthopedic doctors are very strong. Otherwise they can't break the bones. When Che Meiping was young, she was a famous strongman in the hospital. Since Yu Jiajun couldn't get in, let the orthopedic doctor come. German orthopedics are famous, but they may not be as good as them. Seeing Che Meiping's confident look, Meng-su shook his head. Family members know their own business, let alone Che Meiping. Normal humans cannot hurt themselves. The only one who can hurt themselves is Li Xiang, and it can only be a minor injury, and serious injury is basically impossible. As for all the opponents Meng-su has met so far, they cannot seriously injure Meng-su, except for a severe cold. This is true. Meng-su felt a little dizzy, and then took a deep breath, and casually said, "You just prescribed 2 oral medicines. I will rest for 2 days, don't worry." Although it seems that the 100 poisons invulnerable is a little behind the version, its recovery ability is undoubtedly much faster, so Meng-su believes that it should be able to return to normal in the next 2 days. Moreover, the reason why Meng-su dared to take it now, and put himself in a weak period was entirely because he had received the promise from Peng Ting. In the past few days, he would stay nearby, so the chosen ones in Zongyang County would not choose to attack him at this time. They stopped all actions against him. What could Meng-su say about this? This is your own decision, and it has nothing to do with me. As for other employees coming over, then they can come as usual. For those ordinary criminals, even if Meng-su does not take action, he can still let his employees kill them. He only needs to do a good job of screening. Thinking of this, Meng-su yawned and felt a little sleepy. Looking at the medical staff in front of him, who were discussing the medicine for him, Meng-su was very patient. When dealing with doctors, one should be patient. You can't just make trouble with the doctor. It's not good. Soon, they provided Meng-su with a perfect treatment plan. Meng-su didn't understand it either, but he was immune to all poisons. Even the zombie virus couldn't infect him. So Meng-su didn't worry even if the wrong medicine was prescribed. "Okay, I'm going to take a rest. You guys go." Meng-su yawned, a little tired, and lay on the spring bed in the office, waving his hand casually, asking the medical staff to go back and rest. After hearing what Meng-su said, the 5 medical staff didn't know what to say. Treating Meng-su made them feel like the imperial doctors who treated the terminally ill emperors in ancient times. They were afraid that Mr. Meng would be moody and suddenly beat them to death. Of course, This possibility was very small. After all, although Mr. Ming was a little crazy and looked mentally unstable, all his actions were just, and he would not kill innocent people. Although they all knew it, they were still afraid. There was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't control it. By the way, if you have nothing to do, you can give the new employees a temporary first aid training course. Although Meng Su was very sleepy, he still said casually, at the same time, give them some psychological counseling. This should have been done by me. But I am a patient after all, so I can't give them psychological counseling. You can do it for me. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, it's a good thing you are sick. If you provide psychological counseling to these new employees, oh my goodness, our Peace Order group can be renamed Peace Order Mental Hospital. After all the employees are mentally ill. Che Maiping nodded, and immediately said kindly and amiably, okay. Mr. Meng, leave this to us. Seeing Che Maiping say this, Meng Su felt much more relieved. And Xiaoyu had been watching from the side, very worried about Meng Su's current situation, but considering that Meng Su needed to rest now, so Xiaoyu could only hold the little orange cat, and reluctantly left the office on the 15th floor, leaving Meng Su a relatively quiet rest environment. After everyone left, the door of the office was closed. Meng Su also laid down comfortably immediately, his eyelids fighting, and began to sleep. Qi Liu and Jiang Xiaqiu looked at each other, looking at Meng Su's situation, and after hesitating for a moment, they actually said a word, go? Yes. Yes. Jiang Xiaqiu also stumbled and answered Qi Liu. It seems that with the consent of his companions, Qi Liu's confidence has increased greatly. This feeling is like instigating his desk mate to climb over the wall with him to go to the internet cafe. Going it alone is a bit daunting. But once you have an accomplice, you feel fearless, and even if you are caught, it doesn't matter. The two women tiptoed over, and the kittens in their arms fell to the ground without warning, which made them both stunned. Little black cat. Calico cat, meow meow meow. What's going on? They were confused by the fall, and could only hide in the corner, and observe secretly. Meng Su, who was confused, vaguely felt that two half-eyes bodies were leaning towards him, as if they were pulling his clothes or something, which made Meng Su feel a lot of softness. This feeling surprised Meng Su, but he didn't think too much about it. TSK. What's going on? How could I have such a dream? Forget it. Let's rest first. Sleep. A shroud of darkness enveloped the entire city, and the strange cries of zombies penetrated this dead night. There were only a few stars twinkling in the sky, as if the world had left them. And the ruins and dilapidated buildings on the streets also looked even more eerie and terrifying under the moonlight. This once bustling street is now completely different. The windows of the shops on both sides are broken. The doors are open, and the messy shelves and goods inside have obviously been robbed. The bloodstains left by the zombies or survivors have slowly formed into black clots, which looks even more disgusting. At this moment, a figure is slowly approaching the street, wearing a loose military uniform, with a solemn face and a pistol in his hand. The pistol is equipped with a silencer, but there will still be a loud noise after firing, which will also attract the attention of the zombies. So he will not shoot unless it is absolutely necessary. After detecting the situation on the street, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly returned to the original route, and came to a pet hospital. He walked in quietly, and in the dark corner of the pet hospital, he saw a team of fully armed elites. Judging from their attire, they seemed to be special police officers. It's safe ahead, and we can keep going. The soldier who went to explore the way whispered to the man who seemed to be the captain. The situation here is very strange, and there are too many dead zombies. Could they be attracted by the cries of the special infected? The captain asked in a low voice. If that's the case, we must find out the location of the special infected in time to prevent them from connecting together and forming a zombie tide. No. The ground is full of zombie corpses, and there are many more besides. The soldier thought about it, and tried his best to let. He thought of words that were easier to describe, and said, some rotten food. Rotten food? The captain shook his head. It's been a month. It's normal for food to rot. No, it's not normal, the soldier said. Beside every zombie corpse, there is a set of food, and some are even stuffed into the zombie's mouth. It's really weird. Hearing this, the captain immediately became alert and whispered without hesitation. Remember this area. It is suspected that the feeding monster mentioned by the Zombie Research Institute has appeared. This monster is A-level dangerous. Please pay attention. Captain, what should we do? A team member asked in a low voice. Avoid fighting with him. Continue to advance carefully. Our mission this time is to find out whether the content of the leaflets is true, whether the peace order really exists, and don't make trouble. The captain took a deep breath, and then whispered, since the surroundings are safe, let's rest tonight. 6 people in a group. Take turns to keep watch. And Group A will rest. Yes. Zhangyang County. In the county gymnasium. 7 people sat on the steps, calmly looking at the chosen one named Chi who had just returned, and immediately asked, Chiemo, why did you cancel the operation? What happened? Where is Mr. Peng? Hearing someone asking him, the chosen one named Chiemo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, the peace order information is wrong. The boss of that group, Meng Su, is an evolver, and his evolution level is very high, far higher than the 8 of us, and should be about the same as Mr. Peng. The reason why he distributed flyers was to trick people over, transform them into zombies, and then transform them into his own zombie guards. Yes, he is a zombie lord type guy, and he is quite scary. Mr. Peng stayed there, intending to persuade Chairman Meng to join. After hearing Chimo's words, the other 7 people were silent. A student who seemed to be young was a little dissatisfied and shouted, is that what you think? Or is that what Mr. Peng thinks? This student was very unhappy with Chimo, and he looked down on Chimo. The reason was very simple. Chimo's name sounded a bit like the final exam, and he was very tired of the final exam. Looking at this student, Chimo snorted coldly, and said coldly, of course, it was Mr. Peng who said that. If you don't agree, you can ask it yourself. Chimo also looked down on this little beast. Before the apocalypse, this little bastard and his 2 companions often bullied others in school. In the early morning of the apocalypse, they also killed a classmate they disliked. However, at the same time when they killed their classmates, the zombie apocalypse came, and red light fell from the sky. His 2 companions turned into zombies, but he did not turn into a zombie immediately. However, he was also chosen by the Lord and given the energy of gluttony. So, he beat his 2 classmates to death on the spot and ate them. Yes, I ate it. This little beast has strange abilities. Its main feature is to eat zombie corpses with one hand. After eating, it can slowly become stronger. It is a growth type chosen one, and it will not be infected. It is really strange. It is similar to the abilities of some zombies. On weekdays, Peng Ting takes good care of him, but Chimo can't stand this disgusting thing. Okay. Since it's Mr. Peng's idea, we won't say anything. A long-haired woman smiled gently, holding a zombie child in her arms. With a doting look in her eyes, Mr. Peng is not here. Let me command here. Gather a wave of zombies. Then don't waste it. My child found 3 gathering places of survivors with more than 50 people on the map. Let the zombies destroy them. Li Mahjong. Don't you want to see your brother Peng? After destroying these 3 survivor camps, if your brother Peng hasn't come back yet, you can go to the peace order and see how your brother Peng and Chairman Meng are talking. The student immediately said, okay. Chapter 159. The monster you are talking about seems to be me. For 3 consecutive days, Meng Su was recuperating on the rooftop. The employees in this building were also very confused and went back to the dormitory to sleep every night and went back during the day. It was originally agreed that the experience would only last for 1 day, but because Director Meng had a cold, they had a free experience for 3 days. After 3 days, Meng Su's condition had completely improved. But this feeling of recovery gave Meng Su a very strange feeling. After sleeping every night, he would feel energetic the next day and felt that his recovery progress had increased a lot. And every night, there were 2 cold and soft things hovering around him. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu who pretend nothing happened every day. This made Meng Su a little confused. Could it be that sleeping with a zombie sister can restore energy and improve recovery speed? Then I can choose a cool one who is immune to all poisons. And then I can open a zombie harem. Although he was very confused and puzzled, Meng Su expressed his respect. He decided to conduct experiments in the future. Practice is the only truth to test everything. Meng Su likes to do experiments the most. Based on the observations of the past 3 days, Meng Su also found that whether it was Qi Liu or Jiang Xiaqiu, their intelligence levels were now very high, equivalent to a child of a few years old. While Li Xiang and Qi Wei's intelligence was not high, but they were a little bit equivalent to a kitten or puppy with a lower IQ. As for the group's fierce dog, no. Now it should be called the group's fierce wolf. He is a real dog. Nothing to say. So, the factor that determines the improvement of IQ. Is it living with oneself day and night? Meng Su fell into deep thought. Or it was not himself, but frequent communication with humans. Living with them day and night? Thinking of this, Meng Su thought that he still had a goal that could be achieved. Sherwaning. First, she is a woman. Second, she is a zombie. Finally, her zombie level is almost the same as Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu, or even higher. According to the control variable method, everything is in line. Very good. The next step is to recruit an employee who dares to die, to get along with Sherwaning day and night, to see if Sherwaning will improve her IQ by getting along with humans. Meng Su nodded, and wrote down the perfect experimental steps in the notebook in front of him. The only problem with the experiment now is that there is only one. Where can we find such a volunteer? Meng Su thought about it for a while, and decided to ask his employees at work tomorrow, to see if there are any volunteers among the employees. Employees of the second business group, anyone who is willing to be this volunteer. Team members are promoted to deputy team leaders are promoted to team leaders are promoted to deputy managers are promoted to managers are still managers, their status is as stable as Mount Tai, and they have the opportunity to serve as managers of other departments. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, stood up, and moved his wrists and ankles. I have to say, since the end of the world, I haven't lived such a comfortable and ordinary life for a long time. This kind of life is quite interesting. The sun is setting, and the golden light fills the sky. Meng Su stands in front of the window on the 15th floor, gazing at the scenery outside the window, and his heart is filled with endless emotion. 3 more days have passed, and the next salary payment day is getting closer and closer. Meng Su took a deep breath, and looked through the window, looking at the wall that had begun to be built up gradually, full of relief. Hu Guangqing is a capable old man. According to this situation, as long as the supply of raw materials can keep up, a high wall to block zombies can be built in less than half a month. As for the supply of raw materials, Meng Su has no worries. In Wuyang City, Meng Su borrowed 10 million sponsorship funds from a big boss. With more than 10 million, it should be enough to build the entire wall. If more than 10 million cannot be completed, the inspection department must be established. There is definitely corruption. 10 million to build a wall, and it is not repaired well. Do you think it is the anti-smuggling isolation wall of the United States? No matter what others think. Meng Su is very energetic now. It's time to get off work. And some employees have already left work and moved to the dormitory. Meng Su looked from the 15th floor, and the employees looked like small black dots, which appeared in Meng Su's sight, which really made Meng Su feel a little interesting. It's almost done. Let's upgrade the peace building tonight. Meng Su stretched his muscles calmly, and suddenly thought of his mansion in the spring breeze. Strictly speaking, it was Wang Wuzhong's mansion, but he inherited it from Wang Wuzhong in a peaceful way. I haven't been back for a long time. After upgrading the peace building, I will go back to Chunfengli to have a look. Meng Su muttered to himself, turned around and looked at Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, smiled lightly, and then said loudly, let's go downstairs. Qi Liao. Jiang Xiaqiu naturally had no objection, followed Meng Su, and took the elevator to the first floor with Meng Su. Although the first floor has been cleaned up, the signs of the original battle still exist, and cannot be washed away. The cracked stone pattern on the ground, the smashed glass door, all of this, all indicate the battle that once took place here. Meng Su shook his head, and came to the building in front with the 2 girls, and called up the system panel. Are you sure you want to upgrade the peace building? After this upgrade, Building A and Building B of the peace building will be strengthened in terms of earthquake resistance, and will be replaced with new bulletproof glass, anti-theft doors, marble floors, etc. Sure, Meng Su said calmly. As Meng Su spoke, soon, the building changed visibly. Their exterior walls suddenly showed an incredible brilliance, just like the finishing touch in a neon cooking animation. After one stroke, the entire glass began to be replaced visibly. The walls that were originally peeling and covered with ivy began to look brand new at this moment, and the potholes on the ground on the first floor also began to be smoothed out slowly. Whether it was Building A or Building B, at this moment, They all turned into a brand new scene. Not bad. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then said to Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu, "Let's go to the underground garage, drive to Chunfengli to stay for a night, as a farewell to this place and that place." Meng Su planned to go there, cancel the home system from there, and change it to Heping Community. After all, although Chunfengli is a luxury house, it is too far away and too luxurious, which is not conducive to Meng Su's fine tradition of hard work. So, Meng Su decided to share happiness with the people, as the chairman of the group, live in Heping Community with employees. Touched, Meng Su felt that he was so great that he could become one of the top 10 chairmen in Hiching City. After taking a deep breath, Meng Su came to the underground garage and immediately found his beloved Audi A8. He took out the key without hesitation and opened the door. However, as soon as Meng Su got in the car, a large string of words suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. How can a perfect life not have a pleasant journey? As a perfect existence with many female friends. Take your female friends out for a trip. After all, you have only one confidant, and Chiou. So it is really touching. I hope I can make more friends this time. And have a second confidant. Triggering task, traveling with a beauty. Task requirements. Bring at least 5 friends of the opposite sex to a tourist attraction for a trip. Requires that the 5 people's satisfaction with this trip is above 60, then the task is considered completed. Basic task rewards. Spirit value +1, breakthrough point +0.5, cash +100, 000, points +30, other mysterious prizes. Task rewards depend on the satisfaction of friends of the opposite sex. The higher the satisfaction, the better the reward. Meng Su? Looking at this suddenly triggered task, Meng Su was a little confused. What is this? What are the other mysterious prizes? It was a bit unexpected, but this kind of task form is quite novel. To be honest, Meng Su has never seen it before. Qi Liao, Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Wei, Shi Wanning. Adding any ordinary zombie employee, or in Chiou, Shen Zhaozhao, Zhang Qin or even Che Meiping, there is no problem. But considering the satisfaction, Meng Su thinks it is better to bring zombie employees out. After all, there are a lot of things to do with human employees. When I was a snack stand owner, it was all bad reviews given by human customers, and zombie customers would only give good reviews by default. Thinking of this, Meng Su was not in a hurry to travel with beauty, but planned to put it aside for the time being, and wait until I cleared the chosen ones here. After all, Peng Ting is dead, but his men are still alive. They may find out Peng Ting is dead at any time, which may lead to revenge. Meng Su wants to prevent this from happening, so after completing the immigration procedures in Chunfengli tonight, Meng Su plans to wait for an opportunity to go to Zongyang County to see if he can strike first and defeat the enemy. Even if he cannot wipe out the opponent, it is also good to kill a few key C positions in advance. Everyone who has played the game knows that. If you can catch a single person before the team fight, you should do it. The opponent has fewer people, and it is easier to win the team fight. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded in satisfaction with his decision, feeling that he was really a good fighter, and was worthy of being a player of the silver rank. Ah, if I had joined the army, I would have been a marshal now. Right? Meng Su was satisfied, and then stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the company at a gust of lightning. The speed was not bad. At the same time when Meng Su drove out of the company, Zhang Lunping yawned. On the 5th floor of Unit 2 of Building 2, feeling a little bored, Zhou Yanni sat on the bed, her expression filled with joy, carefully wiping the ashes around her, and muttering to Zhang Lunping, "Old Zhang, we have to hurry up. More and more people are coming to join the company. We are the veterans. Now the allocation of houses is still in the hands of Xiaoshen and me. Let's quickly pick a good house, and buy it all at once. With our salaries, we can take over the house in just a few years. By then," Zhou Yanni muttered. She chose the 5th floor. The reason is very simple. Today is different from the past. In the past, people liked the 2nd and 3rd floors because they were stairs, so it was easy to go upstairs. However, based on the experience when the zombies first came, the higher the floor, the safer it is suddenly, because if the zombies attack a building, they will start from the 1st floor. They live on the highest floor and will be the last to die. Although it is also troublesome to run. Listening to his wife's nagging, Zhang Lunping did not feel annoyed, but stood on the balcony smoking and thinking about his future plans. As the saying goes, the real and the fake. The real and the fake. Although I am a company veteran, I have always been a small team leader. When Yuan, who joined the company later than me, has become the deputy manager of the civil engineering department, which can be said to be very successful. After all, the civil engineering department, there is no manager so far. So this manager Wen Yuan can be said to have the most power among human employees. This makes Zhang Luanping very anxious. After all, it was obviously me first. The only two zombie employees in the company who are more qualified than me are Shen Zhaozhao, Qi Wei, and Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is dead, and I can be said to be employee number 003. I must do something. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping took a deep breath, calmed himself as much as possible, and then said, "You are right. Report it tomorrow. We will be the first to buy the most expensive one." I think Chairman Meng attaches great importance to this matter. Zhang Luanping talked freely, and Zhou Yanni was stunned. She was just path dependent, just wanted to buy a house. How did it get to the chairman's great real estate construction? Zhou Yanni shook her head, dispelling this weird thought. It doesn't matter, just buy a house. Zhou Yanni smiled lightly. And at this moment, she suddenly found that her husband was standing blankly on the balcony, looking at the two buildings not far away. Zhou Yanni saw this, and said helplessly, "What's wrong?" "Look, the company building, has it changed?" Zhang Luanping said uncertainly. After hearing Zhang Luanping's words, Zhou Yanni looked carefully and found that it was indeed a little different. Zhou Yanni also took a breath of cold air. It was indeed very different. Although the building was still the same building, it gave the couple a feeling of grandeur and solemnity. This strange feeling lingered in their hearts, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Mr. Meng, you are a god," Zhang Luanping exclaimed, and then said, "Write the application today, and we will buy a house immediately. It will be too late if we don't buy it now. Who knows when the community house they bought will become like this. We must buy it. Not to mention supporting Mr. Meng. This is definitely a wait for appreciation." Meng Su didn't know the many thoughts in the employees' minds, but with the help of Zhang Qingyang and some zombie employees on guard, he successfully drove out of the company and headed towards the spring breeze. It can only be said that Zhang Qingyang is too dedicated. He was still on guard in the middle of the night. Meng Su didn't know what to say. He could only say he really is, "I'm crying, hurry up and find someone to take over." Meng Su encouraged him for a while, and then felt that it was time for him to plan the candidates for the company's departments. But not now. As Meng Su's car drove, soon, many zombies rushed out from the left and right, surrounding Meng Su's car. What made Meng Su even more helpless was that the road that was unobstructed 2 weeks ago was now blocked by traffic and several cars. What the hell is going on? And why do the zombies around seem to be increasing? Where did they come from? Automatically refreshed. Meng Su was very confused. Meng Su could guarantee that he had cleaned up this street before, but now there are many more zombies. It's not that Meng Su finds it troublesome, but he is curious about the source of these zombies. After all, this is not a game, and zombies can't spawn on the spot. Roar! Pa! Pa! Meng Su heard the roar of zombies, and various sounds of hitting the windows. Seeing this, Meng Su took out the black cleaver from his co-pilot seat without hesitation, opened the car door immediately, frowned, and cursed, "Fuck! Each of you has hands and you have no hands and feet. But having no hands and feet should not be a reason for you to commit fraud. What's wrong? You failed to commit fraud and turned to robbery? You don't have a job and money now. Right? It doesn't matter. I, Meng Su, have always been eager to help others, and I am the charity ambassador of Haching City. I will help you get rid of this situation." Blood splattered, and broken limbs flew everywhere. The zombies rushed over, but they were like tofu blocks, and were easily chopped down by Meng Su. Just as Meng Su was chopping the zombies, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu had already opened the car door, got out of the car, and then quickly and neatly solved the zombies together. Jiang Xiaqiu still held the exquisite short blade, and Qi Liao got a set of brass knuckles from somewhere, and each punch caused an explosive wound. It was really terrifying, and had a very violent aesthetic. Together with Jiang Xiaqiu, it was really smooth and pleasing to the eye. It's a bit like the Xiaoyao sect. Soon, the zombies that surged around were chopped and killed by Meng Su, and some were cleaned up. There were about 100 of them. Most of them were level 3, level 4, not level 0, level 1 ordinary zombies. Meng-Su picked up the bodies of these zombies, and found that 3 or 4 of them were wearing a uniform, seemingly night shift staff in a shopping mall. Meng-Su checked and found that this shopping mall was from Zongyang County. TSK. Meng-Su snorted, and instantly knew where these zombies came from. So, the zombies in Zongyang County should be what Peng Ting said before. They originally planned to destroy the group with a zombie tide. Zongyang County is far away from Qingnan District. If they wandered here naturally, then it would be too coincidental. It is only possible that someone deliberately drove them here. And such a small number, obviously, is not the number that a zombie tide should have. So, it can only be the remnants after the zombie tide evacuated. After all, not all zombie tides can accurately take away all zombies. There are always a few zombies left. These should be the remaining zombies. After Meng-Su cleared the zombies on the street, he looked at the cars that blocked his way, and was about to use his unparalleled strength to lift them up and throw them aside. Suddenly, he felt several pairs of eyes staring at him from a distance, which made Meng-Su feel very uncomfortable. It was just uncomfortable, but it did not trigger Meng-Su's killing intent. Meng-Su looked up at the densely packed area, and found several figures in a 3-story building with a wide field of vision, at a distance of about 200 to 300 meters. Some were in front of the 3rd-floor windows, some were lying on the rooftops. Their angles were very tricky, and the positions they chose could cover the entire street. It could be said to be the top positions. When Meng-Su saw the outfits of these figures, he was a little surprised for a moment, and blurted out subconsciously, "I'm Super FB." Halfway through, Meng-Su felt something was wrong. On the land under his feet, there was no such thing as the FBI, and this so-called FBI would never be so rampant in this land, unless they wanted to become 500,000. So, Meng-Su's eyes were like torches, and he immediately recognized the other party's identity. Fully armed, with a sniper rifle? They should be from the safe zone. Why would people from the safe zone appear here? Are they here to monitor the inexplicable zombie tide in Jiangnam District? After thinking about it, Meng-Su chose to greet them in a friendly manner. Thinking of this, Meng-Su raised his hand, smiled at the direction 350 meters away, matched his lips, and said hello. After that, Meng-Su turned around and said, "Xiaoqiu, Lu Yao, you two come with me. But don't go up. If anything happens, remember to come to support me from different angles." Although, Meng-Su is very confident in his current strength. After getting the power of 9 oxen and 2 tigers and the indestructible body, this sniper rifle did not even trigger the killing intention perception. Nor did it make Meng-Su feel dangerous. However, one must be on guard against others, and always keep a hand. Otherwise, you may not know how you died. After hearing Meng-Su's instructions, Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu said they had no objection and understood what Meng-Su meant. Seeing their expressions, Meng-Su was a little surprised. "Did you understand?" I understand. Jiang Xiaoqiu spoke incoherently, and Qi Liu nodded, looking at Meng-Su with a contemptuous look of "You think we are idiots." From this look, it seems that the two of them are ready to use their status as Harvard graduate students and graduate students from top domestic universities to suppress Meng-Su, who has ordinary academic qualifications. Seeing this, Meng-Su was speechless for a moment. "Are you starting to look down on me? Speak with your tongue straight. Although I can't compare with you in academic qualifications, I, Meng-Su, have never been afraid of anyone in terms of speaking skills." Okay. I know you are good at speaking." Meng-Su took a deep breath and didn't argue with the two girls. He just nodded and said, "In that case, let's follow the original plan and set off." After that, Meng-Su looked in that direction, and began to hold his head high and move forward confidently. He must move forward with vigor and strength, and make rapid progress. He must not bring shame to the peace order group. The target is moving towards us. It is basically confirmed that the target is a human being, and is determined to be an extremely powerful civilian supernatural being. Isn't it those beasts? Not sure, but those beasts have been active in Zongyang County and Finko City. Except for the attack incident, not too many have been found in Qingnan District. The special police who were monitoring Meng-Su were a little hesitant. They didn't know what to say about Meng-Su's arrival. Some people are afraid to use force. The difference between the superpowers and the chosen ones is not very big, at least in their eyes. They can't tell the difference at all. Some superpowers' abilities are useless. Perhaps from this point, we can see the difference between some superpowers and the chosen ones. However, for Meng-Su, they were a little surprised and hesitant. After all, more than 100 zombies rushed over. Their small team didn't dare to confront them head-on, and had to retreat. It's not that they can't be killed. There are only 100 targets. They have achieved excellent shooting results in peacetime with a large number of bullets. It's no problem to kill them. But the sound of gunfire is like the opening gongs and drums in a circus. As long as they are struck, the audience will flock to see how the clowns in the circus perform. And when their gunfire sounds, the zombies around will rush over as fast as possible. At that time, unless the zombies in the entire area are cleared, it will be difficult to move forward. They didn't bring so many bullets this time. Even if they killed one zombie with each bullet, they couldn't escape the zombies' clutches in the end. So, when they saw Meng-Su killing zombies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, they were all shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Whether it was the chosen ones or the psychics in the safe zone, they all appeared in groups and never fought alone. Even if they acted alone, they would mostly sneak in and never fight against 100 alone. Of course, ability is one thing, but courage is more important. After all, not everyone has the courage to face the zombies in isolation. Even if one has certain skills and strength, one will be subconsciously terrified. Therefore, they are particularly impressed and shocked by Meng-Su's strength, and they also attach great importance to him. If he is the chosen one, then everything is over. This Gyeongnam district is really weird. The captain of the special police looked at Meng-Su's figure, looking a little tired, and said helplessly, "Prepare a defensive formation. If he is one of those beasts, we would rather be annihilated than bury him here." Everyone nodded immediately. They have been in Gyeongnam district for the past few days, and have obtained a lot of information. Before leaving, they consulted many ordinary residents who came from Gyeongnam district and met many survivors in Gyeongnam district. Here, there are feeding monsters and grinning killers who are rated as dangerous at level A. The former likes to feed zombies with all kinds of food, which is extravagant and powerful. The latter always serves with a smile when taking action and asks the other party something. There are moral killing gods and mysterious superpowers who are rated as dangerous at level S. The former is extremely terrifying. Before killing the zombies, he was compassionate and said, "This is to prevent the homeless from being homeless." He has only appeared once so far, and was mentioned by 4 survivors. Moreover, a psychic in the bureau also confirmed his existence. The latter is a survivor who once killed an S-level mutant zombie. The information was also provided by a psychic in the bureau. It is said that he is highly similar to the feeding monster, and is suspected to be the same person. In addition, they also got new information in Gyeongnam district this time. A present seen by many survivors. Before departure, it was officially confirmed as SSS level, the current top-level existence, the only existence. Currently, it is temporarily named, the Dharma Carriage Zombie Venerable. Many survivors saw an extremely terrifying existence from a long distance, with dozens of zombies leading the way, and dozens of zombies guarding the rear. This zombie venerable sat on the Dharma carriage, majestic, and when walking, silver bells could be heard, giving people a splitting headache, and in the distance, it seemed that a burst of Sanskrit sound boasting about himself could be heard. Mainly active between Gyeongbuk and Gyeongnam, many survivors said with certainty that they had seen it, and many S-level zombies were suspected to be related to this zombie venerable. Although the researchers of the institute felt that there was some exaggeration in the words of these survivors, this zombie venerable most likely existed, because these survivors were not rescued from a camp, and the source of these survivors was concentrated near the Chinese hospital. It can be basically confirmed that the zombie master is near the Chinese hospital in Gyeongnam district. Their team of superpowers also went to investigate, but found nothing. They only saw some fragments of the Dharma chariot, and a SS-level zombie with its head removed. It was suspected that there was an internal fight among the zombies. The SS-level zombie was killed by the zombie master in a rage. It can be seen from this that the SSS level is well deserved. In addition, a motorcycle god of war has also appeared in Wyong City recently, and it seems that he has also been confirmed to be an SSS level existence. But it is still uncertain whether the news is true or not. As Meng-Su's steps got closer and closer, the captain's mood relaxed a lot. He even said to the team members around him, "What do you think? How strong is he? Can he compete with the zombie lord? How do we know?" The team members also relaxed a little, chuckled and said, "We have to wait until he comes. The main thing is that I don't know the strength of the zombie lord you are talking about." At this moment, a very calm voice appeared behind them. The appearance of this voice immediately startled everyone. Turning around, they saw Meng Su had already climbed the stairs, followed by two stiff-faced and sweaty soldiers behind him. Seeing this, the captain was horrified. He was only 300 meters away just now. It was less than 20 seconds. Right? How could he suddenly appear behind him? And he was not embarrassed or nervous. The captain was very surprised. But Meng Su, who had just arrived here, took it very seriously. Zombie Lord? There are such powerful zombies in Hiching City? I thought Peng Ting was powerful enough. But I didn't expect that this zombie lord was even more powerful. We have to be on guard. Hiching City does not allow such powerful zombies to exist. So, when the captain was stunned, Meng Su said decisively, "You are from the safe zone. Right? I am not interested in your mission. And I will not stop you from carrying out your mission. I just have one question. Which is, what's the matter with this zombie lord? Is there anything more powerful in Hiching City?" After that, Meng Su said, "We can exchange. I came from there. And I know a lot of information." Although for Meng Su at the moment, it is very easy to wipe out this fully armed team. But after all, Meng Su is still suspected to be a human being. And we cannot kill innocent people at will. Hearing Meng Su's words, the captain hesitated and struggled for a moment. He looked at Meng Su, and had already sensed the murderous aura emanating from Meng Su. He took a deep breath and raised his gun. At the same time, he said cautiously, "I am Wan Tianheng, the captain of the 1st Action Team of the 3rd Special Action Team of the Self-Help Guard Team of the Hiching Residence Self-Help Committee. I can answer your questions. But please understand that some of the content involves confidential information." Meng Su nodded casually. "I only need the scope of activities and specific circumstances. I don't want your secrets." Hearing what Meng Su said, Captain Wan took a deep breath and began to answer Meng Su. "Speaking of dangerous people in Qingnan District, there are quite a few. Mainly A-level feeding monsters, grinning killers, S-level moral killers, SS-level spiritual howlers, corpse baby mothers, and SSS-level magic zombie masters. Among them, the feeding monsters." Although Captain Wan was talking, he also looked at Meng Su very cautiously, especially the black-cut heavy axe in Meng Su's hand. This was just an ordinary information exchange. The two parties did not know each other, so Captain Wan was naturally alert. After all, their equipment was enough to cause a sensation in the end times. And listening to Captain Wan's information about these dangerous people, Meng Su, who had originally had a serious face and attached great importance to this, gradually became weird, and finally fell silent. These dangerous monsters he mentioned seemed to be so similar to me except for the spirit howler and the corpse infant mother, both in terms of combat record and range of activities. Meng Su fell silent for a moment. Seeing Meng Su silent, Captain Wan thought Meng Su was shocked by the information, and took a deep breath and advised, "There is no way. In this ghostly era, such monsters will emerge in an endless stream. We humans can only rely on ourselves." After Captain Wan comforted Meng Su, he immediately asked, "Okay, sir, we are going to the Science and Technology Innovation Building in Qingnan District, which is the location of the Peace Order Group on the flyer not long ago. Do you know the situation on this road?" For Chairman Meng Su of the Peace Order Group, "Do you have any information?" The other team members all held their guns nervously. Some of the chosen ones will suddenly rise up at this time, and they have it in their action manuals. After hearing Captain Wan's words, Meng Su fell silent again. "Is this team looking for me?" Chapter 160 Mysterious Scavenger Zombie. Meng Su fell into silence. Meng Su's silence instantly made the team members around him extremely nervous. Many team members had already pointed their guns at Meng Su, ready to shoot at any time, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Although I don't know how good Meng Su is, but judging from the strength and speed he showed in killing the 100 zombies before, once the battle starts, at their distance, there is a high possibility of heavy casualties. Even, the whole army will be wiped out. Everyone was trying to suppress their nervousness as much as possible. But at this moment, Meng Su smiled gently, showing his white teeth, and then said happily, "Don't be so nervous. Relax. Why are you going to Peace Order? Want to join? I am Meng Su. You can talk to me if you have anything." After that, Meng Su tapped the display screen on his chest. And the next second, specific information appeared. Peace Order Group. Name, Meng Su. Position, Chairman. The simple 3 lines of small characters made the 12 soldiers around look at each other in confusion. A little at a loss. "Ah? Can you still play like this? Your peace order is so advanced? They never expected that. The key figure of this operation would suddenly appear in front of them. Now it was the turn of Captain Luan and the other 11 team members to remain silent. They didn't know what to say now. They couldn't be sure of Meng Su's identity at all, and didn't know whether they should talk to Meng Su. They couldn't just let someone come and claim to be the chairman of Peace Order, and they would all believe it. Right? After all, the previous lesson was very painful. Seeing their disbelief, Meng Su was a little annoyed, and immediately said, "Okay, let me bring it to this. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Peace Building and wait for me to go to work tomorrow morning." After that, Meng Su turned around and left, with a calm expression, as if what was pointed at him was not a gun, but a fire stick. Work is work. Life is life. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after work. Mr. Meng, that's not what we meant. Captain Luan saw this and smiled awkwardly, then tried to persuade him to stay. It's because of the previous painful lesson. In the early stage of the spread of the zombie virus, General Lu Song had already controlled the situation in the entire county and planned to expand outward, but he didn't expect to encounter internal betrayal. A group of guys who claimed to be loyal to the Lord completely destroyed our defense line. A guy named Peng Ting deliberately revealed some information and gained our trust, and then... The chosen one. Meng Su said calmly, "Of course I know this. The Peng Ting died in my hands 2 days ago. Like you. He came with flyers. I'm very interested in the safe zone. You can go to the Peace Building by yourselves. I'll talk about it when I go to work tomorrow. It just so happens that I'm too lazy to work overtime." After that, Meng Su yawned and continued to go downstairs. Meng Su was very happy to communicate with the people in the safe zone. After all, he also wanted to get a certificate for weapons production, and then start making weapons. Besides, once he got in touch with the safe zone, it would be very convenient. Handing out leaflets, setting up snack stands, etc. Wouldn't that be easy? But there was nothing to say about this small team. If nothing unexpected happened, Meng Su guessed that they should be trying to determine whether their peace order existed, rather than having too much intention to communicate. Otherwise, they would not have sent only one team. At least there should be an envoy. Right? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let them talk to Zhang Luanping. It doesn't matter. After I go to Chunfengli to complete the relocation, I will go back to the company tomorrow. I guess this team will not be here yet. After yawning, Meng Su went downstairs skillfully, while Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu squatted on the left and right of the first floor, as if setting an ambush. After seeing Meng Su come down safely, the two women were not too surprised, but just nodded slightly. Jiang Xiaqiu said stutteringly, "Nothing." "Yeah, nothing." Meng Su nodded, looked at Qi Liao again, and shook his head in disappointment. "Liao, you are too disappointing. You are a lawyer after all. Logically speaking, your verbal ability should be far better than Jiang Xiaqiu. Right? Why can't you speak now? You are far less fluent than Jiang Xiaqiu? Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu can now say 3 words. How about you? Qi Liao, a lawyer, but you can only say 1 or 2 words. Now you can't say a word at all. It's disappointing. Go to class later." Meng Su took a deep breath, thought silently in his heart, then took Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu and walked towards his Audi A8. Meng Su has deep feelings for this car, although he can drive many better cars now, such as Maybach, and can find a Michelin if he wants a new experience. But those cars were picked up on the roadside, and this is the only one he bought. He really spent money. There is a big difference between spending money and not spending money. No matter how luxurious other cars are, he can discard them like old shoes. But not this car. Meng Su quickly walked to the door with Mei, and began to exert his superhuman strength, casually lifting the cars piled on the road and throwing them to the roadside. The sound was quite loud, and it attracted a few zombies that had escaped. Meng Su didn't need to take action. Jiang Xiaqiu, Qi Liao would attack on their own. In the small building, Captain Luan looked at the scene in front of him through the sniper scope, and fell into deep silence and thinking for a moment. Those abandoned cars on the road, in the hands of this terrifying existence, who claimed to be Chairman Meng Su, were like toys. He could lift them up with a light lift, and then put them properly on the roadside. Such a powerful strength, it can be said that it subverted Captain Luan's cognition. For some reason, Captain Luan asked inexplicably, "Does the superpower team in our safe zone have such strength?" "Captain Luan, You are still asleep. Another team member, who also noticed Meng Su's situation, said without hesitation. The superpowers in our safe zone have only slightly improved their physical fitness. Those who didn't exercise for many years can now lift weights without any problem. The few superpowers are all auxiliary abilities. How can they compare with Mr. Meng? After hearing this, the other team members nodded, all agreeing with the content of this sentence, and looked at Captain One at the same time, as if they wanted to know the next move. Huh? Captain One exhaled a foul breath. It can be seen that he was very nervous during the communication with Meng Su just now. Keep going. If what Mr. Meng said is true, there are not many zombies on the road ahead. Try to reach the peaceful order tomorrow morning. This area is too strange and weird. Those so-called chosen ones have not been active here for a long time. However, feeding weirdos, driving zombie masters, and other strange things are still popular. There are also several survivors who say strange talk about rules, which seems to have happened in Qinan District. Qinan District. Speaking of this, Captain Wan felt very heavy in his heart. The situation in Qinan District is unpredictable, and no one knows what the specific situation is. Why did those lunatics disappear? Why did these strange and terrifying legends that are not like zombies appear? How did the peaceful order rise and become a famous overlord? Everything is too confusing. But in fact, it has nothing to do with Captain One. Let the higher-ups worry about these things. I'm just a commando captain. Just report what you see truthfully. After this thought silently came to his mind, Captain One immediately perked up, looking at the sky that was almost dark, whispered to the team members on his left and right, wear night vision goggles, use absolute silencers, the current time is 17:33, try to reach the destination before 8 o'clock tomorrow, let's go. I've said it before, I've been a 10-year-old player of QQ Speed. Back then, I also played Tion Speed on my mobile phone, and scored a lot of points. Meng Su chattered with the two zombie sisters holding hands in the back row about his glorious record, and his eyes revealed a look of nostalgia. His car was driving very fast, reaching a speed of more than 100 yards per hour, becoming a beautiful scenery on the runway. Sometimes, a blind zombie would appear, and would be ruthlessly knocked away by Meng Su's car. Do you think this is the small motorcycle from last time? This time, I'm driving a sedan. If it can't kill you, I'll let you reincarnate into another world. No, this is not a mud truck. I'm afraid it won't be able to reincarnate into another world. Alas, Meng Su expressed deep condolences for this, saying that he didn't mean it. Of course, that's all. The main point is to learn the craftsmanship of neon. I have already apologized. What else do you want from me? At lightning speed, Meng Su quickly drove to the Chunfengli Villa area. The villa area is almost the same as the last time I came, except that there are more broken glass. Obviously, some survivors have come here to search for resources, but no survivors have chosen to settle here for a long time, maybe because of this weird corpse. Meng Su shook his head, then strode towards the villa that he hadn't been to for a week or two. As soon as he arrived at the familiar lawn, Meng Su was stunned. Huh? Seeing the empty lawn, Meng Su was a little distracted for a moment. There were only some pieces of meat left on the lawn, and the corpses that were sitting in strange positions had completely disappeared. Where did the corpses go? It was very strange. How could they suddenly disappear? Someone took over the magpie's nest. So they cleaned up the corpses? But there was no sign of human activity. Meng Su held his chin in his hands and began to think. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Forget it. It's gone. Meng Su stretched his body, and then swaggered towards his mansion. He didn't care about anything else, and walked directly into the door, found a place to sit down, and then blinked his eyes, looking around, and seemed to be a little comfortable. Ah, this is my mansion. Do you have such a mansion? Meng Su took a deep breath, and here he could temporarily abandon these thoughts in his heart, and let himself return to freedom, and return to ordinary life. At the moment when Meng Su had this thought, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu had already attacked from both sides, sitting on Meng Su's left and right. Seeing this, Meng Su was stunned. What are you doing? Jiang Xiaqiu stretched out her green jade finger, pointing to the window. It's dark. Dark? Meng Su was stunned. Looking out the window, a bright moon hung above the night sky. Meng Su said, Is it dark? Jiang Xiaqiu nodded, his eyes full of seriousness. It's time to go to bed. Meng Su? What's going on? How come you suddenly become so fluent? Meng Su was a little surprised for a moment. But when he looked carefully, he saw that in Jiang Xiaoqiu's eyes, the enchanting red light had begun to slowly dissipate, replaced by a dull reddish-brown light. Seeing this scene, Meng Su immediately understood a lot more. It seems that the light is getting dim, and it may eventually turn into black pupils like humans. This is a bit surprising. But what surprised Meng Su even more was, no, a female hooligan? Qi Liu had already started to unbutton Meng Su's clothes. The action of unbuttoning was very skillful, which was a world of difference compared to the previous one. Perhaps practice makes perfect can be used to describe this scene. Meng Su was somewhat helpless, so he could only say with a little excitement, ahem. A little tragically, we can't do it on the sofa. Right? We have to find a bed. Right? With this thought, Meng Su was eager to try. And Qiuyu, an ordinary human, although beautiful, she has big breasts and no brains. And she is weak and can't stand being whipped. But Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu are completely different. Even though they can't speak clearly, they can accompany Meng Su to fight all night. And I haven't tried zombies yet. Meng Su smiled lightly, and he felt a little bit of anticipation. I now have an indestructible body and the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. And I am also immune to all poisons. With this strength, I don't have to worry about the embarrassing situation of failing to break the defense as written in some novels. After hearing Meng Su's words, Jiang Xiaoqiu immediately blinked, stretched out his hand, stopped Qi Liu's next move, and pointed to a guest room not far away. He didn't say anything, but the meaning was very clear. Hurry up. Hurry up. Seeing this, Meng Su was forced to hug Qi Liu and Jiang Xiaoqiu left and right, and walked towards the room, while silently opening the points mall, preparing to exchange for special medicine, to avoid getting a runny nose and a cold the next day after a big fight. However, just as Meng Su entered the door, he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from outside the door. This sound seemed to be something crawling over, pressing the grass on the lawn and creating a friction sound. The sound was very light, similar to the sound of the wind, but Meng Su still heard the difference between the two. This could not be the sound of the wind. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liu also became serious, and at the same time broke away from Meng Su's arms, and looked towards the direction of the door with Meng Su. What the hell? Are you bullying me? Meng Su snorted coldly, walked to the hall without hesitation, raised the black heavy axe left in the hall, and looked out of the house majestically. What caught his eye was a strange creature crawling on the ground and moving quickly. No, this is not a strange creature. It seems to be a zombie. There are still some human features on the face of this zombie, although it has been twisted and deformed, with a protruding spine, and every bone in the body is clearly visible. There is no fat, and no muscles or any tangible tissue could be seen. It looked skinny, but its stomach was huge, as if it had eaten a lot of strange things. Its teeth were black and swollen, like a demon in the forest, which made people feel creepy at first sight. After a closer look, Meng Su lost all his interest and squeezed out 4 words. It's so ugly. Name? Occupation. Scavenger specially transformed into a long-shaped zombie. Level 15. After observing its words and expressions, it took a while for a line of small gold characters to appear, revealing its identity to Meng Su. It just has no name, and its occupation is somewhat special. What the hell is a scavenger? Although Meng Su was a little surprised, he could not ignore a level 15 zombie. And the zombie discovered Meng Su's trace at the first time. Huh? Suddenly, it made an inexplicable cry that was completely different from other zombies, and then crawled like a ghost, revealing its sharp claws, and pounced on Meng Su. Meng Su looked at the zombie with its bloody mouth opened and its agile and swift movements, and his heart was calm. In Meng Su's eyes, the zombie that seemed to be flying fast and fear seemed to have slowed down. He just raised the black heavy axe lightly, and let it flash a cold light in the moonlight. The axe whistled with death, and chopped at the zombie's head. The powerful axe collided with the zombie's skull, making a dull sound. And then the axe drew a perfect arc, and directly split the zombie's head in half. Rotten flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the blood and water mixed with the black sky. With ease, the skinny body of this zombie was instantly broken into 2 pieces, with its internal organs flying everywhere. In its stomach, there were many undigested limbs, This scavenger zombie seemed to be specialized in cleaning corpses. Meng-Su shook his head and went forward to dig out the evolution crystal, but found that its head was empty. Fuck. What kind of stupid zombie is this? There is no evolution crystal. Meng-Su shook his head, losing interest. Although the zombie was split into two halves by Meng-Su. Meng-Su was quick-witted, and the blood did not splash on him. He shook his head helplessly, turned around, and was about to go back to sleep, but suddenly felt a kiss from red lips. This appearance startled Meng-Su, and his subconscious reaction was, "Did you brush your teeth?" But soon, Meng-Su realized that the guy who suddenly attacked him was Jiang Xiaqiu. And he took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he put his backhand around Jiang Xiaqiu's slender waist, and fought back against Jiang Xiaqiu's bold move. Qiliu was also stunned for a moment when she saw this. What's going on? Didn't we say that good sisters should advance and retreat together? Why did you A up? After Meng-Su kissed her, he smiled softly, stretched out his other hand, and hugged the dazed Qiliu, and held the two girls in his arms. You acted on your own, and you need to be punished. Meng-Su said with a stern face, taking a deep breath. Let me punish you too tonight. Meow. Qiliu blinked, and Jiang Xiaqiu licked her lips, showing an expression of wanting more. Without hesitation, the action of changing the white pills was done in one go. Meng-Su hugged the two girls tightly, and said viciously, Come on, follow me into the house. Today he was going to teach these two ignorant girls a lesson. Chapter 161 Jiang Xiaqiu, who remembers revenge the next day. The sun shone in through the window, and dyed the whole room with a soft golden color. The sky gradually became brighter, and the mountains in the distance gradually became clearer, and the whole room, also illuminated by the sun, was visible at a glance. Meng-Su was lying on the big bed, which was cluttered with all kinds of clothes, and a white and slender white leg was placed on Meng-Su's waist, and Qiliu was wrapped around Meng-Su like an octopus, looking a little cute, and at this moment, she had actually fallen asleep slightly. On the other side, Jiang Xiaqiu didn't even blink, lying on Meng-Su's chest, curled up, like a kitten, with clean white feet, like ice cream, waiting in a rather boring way, staring at Meng-Su gently, looking much gentler, and also more emotional. Meng-Su had already woken up. After recalling some things that might be reviewed, Meng-Su decisively took a special cold medicine to keep his condition from getting worse. Mucous membrane contact is usually the most common way of infection, which is much more serious than kissing. It can be said that it is at the same risk as blood transmission. But for Meng-Su, it's no big deal. 5 points can be exchanged for a special cold medicine. For Meng-Su, a special cold medicine is enough to change everything. When the special cold medicine was first refreshed, it required 20 points to redeem it. Now, with more and more other products, it has also been reduced to 5 points. It can be said to be economical and affordable, and very convenient. Meng-Su was very satisfied with this. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the Points Mall and praised it. Points Mall deserves to be enjoyed by the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It would be great if the price of super sildenafil citrate tablets could be reduced to 1 point next time. Meng-Su felt quite regretful. Just when Meng-Su felt very regretful, he suddenly felt something scratching his chest, and a warm current came over him. Meng-Su felt a tingling sensation, and when he looked down, he saw Jiang Xiaqiu's crystal-clear collarbone exposed, lying on Meng-Su's chest, blowing softly at Meng-Su, and even showing a hint of immature smile on his face. Meng-Su. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su couldn't help but take a breath, and then he looked serious, like a gentleman. Okay, baby, don't mess around today, we have something important to do, and it's time to go back to the company. That's it. Yeah. Hearing Meng-Su's words, Jiang Xiaqiu nodded again very intelligently, and then continued to lie on Meng-Su, rubbing against him. Seeing Jiang Xiaqiu's intimate behavior, Meng-Su couldn't help but smile gently, stretched out his left hand, held Jiang Xiaqiu in his arms, picked up his mobile phone casually, and glanced at the time. 7:22 in the morning. The working hours of his company are from 9 to 5. Although most employees arrive at work at 7 or 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock is the official working time. After all, in this Doomsday environment, there are no other entertainment projects. There are only a small number of cached movies and standalone games to play. This is also due to the fact that the company has electricity. If there is no electricity, there will be nothing to play, which will become even more boring. Seeing that there is so much time, Meng Su is not in a hurry to go to work. Instead, he holds Jiang Xiaqiu in one hand and Qi Liu in the other. Looking at Qi Liao, who is still sleeping, he lowers his voice and says to Jiang Xiaqiu, "How are you now? Have you recovered your past memories?" "Yeah." Jiang Xiaqiu nodded affirmatively at first, and then shook his head. This situation of both affirmation and denial made Meng Su smile helplessly. Just when he was about to continue to say something, he suddenly saw Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly showing her pearly teeth and said cutely, "I remember some, but not very much." She spoke slowly and didn't seem to be in a hurry. After hearing Jiang Xiaqiu's words, Meng Su was stunned at first. "How come you can say a whole sentence now?" "But soon." Meng Su reacted and asked with concern, "How much is not much?" "Xiaqiu, how much can you remember?" After hearing Meng Su's voice, Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly stood up from Meng Su and sat on the edge of the bed, seeming a little depressed. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was confused. Before he could react, he saw Jiang Xiaqiu pointing at his right forehead with a vengeful look, and then staring at Meng Su, said word by word, "I remember you bullied me, it hurts." "Meng Su, you remember all this?" Meng Su was surprised, and then smiled awkwardly. "Remember for my life?" Jiang Xiaqiu snorted coldly, and put her hands on her waist in a very pretentious manner, looking very unhappy. Women are so vengeful. Meng Su was somewhat helpless, pulling the quilt, sitting up from the bed. Just when he was planning to use his intelligence to deceive the young lady, who was not very experienced in the world, he saw Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly rushing towards Meng Su, very fast, almost turning into a breeze. Meng Su subconsciously raised his hand, but then put it down, smiled gently, but saw Jiang Xiaqiu had once again rushed into Meng Su's arms, rubbing Meng Su affectionately with his little head. This situation made Meng Su a little confused. He could only put his uneasy hand on Jiang Xiaqiu's back and stroked it gently. Then he pulled his other hand out of Qi Liu's arms, touched Jiang Xiaqiu's forehead, and abandoned all the words he was going to say. Instead, he asked softly, "Does it hurt?" "No." Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly raised his head and rubbed against him like a kitten. "I like Su so much. Without Su, I would be trapped there." Hearing Jiang Xiaqiu's words, Meng Su felt mixed emotions for a moment, and he had no idea. What should I say? He just smiled lightly, hugged the slender, weak and fair Jiang Xiaqiu, and then said, "What about the past? Do you remember the past?" "I remember. A little." Jiang Xiaqiu nodded, and said stutteringly, Grandpa, I came here. I don't remember the rest." For Jiang Xiaqiu, these are all the memory scrolls that remain in his mind. It seems that he is in a movie theater alone, watching the protagonist on the screen, who looks exactly like him. He doesn't know how to describe the emotions in his heart. Of course, for Jiang Xiaqiu, she is naturally not surprised by praise or criticism. Now, she is only fascinated and interested in Meng Su. If she must add one more person, it can barely be Qi Liu. Meng Su wanted to ask about Jiang Xiaqiu's relatives, but after thinking about it, he decided not to make it difficult for Jiang Xiaqiu. After all, in the current situation, she is still in the state of rehabilitation, and there will be plenty of time in the future. If 36 billion can be obtained so easily, is it still 36 billion? Relax. 36 billion will always be there. Meng Su hugged Jiang Xiaqiu, his fingers running through her soft black hair, stroking her cute little head. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaqiu couldn't help but hug Meng Su tighter. At this moment, Qi Liu, who had been awake for a long time, also stood up from the side, and stood up with her proud capital, and said to Meng Su very pitifully, I also hurt." Seeing Qi Liu like this, Meng Su also recalled the first time he met Qi Liu. Qi Liu seemed particularly excited about him and Jiang Xiaqiu. So after a fierce battle, he hit Qi Liu's chest with an axe, thus defeating and conquering Qi Liu. In the first few days, Meng Su applied medicine to Qi Liu every day. So, Qi Liu's wound was on the chest. Meng Su held his forehead, took a deep breath, and then said, "Okay. Stop making trouble. Get ready to go. You two. One vice president. One manager. Can you be more serious and show some results? This way you can shut up the gossips. Otherwise there will always be people who think you got to the top through nepotism." Listening to Meng Su's series of words, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu blinked at the same time. I don't understand. It's too long. Meng Su could only take a deep breath, and did not expect the two of them to understand. However, through their conversation, Meng Su was basically certain of one thing. After they evolved to a certain level, they would indeed recover some of their memories from their human period. In this case, Meng Su could not help but take a deep breath. Meng Xuanping, Li Xiang, Shi Wanning. How should we deal with the three of you? Meng Su's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. These three were all killed by him. It was because he was killed by me that he became such a powerful zombie employee, and was used by me. In this case, the three of them had to be on guard. But it's not my character to kill a hero for no reason. Meng Su took a deep breath and prepared to monitor their loyalty to the company at all times. It can only be said that after the company upgraded, this function of checking employee satisfaction was really perfect. It was just like installing surveillance in the office to see how long employees were away from work during working hours, and then deducting their wages. Huh. Why do I feel more and more like the guy on the street lamp? Meng Su was a little absent-minded for a moment, but soon reaffirmed, it's different. I am an upright entrepreneur. I didn't use these unscrupulous things on human employees, or even ordinary zombie employees. I was just monitoring those employees who might be dissatisfied with the company because of Chairman Meng's small actions. Yes, Meng Su was very sad. He just helped those employees to have a race change, let them experience a little sleep, but they may bear a grudge. How can Meng Su not be sad? Wang Wuzhong was killed too early. He should be allowed to go back to the company to give these employees a lecture. Let them give up the hatred in their hearts. Meng Su sighed deeply. Just talk about those things like a natural disaster, an earthquake. How many innocent people died? Have you ever hated the sky? Have you ever hated the earth? Meng Dong just killed a few more social parasites. So what's the matter? How good. All I can say is that I hope they won't do what Meng Su doesn't want to do. In addition, Meng Su has another point. I always feel that after last night, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu's IQ has improved again. Jiang Xiaqiu can even think and act like a spoiled child. Meng Su pondered in his heart, always feeling a little strange. Could it be that he is the ultimate secret to solving the zombie's sanity problem, and only by doing something inappropriate for children with him, can they regain their sanity? Meng Su was shocked by this absurd idea. Okay, I'll take Li Xiang to the internet cafe to surf the internet when I go to work today, and see some inappropriate things for children, and then judge whether it is true. Meng Su took a deep breath and made such a decision. Okay, let's all get dressed. There's still an hour and a half before work. Well, we still have plenty of time. I remember passing by a women's clothing store. Let's go buy 2 pieces of clothing. You don't need to wear work clothes. You're a vice president. She's a manager. And I'm still the chairman. If you don't want to wear them, then don't wear them. Bulletproof and dustproof features are not very useful to us. If the clothes are dirty, just throw them away. Don't treat yourself badly. Meng Su is now as rich as a nouveau riche. No, he is the upstart. At 8:47, after a long journey overnight, the Special Operations Team, led by Captain Luan, arrived at Heping Order. At this moment, Zhang Qingyang was sitting in the reception room on the 2nd floor with the team, waiting for a while. In Zhang Qingyang's expression, it can be clearly seen that there is a hint of excitement, and he seems very happy about the arrival of this team. But others don't think so. Zhang Luanping, when Yuan rushed to the 2nd floor, and had a small-scale negotiation with Captain Luan. Meng Su was not there, only the two of them could take the lead. In addition, the company's employee number 002, Shen Jiao, also arrived, forming a strong lineup of the three of us temporarily, and Lin Yi was also listening in the conference room. Although he had just arrived, he was also a superpower after all. In addition, the 3 giants who had been recovering from injuries also returned to their posts, although they did not show up, but they were also prepared for possible conflicts at any time. It can be said that conflicts could break out at any time. After all, they don't trust the safe zone. They don't have the top strength and confidence like Meng Su. The reason why Meng Su can trust the safe zone and plan to cooperate with the safe zone is because his personal strength is unparalleled. If the safe zone wants to turn against each other, then Meng Su will choose to cooperate with a safe zone in another region. But they are different. If they didn't have Meng Su, maybe they would have died long ago. And many of the employees are suspicious of their identities. After all, they just claim to be from the safe zone. Who knows if they are really from the safe zone? What if those guys want to trick them away? Although Chairman Ming is sometimes very abstract, and there is a feeling of mental patience or more happy, but he is still very responsible at critical moments. And for Captain Luan, the foundation of peace and order is a little unexpected. 2 skyscrapers rose from the ground, and they felt a sense of grandeur from a distance. After entering, each team member felt a sense of uneasiness. On the first floor, he accidentally saw the back of a man with an arm sling. That back made him feel like he was facing death. In addition, the young man watching in the conference room looked careless, but he gave Captain Luan the feeling of a superpower. He was almost certainly a superpower. He knew in Yuan. Each of their action teams would have a list of important talents in Hiching City. If they encountered these talents during the action, they would bring them back as far as possible while ensuring their safety. These things were enough to shock people. What shocked them even more was that what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. After all, who were the people who came out to receive them? The leader of a certain group, the deputy manager of a department. A talent like Wen Yuan could only be the deputy manager of a department here. How strong would the manager be? What positions are above the manager? How big would this company be? There couldn't be only a few dozen people in this fenced-off place. Right? According to his conservative estimate, the entire peace order had at least 300 people. Not only that, they also had intact weapons and equipment. Although they didn't import too much, it could be seen from the hands of the man who claimed to be Zhang Qingyang that the peace order had at least one weapon line that it could produce on its own. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube. In the past month, he has also experienced many operations, and the survivors he met either cried with joy or attacked violently. It is very rare to see such cautiousness with some unwelcome, and unwelcome with a desire to cooperate. It seems that this peace order group is a behemoth. Captain Luan was under some pressure, and after more than an hour of negotiation, he decided to go out for a walk. Accompanied by Wen Yuan, the two of them just strolled in front of the building, waiting for Meng Su to arrive. At the same time, they chatted casually. What's the situation in the safe zone now? Are you short of food? Or how are the basic defenses built? And how to prevent the sudden appearance of zombies? Captain Luan only picked a few answers to Wen Yuan's questions. For some sensitive questions, he naturally would not tell them all, of course. He was not very clear. In addition, he also asked many questions about peace and order. Both of them felt that they had benefited greatly. Our chairman Ming works at his own pace, so we don't know when he will come, but as long as he has promised, he will usually arrive before 10 o'clock. Wen Yuan said casually, our chairman is a trustworthy person. If he says he will kill the whole family, then he will kill the whole family. Captain Luan, do I have any misunderstanding about the word trustworthy? Just when Captain Luan was about to agree, he suddenly saw a familiar object placed not far away. A lotus throne. It was covered with iron chains and bells. There was also a big skull in the middle, which looked very majestic. This scene made him a little creepy. The throne of the zombie lord. It was the throne of the zombie lord. His heart was pounding. Although he had not seen the strength of the zombie lord this time, he knew from the description that he was definitely a super invincible boss, and at least needed to be eliminated by concentrated artillery fire. How could he appear here? No, that's not right. There was only one throne, could it be? Captain Luan took a breath. This dangerous SSS-level character who dominated the Qin'an district was annihilated by the peace order group? Chapter 162. Are you a scavenger? I am. This captain surnamed Luan has been breathing in the cold air since just now. What's going on? Did he feel the spicy peppers? Captain Luan's strange behavior naturally attracted Wen Yuan's attention. Wen Yuan was very surprised and puzzled by Captain Luan's strange behavior. They haven't prepared food yet. But soon, Wen Yuan followed Captain Luan's gaze and saw the lotus skeleton carriage. He was stunned. Captain Luan was surprised because of this. It seems that this safe zone is not very good. As the captain of the action team, he can't even recognize the carriage. Wen Yuan shook his head and said to Captain Luan, this is the car of our chairman. Our chairman likes to do some personal hobbies, such as cosplay. Captain Luan, is this your first time seeing a car? After hearing Wen Yuan's words, Captain Luan shook his head subconsciously, but soon realized the meaning of Wen Yuan's words, and his face froze. Is this Chairman Ming's car? He was a little dazed, and seemed to feel that he had heard it wrong, and couldn't help asking again. Seeing Captain Luan's expression, Wen Yuan also realized that there seemed to be a lot of tricks involved. However, the words had already been said. If he denied it now, it would only make things worse. Wen Yuan simply spoke up and said, "Yes, Mr. Ming usually likes this kind of small cosplay. Although I don't know why. Since he brought back this broken Dharma carriage not long ago, he asked the processing workshop to repair and process it." After getting confirmation, Captain Wan's heart, which had been pounding, was calmed down at this moment. Not long ago, this broken Dharma carriage was brought back. So, this Mr. Ming might have come across and killed this Dharma carriage zombie lord while out. Thinking of this, Captain Wan was about to continue to take a deep breath, when he suddenly heard a noise from the direction of the gate, as if a car was driving over. Captain Wan and Wen Yuan's sights were naturally attracted by the situation there. But they saw a tattered Audi A8 with the license plate Jiang K8268A driving towards the company. The car seemed to have experienced some thrilling collision before. 2 long collision marks were clearly visible. The front of the car was broken, and glass fragments were scattered all over the ground. The wheels were bent and twisted. The body was distorted. The door was hit, and could not be opened normally. And there were many damages inside the car. The seats were smashed beyond recognition, and the middle armrest was deformed. However, the dashboard of the car still showed the condition of the car, and the 3 passengers in the car did not look embarrassed at all, and they were not even injured, which seemed a bit out of place with this car. It's not the same style at all. Seeing this scene, Wen Yuan was startled. Just when he was about to jog over to greet Chairman Ming, and at the same time, he was about to ask the medical staff to get off quickly, he saw Ming Su driving with one hand, passing the gate very coolly, and heading straight to them, and drifting and parking coolly. Ming Su tried to open the car door, and found that it couldn't be opened by the conventional method, so he kicked the door open, and got out of the car, while reaching out his hand, taking Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao out, and asked casually, "What are you two doing here?" Seeing Ming Su's amazing and unusual way of getting off the car, Wen Yuan and Captain Wan were shocked, and the next second he said, "I came out for a walk, nothing." Seeing this, Ming Su did not ask any more questions. After all, they can't be in love here, right? Seeing Ming Su like this, Wen Yuan also quickly expressed his loyal position. "Mr. Ming, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" "It's okay, I had a small accident. I met a stubborn guy who wanted to scam me. I ran over him a few times, and accidentally hit the wall," Ming Su said casually. In order to change clothes for Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, Ming Su drove to a large shopping mall nearby, and then encountered a level 10 physical mutant zombie. Such zombies, which were difficult to deal with for the former Ming Su, but were easy for the current Ming Su, but he decided to do some scientific research. So he drove through them repeatedly, conducting a friction experiment, to see how powerful this level 10 special zombie was, and how many times it could be hit by a car. In order to prevent the zombie from resisting, Ming Su got off a car, and chopped off his hands and feet, making him unable to resist. After that, the scene after that was too bloody, so I won't mention it separately, anyway. The final result was that Ming Su's car was almost damaged, and the zombie was crushed into a meat pie. Then, when Ming Su was parking his car, he found that there seemed to be some problems with the wheels. So he accidentally hit the wall and stopped. In this regard, Ming Su only wanted to say, driving improperly. Relatives shed tears. However, in the current end-time environment, with freedom, it is not a big deal to crash a car. Alas, this car is scrapped. I am very sad. Ming Su was heartbroken. And then he thought of something, and immediately said to Wen Yuan, "That's so and so. Isn't he a mechanic? This is not bad. Let him go to meet Hu Guangqing. Help me fix the car. And it would be better if he can be more handsome," Ming Su said very calmly, and then looked at Captain Wan. Couldn't help but smile. And then said, "How about it? I said I am Ming Su, and you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now?" Captain Wan nodded. It seems that he still hasn't recovered from the shock. Hu Guangqing? Isn't this academician Hu from the Dongwu Academy of Engineering? He is also one of the most important talents that must be found on the list. He is at least 3 levels higher than Wen Yuan, the vice president of the School of Architecture. I didn't expect him to be here too. Peace and order, is it so terrifying? After a moment of distraction, Captain Wan suddenly came to his senses, and immediately apologized to Ming Su with respect. "I'm sorry. Mr. Ming, I was a little cautious before. I hope you can forgive me. By the way, regarding the matter of the Dharma carriage, could it be that you killed the Dharma carriage zombie Venerable and brought back his Dharma carriage? If that's the case, I would like to thank you sincerely on behalf of all the residents in the safe zone." This news and intelligence is very important to Captain Yuan. If it can be confirmed that this Phagia zombie venerable is dead, on the one hand, it can assess the danger level of Meng Su, on the other hand. It can also make everyone less cautious in the area where the Phagia zombie venerable was active. After hearing what Captain Yuan said, Meng Su scratched his head, and then said, "Oh, you mean the Phagia zombie venerable? I haven't killed him." Captain Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Never killed him? Then why did the Lotus Dharma carriage of the Phagia zombie venerable appear here? Captain Yuan's eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Seeing Captain Yuan like this, Meng Su said casually, "This is mine. I picked it up from outside. I have never seen the Dharma zombie venerable you are talking about. I am just a little confused. Why his route of action is exactly the same as mine. And what you said is similar to mine." Captain Yuan? Huh? Captain Yuan was a little confused. Before he could react, he heard Meng Su continue to say, "The difference is that there are not so many zombies carrying the carriage. There are dozens of them in the front. Dozens of them in the back. I only have 8. And then I met that zombie armor and 2 of them died." I could vaguely hear the sound of Sanskrit, and said something about flattering and self-praising. Am I Meng Su that kind of person? So this Dharma zombie venerable you are talking about, it's definitely not me. After saying that, Meng Su sighed, and said indignantly, "I didn't expect that there are other things similar to mine, and they are also in the Qingnan District Chinese Medicine Hospital. Damn, could it be that the Dharma carriage was taken from the same funeral home as mine? This is blatant plagiarism. Captain Yuan? Is it possible that this Dharma carriage zombie venerable refers to you?" For a moment, Captain Yuan fell into deep thought. When Yuan on the side also nodded vigorously, agreeing, "Mr. Ming is right. This guy called Phagia zombie venerable is too arrogant, daring to impersonate and copy you. We must take action. And we must prevent such things from happening. Mr. Ming, use your iron fist on him." When Yuan didn't know what to say, and he also thought that this Phagia zombie venerable might be referring to Meng Su. But it doesn't matter. Just follow Mr. Ming. I am Wen Yuan, the deputy manager of the civil engineering department of the second business group of the Peace Order Group. I have little to do with the people in the safe zone. What does their life and death have to do with me? When Meng Su heard Wen Yuan's words, he nodded immediately, and then said, "You are right, we must take action. Immediately contact the legal department, send a lawyer's letter to the other party, use the weapon of law to arm yourself, protect yourself." Captain Yuan? Wait a minute, what did you say? Send a lawyer's letter. Captain Yuan was dizzy. He didn't quite understand the train of thought of Meng Su and Wen Yuan. What's going on? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Are we still on the same planet? I feel a little dizzy, and I don't know what to say. Qi Liu behind Meng Su also stood up immediately, with a gleaming look in his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Here!" His voice was clear and loud, and his momentum was like a general in ancient times who had received a military order, and he looked ready to die. "Captain Yuan? Wait a minute, what does this mean?" "This is Manager Qi from the legal department." Meng Su introduced him casually, and then patted Qi Liu on the shoulder. "Very good, very energetic. I'll leave it to you. Make sure to find this law carriage zombie venerable, and write him a lawyer's letter. Go." Qi Liu nodded, and immediately turned around and walked away, towards Building A of Peace Building, planning to draft a lawyer's letter. Although Meng Su didn't know how Qi Liu could draft a lawyer's letter at her current level. At least when she said one word, she gave people a vigorous and resolute look. Very good. Trustworthy. Seeing this smooth scene, Captain Yuan was completely stunned. Wait a minute. Captain Yuan took a deep breath and said tactfully, "Mr. Ming, after our ruling and investigation, the description of this legal zombie lord is somewhat different. Some say there are only a few. Some say there are more than a dozen. And some say that after the legal zombie lord went out, he carried thousands of zombies." Captain Yuan said very tactfully. "And the general meaning was, Mr. Ming, is there such a possibility that you are the legal zombie lord we are talking about?" After hearing Captain Yuan's words, Meng Su fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Meng Su nodded, "You are right. The intelligence is not the same. If there are tens of thousands of zombies, it is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. We still need to take a long-term view." Captain Yuan. "Okay. You can think whatever you want." Captain Yuan has already made an inference in his mind. Chairman Ming of the Peace Order Group is very likely to be the SSS-level dangerous monster on their danger list. The Dharma Zombie Venerable. And he seems to be mentally unstable. A little crazy. It's already this late. And you're still thinking about sending a lawyer's letter. Suing directly. Hey. Wait a minute. Why did I think so too? Captain Juan felt that his mind might be abnormal. Okay. You don't need to say anything more about the rest. Meng Su spoke calmly. Then sat cross-legged on the ground casually. And invited Captain Juan to sit down as well. Captain Juan. Sit down. We can talk about related matters next. Upon hearing this, Captain Juan immediately discarded all the random thoughts in his mind. And also sat cross-legged opposite Meng Su. However, just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Meng Su introducing himself. I am Meng Su, the chairman of Peace Order Group. The person behind me is Jiang Xiaqiu, the vice president of Peace Order Group. She was previously the financial director of Jianshan Group and is the grandfather-grandson of Mr. Jiang Yilin, the founder of Jianshan Group. Hearing Meng Su's words, Captain Juan instantly became serious. Jianshan Group. This group is extremely famous in Nanjiang province, spanning real estate, food, rubber tires, digital technology, biological research and many other fields. Therefore, Captain Juan also knew this group. Before the disaster, his house was produced by Jianshan Group. Could it be that the Peace Order Group is backed by some remnants of the former Jianshan Group? If so, it would explain where their production line came from. And the steel processing plant of the Jianshan Group in this city could also be transformed into a military factory. Although Captain Juan was only an action captain, he was quite knowledgeable about these things. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Meng Su suddenly say calmly, Tell me what you are here for. If you don't understand, you 12 don't have to leave. At this moment, the whole scene began to be filled with a biting coldness, which could almost be said to have turned into a substantial murderous intent that roamed freely in the air. In the empty square, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard clearly. In particular, Meng Su's indifferent look made Captain Juan shudder and feel some inexplicable palpitations. Captain Juan forced a smile and then said to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, don't get me wrong. We are under the command of General Manager Liu to confirm the existence of your company in order to reach a cooperation agreement. At the same time, we also confirm whether I am one of those chosen ones. Right? Meng Su said calmly, as if he didn't shy away from this point at all. After hearing Meng Su's words, Captain Juan was slightly embarrassed. Mr. Meng, I believe you are not one of those beasts. Please rest assured. After we go back, I will. Captain Juan hadn't finished speaking yet. Meng Su yawned, and then said, Don't be polite. Our company's business is not high, and cooperation is probably. Oh my god. You? What? What? Your company has never opened a big order since its establishment. My baby, can you make some money and be a little more enterprising? You actually want to push the big customer away? Ask the big customer what he needs. The factory will start processing, and the employees will take action. Peaceful order does not support idle people. Trigger task, first order. Task requirements, complete the customer's first order requirements. Task reward, points plus 50, cash plus 100, 000, distributable breakthrough points plus 0.5, golden gun never falls. The price of this order should be moderate, in line with the market price. If the other party lowers or raises the price, it will be considered as a violation and the mission will fail. All profits generated by this order will belong to you. After seeing the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su suddenly changed his style and smiled at Captain Juan. Cooperation is probably very promising. You can tell me what you need in the safe zone, and I will try my best to meet your needs. Captain Juan was delighted when he heard this, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Meng Su said again, but my production line is not big. I hope you can consider the content of cooperation. Let me undertake a project, or provide hundreds of thousands of cotton-padded jackets. There is no need to say more. I also want to give it to you. But I am not a god. I can't do it. It's better to be related to me personally. Meng Su pointed out a clear way for them. For example, let me help you eliminate 2 or 3 tons of desserts. Captain Juan. Okay, Chairman Meng. I will express your words back. Captain Juan said immediately. Well, there's no need to rush. Meng Su was very considerate. He didn't act as a father to Party B, but chose to delegate power to Party A. You can wait for me in the safe zone. I'll take my female friends out for a trip. After the trip, I'll go to the safe zone in person and have a face-to-face meeting with your General Secretary Lu Song. You're planning to have a face-to-face meeting, but you're just telling me the truth. Who the hell am I? Captain Wan couldn't help but curse in his heart. But he still said politely on the surface, please rest assured, Mr. Meng. We will report today's intelligence after we go back. All members of our resident self-help committee will welcome you and welcome you. Well? Meng Su nodded, and suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the gate. Frowning, no. What's hiding over there? Jiang Xiaqiu, who had been behind Meng Su and acting as a good boy, also had a flash of beautiful eyes, and seemed to have noticed something. Ah? Captain Wan and Wen Yuan were stunned when they saw Meng Su and Jiang Xiaqiu's reactions. They also turned their eyes to the place where Meng Su and Jiang Xiaqiu were looking at. Looking confused. What's going on? We didn't see anything. But, if Mr. Meng, who is like a Super Saiyan, can react like this, then it means that there is definitely a problem. Mr. Meng, do you need support? Captain Wan took a deep breath and asked Meng Su, there are almost no zombies around your company. My team is well equipped and can organize a small-scale encounter battle. Each person carries 150 rounds of bullets and is equipped with professional snipers. Even if we encounter more powerful mutant zombies, such as flying zombies, we can also... The power of a battle. What are flying zombies? Meng Su was a little surprised. Zombies can fly? But this did not stay in Meng Su's mind for too long. Meng Su said, no. We can exchange information. Your safe zone has launched 2 large-scale battles. You must have encountered many types of zombies. I have also been to Wyong City and learned a lot about zombies. You chat with Wen Yuan first. I will be back soon. After that, Meng Su gave Jiang Xiaqiu a look. And Jiang Xiaqiu immediately understood and went forward with Meng Su. Wen Yuan and Captain Wan were left there. Captain Wan was shocked. He didn't expect that Meng Su would not even want the free combat power. Seeing this situation, Wen Yuan was no longer surprised. Instead, he smiled at Captain Wan and said, Captain Wan, let's go to the first floor. Let's find a room to talk and ask 2 colleagues to come and record it. Okay. Captain Wan took a deep breath. It would be great to exchange information. Hello. Mr. Meng. As soon as he arrived at the door, Zhang Qingyang stood at attention and greeted Meng Su with a gun. The gun in Zhang Qingyang's hand is a homemade firearm similar to a rifle. It is not a well-known gun. It is one of the guns that Meng Su brought back from Wyong City. It is powerful. It is still okay to hit people, because after hitting people, they will scream. What's going on in front? Meng Su nodded, pointed to a position in front, and asked, what's the situation? Zhang Qingyang was surprised when he heard it. He didn't notice anything wrong. After thinking for a while, he said to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, there are only 3 pits in the direction you mentioned. It is where we moved the corpses of the zombies in the 12th residential building and the corpses killed in building B. There are usually a lot of flies, but we are also properly eliminating them one by one. The melting furnace is a bit too troublesome, so it is currently running in small quantities in the furnace of Mr. Hua. Yes, the energy generated by human body combustion is more than that required for ignition, which can basically maintain combustion. So there is no need to say more about the role of corpses. If it were more than a month ago, people would think this behavior was outrageous. But now, it can only be said to be a conscientious company. They help with cremation for free. And after the cremation, the ashes are not thrown around, but buried together on the wasteland behind the company. Everyone also built a monument here. After all, although they are zombies, they were still humans like everyone else more than a month ago. Even if they were hideous before, they have turned into ashes. So it is natural that they will return to dust. Return to Earth. Meng Su nodded when he heard this. He knew this. Wen Yuan had given him a report before, in which he applied for the right to use a little bit of the wasteland behind him, and also explained the purpose. Meng Su agreed to this request. He had thought that it was the ashes for melting in the melting furnace, but he didn't expect that it could be used by Lao Hua. Why did he feel a sense of guilt for no reason? Meng Su felt a little weird. How could the righteous Meng Su do such a thing? How could this be? So Meng Su frowned and asked, it's been 3 or 4 days. Why haven't the bodies been burned clean yet? Is Lao Hua being lazy? If not, then increase the production. A few people in the civil engineering department can also be transferred to the mechanical engineering department to help. They don't know the complex process. But the simple process should be no problem. Right? The efficiency needs to be improved. Lao Hua. There are only a few thousand zombie corpses. How much energy can they have? Hurry up. Hurry up. And production cannot stop. Hearing how can this be? Zhang Qingyang's heart sank. He thought Meng Su did not agree to this plan. But after hearing Meng Su's next words, he was a little confused. But Su reacted again and said, "Okay. I understand. I will definitely tell Mr. Hui next time." Meng Su nodded, and then looked at the 4 zombie employees standing guard around him, and said casually, "You 4 come with me. Let's go and see what's going on over there." What's going on? Since it's a corpse pit, a mass grave, why can I feel some life characteristics appearing over there? And, are there some life characteristics with special energy? Are there zombies resurrected? It's a bit scary. Meng Su was timid, and he didn't dare to go alone. So he had to ask a few employees to go and see together, so as not to faint on the spot. After all, everyone knew that Meng Su was a gentle and easygoing person. A timid person. After a conflict with others, he would basically either never see the other person again, or take the initiative to turn the enemy into a friend and hire him as an employee of the company's first business group at a high cost. Such a chairman usually only dared to kill zombies, the chosen ones and the like. When facing the resurrected monster, he could only close his eyes and kill randomly. Meng Su walked forward about 200 meters with 4 zombie employees who had no consciousness and Jiang Xiaqiu, the vice president of the group, and came to one of the big pits. From a distance, Meng Su heard a series of grunting sounds coming from the big pit, as if something was chewing and swallowing in the pit. It was exactly the special life characteristics that Meng Su had vaguely felt before. Huh? Meng Su couldn't help but be alert. Could it be that it was not a resurrection from the dead, but a ghoul? Meng Su looked down at the pit, and happened to see a short figure squatting on the pit, eating the rotten zombie corpses with relish. And it could even be said that he was a little greedy. Those who don't know would think that this is some delicious delicacy. Looking at the short figure eating the zombie corpse, Meng Su had a blank expression on his face. The 4 zombie employees and Jiang Xiaqiu he brought with him were naturally not ordinary people. Otherwise, seeing this scene, many people would probably vomit up their dinner last night. Meng Su calmly used to observe the expression on the figure, who was still feasting. Name, Li Mahjong. Occupation, abuser, student, murderer, gene enhancer special scavenger glutton type. Level, 13/1/8/10. Looking at the content revealed in the observe the expression, Meng Su felt a little puzzled. Strange. Why does this guy named Li Mahjong have a specific type in his profession? Scavenger Tafia? Meng Su remembered Peng Ting, whom he had met before. He also had the profession Gene Enhancer Special, but it was completely different from the one named Li Mahjong. But the scavenger, Meng Su had met one before, in the villa area. So, I killed the special scavenger zombie before, so I unlocked the illustration. Right? Meng Su complained in his heart, and saw that this guy named Li Mahjong was still feasting, treating him as if he was right. He snorted coldly, raised a pistol without hesitation, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Why ask? Aggressor, murderer. As soon as these 2 professions came out, Meng Su already knew what he was going to do. Learn the excellent technology from the other side of the ocean, empty the magazine. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 or 5 shots, the bullets were fired smoothly. It's just that Meng Su has never used a gun. He has used it many times after the end of the world, but it is unrealistic to expect to become a sharpshooter with these few times. But even so, Meng Su's current mental index is so high, and his physical strength is so strong, naturally he is extremely strong. Even if he has little shooting experience, Meng Su will not be too weak now. So, 4 of the 5 shots hit Li Mahjong's back, and the last shot hit the earth slope on the side, raising layers of dust, causing the dust to fly. Ah! Li Mahjong screamed in pain, very angry. He turned around, aimed at Meng Su and yelled, "Are you fucking blind? Chow, I'm going to fucking kill you." His face was hideous, covered in blood. There was still rotten, stinky meat shreds that he hadn't swallowed at the corner of his mouth, which was disgusting. Meng Su frowned upon hearing this. He looked up and down at this guy named Li Mahjong, and found that he was not very old. But what if he was not very old? This kind of thing does not distinguish between men, women, old and young. For Meng Su, there is only one word. Kill. However, Meng Su still needs to confirm some information in advance. After all, they are all chosen ones. But the chosen ones are different. Some are from Wuyong City, and some are from Huqing City. Are you here to find Peng Ting? Meng Su spoke calmly, his eyes calm, and he did not seem to take Li Mahjong's words to heart. He seemed to be just looking at a dead person. After Li Mahjong bared his teeth and yelled twice, he used his muscles to remove all the bullets in his back, and then said with a cold look, "Where is Brother Peng? You bastard. Kowtow to me later. You shot me 4 times. Right? Kowtow to me 40 times, and I won't bother with you anymore. You want to see Peng Ting?" Meng Su said calmly. Li Mahjong glared at him, and shouted at Meng Su, "Did you call Peng Ting? You should call him Brother Peng." He seemed to have regarded Meng Su as his own. The reason why I didn't feel the aura of the Chosen One was very simple. The ceremony hadn't been held yet. Those who understand will understand. Hearing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile and shook his head. "Okay. I'll take you to see Brother Peng later. Why bother competing with the 4 people? It's good that you know." Li Mahjong grinned, looking at Meng Su with a cruel smile. "Before in school, I and 2 other buddies killed that idiot. I was worried that it was boring. And you came. It's good that you came. It's a pity that the other 2 buddies turned into zombies. But it's okay. I am now the chosen one, with a super powerful ability of the scavenger, and I transformed them into my body. We have become a whole. You can't live without me, and I can't live without you. It's so free." Li Mahjong muttered, then stepped on a few corpses, stretched out his hand dissatisfiedly, and said to Meng Su, "Are you stupid? Give me a hand. Pull me up." Meng Su nodded, and he also stretched out his hand behind him. Jiang Xiaqiu knew Meng Su very well, and then handed him the black cut heavy axe. Meng Su held the black cut heavy axe, which was heavy and safe. Seeing Li Mahjong still holding out his hand stupidly, Meng Su did not hesitate and chopped with an axe. Wherever the axe went, blood splattered. The sharp axe blade drew a cold light in the air, and it seemed that even the air was split in 2. An arm instantly broke away from Li Mahjong's body and flew high. When the broken arm fell to the ground, the blood quickly dyed the soil red. Li Mahjong didn't react at first. When he reacted, he instantly felt a burst of extremely painful pain. "Ah!" Li Mahjong's face was distorted, and he wailed continuously. "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" Li Mahjong screamed, and his blood rushed. He couldn't believe that his invulnerable body would have an arm chopped off. "Oh!" Meng Su nodded expressionlessly, and then swung an axe, directly heading for Li Mahjong's neck. "You are a scavenger? You deserve it? I am the scavenger who specializes in cleaning up scum like you." Chapter 163 Zombie Types Illustrated Book. Meng Dong's Manual for Killing Enemies. Wherever the axe blade touched, the air was torn apart, forming cracks in the wind. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, blood gushed out onto the cold and hard ground like a fountain. In an instant, Li Mahjong's head was chopped off by the black-cut heavy axe, like a kite with a broken string, and rolled on the ground for several times, finally stopping in this mass grave where many zombie corpses were buried, and it could be said that it had almost merged into the environment. His eyes were wide open, as if he was still staring at the axe in front of him at the last moment, as if he was questioning this sudden end. Meng Su slowly retracted the black-cut heavy axe, and the blood-stained axe blade, which dripped like drops of blood, was particularly dazzling under the sunlight. Meng Su was not even interested in waiting for him to become a zombie. After all, the scavenger zombie that he had killed earlier did not have any evolution crystals at all, which made Meng Su very angry, and felt very uncomfortable. So this time, Meng Su simply ignored it, and directly cut off its head with one stroke. At the same time, Meng Su also wanted to do an experiment, to see if these chosen ones could still turn into those genetically enhanced special mutant zombies after their heads were cut off. So, after killing the little born, Meng Su squatted beside the pit, quietly waiting for the situation, to see if the little born could still turn into those hideous zombies. But what disappointed Meng Su was that the little born still had an unbelievable expression on his head, with no intention of turning into a zombie. Oh! It seems that once these chosen ones have their heads cut off, they will not be able to mutate into zombies after death. Meng Su shook his head, and wrote down this information thoroughly. He must avoid this kind of situation in the future, so that he could extract the evolutionary crystal from the back of the zombie's head. Wait a minute. Will there be such an evolutionary crystal behind the head of the chosen one? Thinking of this, Ming-Su couldn't help but have an idea to do an experiment. He immediately glanced at the zombie employee behind him and said to the zombie employee, "You, go down and hold up that head. Smash it open and see if there is anything inside." Hearing Ming-Su's order, a zombie employee immediately jumped into the mass grave woodenly, climbed up holding the little newborn's head, and then destroyed it fiercely, smashing the head to pieces. A single factor cannot affect the progress of the experiment, and multiple samples need to be used for the experiment. Ming-Su felt that he should catch a chosen one to do the experiment. He rejected human experiments, but did not reject animal experiments. The more Ming-Su thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The next time the chosen one attacked, he could do the same. No, he did not have to wait for the next chosen one to attack. The next time, he would go straight to Huanglong. With this thought, Ming-Su immediately waved his hand indifferently. "Okay. This action is very good. Everyone go back to their original positions." After that, the 4 zombie employees heard Ming-Su's words and walked towards the door with dedication and responsibility. Ming-Su and Jiang Xiaqiu also left the pit leisurely and returned to the building. With nothing else to do, Ming-Su went to Building A of Peace Building to deal with some small matters and settle all the company's affairs. However, when he just arrived on the first floor, he saw Zhang Luanping and Captain Luan waiting for Ming-Su on the first floor. And not far from the first floor, Li Xiang was still monitoring Captain Luan's whereabouts. Seeing this, Ming-Su nodded to Zhang Luanping immediately, and continued, "Why? Do they have anything else to do?" "Chairman, Manager Wen has sorted out some zombie intelligence known to the safe zone, which is not much." Zhang Luanping explained to Ming-Su where Wen Yuan was going, and then said, this time it was mainly because they wanted to leave and return to report their work. "So, are you asking me for other zombie intelligence?" Ming-Su was quite generous, and waved his hand directly. "Okay. I will write it out later. Let them take the information away, and it can be regarded as an explanation." Hearing Ming-Su's free and easy attitude, Zhang Luanping was relieved, and then whispered, "Chairman Ming." When they were chatting, "I heard the radio. Such words, after my speculation, although the end of the world has come, the signal shielding is very heavy, it seems that the radio equipment can still communicate with the outside world, and ordinary radios are not enough. It seems that it must be a radio with a high level of confidentiality." Hearing this, Ming-Su nodded. He also suspected that there were other ways to contact. It seems that when communicating with the safe zone, you can ask for a radio with a high level of confidentiality to use, so as to solve the communication problem. Ming-Su nodded. And then, he was not idle. He immediately took the elevator, and went to the 15th floor, and came to his office. And Xiaoyu was waiting in the office early this time. When she saw Ming-Su coming, she immediately smiled and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ming-Su. "Get paper and pen." And Xiaoyu heard this and immediately went to get paper and pen and put them in front of the desk. Ming-Su, on the other hand, began to write quickly about the various zombies he had encountered since the end of the world. Actually, there wasn't much. Mainly about the 4 types of mutant zombies and their advanced special zombies. It also contained some of his own speculations, and wrote about the first and second order. The main basis for judgment is the level. A zombie of level 10 is a first-order zombie, and a zombie of level 20 is a second-order zombie. It's simple and crude. But Ming-Su couldn't just write the level, so he used the first and second-order form to express it. In addition, Ming-Su also described in detail some special zombies that he had killed, but he did not describe the zombie employees that he had recruited. Ming-Su had high hopes for the safe zone, and did not want them to fall. But he would not be so stupid as to reveal all the information on his side. Once he became a fish, he would be at the mercy of others. This kind of thing is what Ming-Su did not want to see. After writing a lot, Ming-Su mentioned a key point. After the death of the Chosen One, they will become zombies. If you want to prevent them from becoming zombies, it is best to kill them with one strike. Ming-Su wrote down the information in one go, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he took the information and went downstairs on his own initiative, intending to send off the assault teams from the safe zone. At the same time, he was going to hold the second General Staff meeting. The main issue of this meeting was an expedition to Zanyang County to wipe out those chosen ones. There is an ancient marsh in Zanyang County named Zanyang Marsh. Although its area is gradually shrinking, it is also a 4A level scenic spot. It more satisfies the conditions of the task Meng Su received before. After raiding those chosen ones, it's just right to go to the safe zone, cooperate with them, and jointly restore order in some areas. They contribute their efforts and money, and Meng Su contributes his wisdom. It's fair. Such a big project, it must be at least several million. Right? Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. The government's business has always been the easiest to make money. When the time comes, money will make money. His company can further expand its staff, and even reach some cooperation with the safe zone, directly recruit some expert consultants from the safe zone, and directly develop the company. Oh my god! It's comfortable! Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately took the elevator to the 3rd floor. And those 12 people had just eaten lunch provided by peace order. For them, this level of lunch can actually be provided in the safe zone, but they were also able to eat it in peace order, which was a bit surprising. There is a lot of food stored in the safe zone, which can support a complete supply and transportation system. The longer Captain Wan stayed here, the more he felt that peace order was terribly strong. After seeing Meng Su coming, he immediately stood up and said to Meng Su respectfully, "Chairman Meng, you are done with your work. I wonder what you did just now." Although asking around would seem a bit lacking in emotional intelligence, but Captain Wan was really curious about Meng Su now, and was eager to know what Meng Su had just done. He already had a vague feeling of looking at an idol. Of course, this idol does not mean mindless pursuit, but a good impression of Meng Su, and a natural desire to follow the strong. After hearing Captain Wan's question, Meng Su said indifferently, "A kid just came. What's his name? Li Mahjong. He is the chosen one, lying in the zombie pit to steal the company's property. So I gave him a quick death, and let him lie down peacefully." Very angry. The corpses of those zombies are all assets of the company, and are used to fuel the studio furnace, which can save a lot of fuel costs. Li Mahjong is still young and doesn't learn his lesson. He actually wants to steal the company's property. Chairman Meng can tolerate him for such a thing? He should be sent to prison immediately, so that he will remember this lesson in his next life. Li Mahjong? Hearing this name, not only Captain Wan showed a look of astonishment, but the other 11 team members were also indignant. Is it this beast? This guy disguised himself very well before. On the 3rd day of the establishment of the safe zone, he was uniformly assigned to the temporary middle school for reteaching. But he didn't expect. At this point, Captain Wan stopped talking. These are the few guys among the chosen ones whose names are remembered. Peng Ting, Li Mahjong and Feng Meishu. These 3 are unforgivable in the safe zone. However, Li Mahjong is very strong. He can often transform into a zombie he has eaten during the battle. So he can't die even if he is killed. Once a team was ambushed by him in a shopping mall. And finally the whole team was wiped out. What's more infuriating is that this team only had some limbs left in the end. So, how did such a strong guy get eliminated by Chairman Meng? For a moment, everyone looked at Meng Su in amazement. Meng Su was also a little surprised when he saw this. "Why are you looking at me? It's just killing a so-called chosen one. What's so difficult about it? It's nothing special. Just practice makes perfect." Hearing Meng Su's words, the 12 members of the team were silent for a while, and they didn't know what to say. "Yes. For this Mr. Meng, everything is very easy. I guess even Peng Ting, the leader of that group of beasts, is not Mr. Meng's opponent. Right? By the way, after you go back, prepare a radio for me, so that communication will be more convenient," Meng Su said casually. "Otherwise, it's always troublesome to rely on the messenger to run back and forth." Received. Captain Wan immediately stood at attention, indicating that he had received Meng Su's instructions. He believed that if the peace order and the safe zone were to unite, it would be a strong combination, and they would definitely be able to use a combination of punches to clean up those damn beasts of the chosen ones. With this idea in mind, Captain Wan took the zombie atlas given by Meng Su and planned to leave. Before leaving, Captain Wan was quite generous and left a 97 anti-riot rifle and 2 magazines of bullets as a token of sincerity. Meng Su was also very generous and let them choose any car from all the cars in the underground garage, except Meng Su's favorite motorcycle. Soon, under the watchful eyes, the assault team successfully completed the mission and set off on their way home. They chose a minibus, which could just fit 12 people. The driver was very nervous when the 12 people set off, but they had come here by this route before, so they were naturally familiar with this route and knew exactly where to stop and walk. As the vehicle was driving, Captain One hurriedly took out Meng Su's zombie atlas and glanced at it casually. It is unlikely that he could not see this kind of information. Ordinary zombies. The few zombies at the beginning can only be said to be mediocre, nothing to say. However, later, a new world was opened for Captain One. Power-type mutant zombie, encountered on Highway 34, killed with a baseball bat, strength unknown, should be very strong? Speed-type mutant zombie, near the university town, the little guy ran very fast, but still caught me? Spirit-type mutant zombie, can gather a lot of zombies, I once gave them a chance. Tens of them let them run, not only did they not run, they also attacked me. Physical-type mutant zombie, need 2 knives. Captain One? Seeing this, Captain One was a little confused, but these 4 types of strength, speed, spirit, physique, did open up some new worlds for them, but soon, the following content was a little shocking. Special Zombie 1, before mutation. His name was Chin Bin. He had a sickle on his back. He was hacked to death by me and 2 other employees in the spring breeze. Special Zombie 2, encountered in the Chinese medicine hospital. There was a zombie mecha. I cut him in half. His death was ugly. Special Zombie 3, seems to be called Peng Ting. He is very strong, indestructible, and can control his body size. Came to the company to find me to join. Fought fiercely. His head was blown up by my punch. Quite powerful. Captain One? Is this a zombie atlas? Is this the record of Chairman Ming killing zombies? Every line of text on it clearly explains the location, and even the time. What surprised Captain One was that there was even some information about superpowers, as well as records of going to Wuyong City and beheading the Black Dragon Society boss Wei Pingsheng. A quick look showed that Chairman Ming seemed to be leading the way every day since his arrival, and could kill at least 50 zombies every day? That's right. This is the zombie crisis. It means that after the zombies met Meng Su, they naturally fell into a dangerous state. But soon, Captain One saw the most surprising news. Was Peng Ting killed by Chairman Ming? Peng Ting is the #1 center in the Heching City safety zone. If it weren't for him, how could the safety zone suffer such heavy casualties? And these guys who claim to be the chosen ones are the best at deceiving people. In the end times, people's hearts are unpredictable. Among the many survivors rescued by their safety zone, it is unknown how many hidden cultists are mixed in, just to stab them in the back at the critical moment. There are even such people in the team. Otherwise, why did every encirclement and suppression plan end in failure? Only when facing the man surnamed Liu in Gyeongbuk district did it succeed once. That time was due to various special circumstances. Of course, the biggest reason was that the pastor surnamed Liu was too proud and thought he could face the baptism of fire. Captain One took a deep breath and had a new understanding of Meng Su's strength. He killed countless zombies. Peng Ting, Li Mahjong all died on the spot, and according to the calculation of the battle time, it is estimated that it took less than 3 minutes, which is absolutely a crushing strength. Such a strong man can definitely be called the first superpower in the East Country. As for whether there is anyone stronger than Mr. Ming, I don't know. I hope there is. Only in this way there is hope. After returning, everyone should be prepared to accept the inspection and report truthfully. If Chairman Meng's peace order can cooperate with us, our safety zone can at least double. So many people renting houses? Looking at the report handed over by Zhou Yanni, Meng Su seemed a little surprised, but still nodded with satisfaction and said, Yoshi, a total of 51 houses were rented out. The monthly rent is 255,000 yuan. Half of the expenses were directly shared with Meng Su. Of course, 6 of them rented houses in exchange for work, and followed when yuan to repair the city wall. So strictly speaking, it was only 225,000 yuan per month. But this income also made Meng Su feel relieved. The only pity is that Lin Yi, Lin Xian and Zhang Lunping all rented one room, so he couldn't collect the same money twice or 3 times, which made Meng Su very regretful. There are 36 households in a building. All human employees are arranged in building 1. And some are arranged in building 2. The 14 zombie employees are arranged in building 12. But this is nothing, because although the zombie employees rented a house, they generally don't live there. They are still on duty in the middle of the night, which is really silent and tearful. Meng Su was filled with emotion. It was wonderful to lie down and do nothing, earning 225,000 yuan a month. Next, we can consider recruiting more employees. Meng Su muttered to himself, feeling a little proud of the money. At this moment, And Xiaoyu's voice also reached Meng Su's ears. Mr. Meng, all employees are here. What do you want? Meng Su heard this, looked up, and saw that all the employees were already in place. The company now has nearly 50 people. Of course, including zombie employees. However, there are relatively few zombie employees. Even if Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao are included, there are only 14. The rest are all human employees. And there are many people that Meng Su cannot name without observing their expressions. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but cough lightly, and then said, the reason why we called everyone here is that our company has been established for a month. And it's time to have a team building activity. Team building is conducive to the spiritual civilization of employees. And it also helps the chairman relax. Let's start a company team building. I believe you will become better. Trigger task. Company team building. Task requirements. At least 1/3 of the company's 16 people participate in this team building. Task rewards. Spirit value +1. Senior talent tracking x1. Points +10. Defensive heavy truck x1. The task that was suddenly triggered surprised Meng Su a little. But it didn't matter. 16 people. Meng Su nodded, then said nonchalantly, this team building, the number of people is at least 16, it is voluntary. Anyone who wants to participate can raise their hands. If you don't want to participate, that's fine. Hearing Meng Su's words, the new employees looked at each other. Team building? It's the end of the world. How can the company still have a team building project? And the old employees are indifferent. After all, the last team building was to plant pea shooters at the entrance of the building. I believe it will be similar this time? Wang Yong spoke enthusiastically. Boss, what is the form of this team building? Tourism. Meng Su said calmly. Zongyang County has a 4A level scenic spot called Zhangyang's. I think it's good. I plan to take everyone out for a tour. What do you think? As soon as this sentence came out, the whole audience was stunned. The entire venue was so quiet that it was a little scary. It could even be said that even if a pin dropped, it could be heard clearly. Travel? Travel to Zongyang County? Boss, are you crazy? Aren't there zombies everywhere? In this situation, can you still travel? The new employees looked at each other, while the old employees were used to such big scenes and were somewhat accustomed to them. Calm down. Isn't it just traveling? What scenes have we old employees not seen? Shen Zhaozhao sat on the chair and ate snacks very calmly. But she had never seen such a scene before. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Shen Zhaozhao had been staying in the company and had never stepped out. After the chats with the new employees, Shen Zhaozhao had a clearer understanding of the outside world. In that zombie apocalypse, the whole world was dead silent, and the air was filled with the smell of decay, which made people shudder. The sky was gray, there were no more birds singing, only the intermittent roars of zombies, coming from afar. In this dead silent atmosphere, whenever Shen Zhaozhao thought of it, she felt a little creepy, chilled, and extremely terrified. In addition, in Shen Zhaozhao's imagination, there was even a wasteland-like scene, which made Shen Zhaozhao's back cold and often woke up in the middle of the night. The project of this team building is to go traveling? Although Shen Zhaozhao was still eating snacks in his chair, looking very calm, showing his status as the company's number 002 veteran employee, but he was sweating profusely inside. How is it? The company will pay for the team building this time. There won't be any place for you to spend money. The opportunity will never come again. Meng Su looked at the crowds of people in the audience, and also began to think about who to take with him. The team building was incidental. His real purpose was to take the opportunity to kill 2 more chosen ones, so that they would not come to trouble him. The reason why I didn't tell those guys in the safe zone was mainly because I was worried about a traitor. What if the traitor leaked the news in advance? Meng Su didn't know how many people were in the safe zone, but according to the population of Haching City, the safe zone was conservatively estimated to have at least 100,000 people. 100,000 people. Before the end of the world. These numbers were not worth mentioning. But after the end of the world, if all 100,000 people were mobilized, what kind of energy could be unleashed using these technologies? Meng Su naturally couldn't imagine. But at the same time, because of the large number of people, it is inevitable that there will be traitors and undercovers, especially for the omnipresent guys like the Chosen One. Meng Su can read the red names, but there is nothing in the safe zone. This time, I plan to bring Shirwaning and Li Xian with me. As for Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, they will inevitably go with me, bringing Shirwaning and Li Xian, because of Meng Su's doubts. After all, since he learned that high-level zombies would recover some of their past memories, he became wary of Shirwaning and Li Xiang, two former enemies, and decided to take them out to perform more missions. Under his nose, there was no chance of revenge. If he could die for humanity, it would be a good deed. As for Meng Xuanpeng, it's okay. This guy has been a dog, a chicken, and a mouse. His mind has long been unclear. The memory he can recover is limited. Moreover, he has inherited the loyalty of a dog. His satisfaction with the company has always been 100 points. Meng Su even suspected that Meng Xuanpeng loved the company more than himself. It's like this. What else can Meng Su say? He can only say, Meng Xuanpeng, good job. Work hard. You have a chance to become the manager of the security department. From the group's fierce dog to the department manager, it can only be said that it is too inspiring. In addition, Lenny can also travel. After all, he is a supernatural person who seeks good fortune and avoids disaster. Taking him with him is a double guarantee. For Meng Su at present, the killing intention perception can only avoid targets that pose a great threat to him. For ordinary small targets, it is really not sensitive. There is no way, in the final analysis. It is because my current strength is too strong. Alas. In addition, the 5 tigers of the propaganda department also followed me on the trip. The propaganda department used to have 8 zombie employees, but in the battle of the Chinese medicine hospital, Meng Su fired 2 of them in time, and in the battle against Peng Ting, another one died. Now there are 5 left. Meng Su plans to take them all with him at once. Let them carry the imperial carriage for him, to strengthen his momentum. Who would refuse the temptation of carrying the imperial carriage? Shi Wei can also go with him. There is another mission to take a beauty with you. Meng Su looked around, including himself. There are already 12 people in the team building mission. There are still 4 vacancies, and one of them must be a female employee. In this way, my group in Zhongyang County can complete 3 tasks, and can also deal with some of the chosen ones. What can Meng Su say? I can only say that I feel comfortable. At this moment, and Xiaoyu's voice suddenly appeared behind Meng Su. And there was even some coquettishness in her voice. Boss, I want to go. Are you acting like a spoiled child? Sister? Meng Su turned around, and after seeing Xiaoyu, he nodded immediately. Okay. You'll be one. Who else? Me. Dr. Shaoli suddenly raised his hand, looking very serious. Boss Meng, I think you need a doctor. Team Leader Che and Team Leader Lao are old, and Zhang Qin has not graduated yet. Only I can take on this important task. Looking at Dr. Shaoli, who volunteered, Meng Su was a little surprised. But before Meng Su was too surprised, he saw Nurse Yu Jiajun also blushing and raising her hand. Seeing this, Meng Su agreed to all of them. As for the last 2 spots, before Meng Su could speak, Wang Yong and Zhang Lunping raised their hands at the same time, indicating their willingness to go with Meng Su. Wang Yong said that he had worked as a car mechanic for a while and could repair cars. And Zhang Lunping, I don't know why, maybe he just wanted to go. In this way, they were all there. Seeing the others hesitate, Meng Su did not urge them, but chuckled and said, Okay, then let these 15 people go with me to participate in the company's team building. As for the employees who stay in the company, the defense system is weak. Headed by Wen Yuan, I will promote Wen Yuan to the manager of the civil engineering department. When I am not there, he will temporarily take charge of all the power of the company. As for the defensive fortifications, Zhang Qingyang will be in charge, and Meng Xuanpeng and other zombie employees will assist him. Meng Su paused, and looked at the only 2 programmers in the audience, the young man with a broken leg, and immediately said, Ma Hantong, you should design some programs during this period. It is not very complicated. Communicate with several electricians. This time, I will find a few surveillance cameras in Zhongyang County for the team building. You can find a way to connect with the company, so that you can check the surrounding situation in the camera to deal with it, without having to observe with the naked eye. Meng Su said calmly. After all, the naked eye has its limits. A speed like mine is enough to deceive Zhang Qingyang. At this time, technology is more useful. Chapter 164 arrived in Zhongyang County. It's so beautiful. My family. Beep beep. The bus made a sound of starting. In the underground garage, the shuttle bus that came back from the Chinese medicine hospital was selected, and became the vehicle for this operation. It used to be a bit tattered, but now it's intact. It's just a little ugly. The Peace Order group has a complete talent pool. There are many auto repair workers, and workers who can complete auto repair work, and any parts needed can be directly removed from nearby vehicles that have no keys. So as long as there is no large-scale scrapping, Meng-Su's car can be repaired every time he goes out. After all, as long as you don't pursue a glamorous appearance, it's quite simple to replace spare parts. With Chairman Meng Shumeng as the main core, Vice President Jiang Xiaqiu as the deputy core, Senior Manager Qi Liao, Li Xiang, Secretary and Qiuyu as the auxiliary, and employees Qi Wei, Shi Wanning, Publicity Department 5 Tigers and Lin Yi, Li Wanhai, Yu Jiajun, Zhang Luanping and 11 others, a total of 16 people, participated in this company's small team building, and prepared to conduct a field investigation in Zongyang County, to decide whether to build a factory. The lineup is perfect. The 5 tigers of the propaganda department sat in the last row, without saying a word. It can only be said that these 5 zombie employees of the propaganda department are still too shy. How can the propaganda department not speak? Meng-Su was very disappointed with this. He felt that he should train these 5 zombie employees in the future, and use those garbage evolution crystals to open their minds. By the way, he would collect 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in training fees. Although there are now super immune drugs, which can allow human employees to awaken their superpowers, but human employees need 20 points plus an evolution crystal, while ordinary zombie employees only need 1 evolution crystal. The advantage of human employees is that they can think for themselves. The advantage of zombie employees is that they are obedient. Meng-Su thinks it is more cost-effective to train his own zombie employees. Points are so useful. Let's keep them. With this thought, Meng-Su took a deep breath and looked at the driver's seat. Dr. Li Wanhai was already sitting in the driver's seat. When he took out the steering wheel, he showed a resolute look and prepared the bus. After all, there are so many people this time. How can we let the chairman drive every day? What a disgrace. Next to Meng-Su sat Qiuyu. And Qiuyu sat on the side close to the aisle. She leaned her head on Meng-Su's shoulder. Leaning against Meng-Su, she looked a little sweet, but behind her, there were 2 eyes staring at her, a little cold, making people feel a little uncomfortable. But fortunately, Meng-Su sat aside, and Qi Liao sat in the row behind him. Jiang Xiaqiu did not do much, but just stared at Meng-Su and Qiuyu. On the other side, other human employees sat. Zhang Luanping and Lin Yi sat together, and Yu Jiajun sat very close to Li Wanhai. They chatted and talked nonsense, which was quite happy. Lin Yi closed his eyes to rest, while Zhang Luanping was full of worries. The reason why Zhang Luanping took the initiative to ask for the position of manager was that he wanted to fight for the position of manager. When Yuan had already become a manager, which was intolerable, he had to get a promotion and a raise. And now he had the pressure of mortgage. It was also easy for Lin Yi to come out. I was called. Of course, Lin Yi wanted to come here too. After all, the safety factor in the company is much safer than the corridor before. I believe that staying in the company will definitely provide good living conditions. Besides, the chairman is so powerful, and there are zombie colleagues around him. So there is basically no need to worry. Even manager Li Xiang and Shi Wanning are here. So it's a sure thing. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly looked at Meng-Su, who was thinking on the side, and there was a touch of respect in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly had a very bold idea. Is there a chance to match his sister with Chairman Meng? After all, his sister is also very good-looking in today's Doomsday environment. Except for a strong man like Chairman Meng, who can be worthy of his sister. It doesn't matter if she is not old enough. She will be 18 in 2 months. As for the numerous beauties around Mr. Meng, Lin Yi didn't care. After all, he had been in society for a long time. In this situation, who could control Mr. Meng? And Lin Yi didn't think it was inappropriate. That's what a strong person should do. Oh, forget it. Just let it go. Lin Yi shook his head and decided to let it go and not interfere. But what is Mr. Meng thinking about now? What is there in Zongyang County that is worth Mr. Meng's mobilization? It can't be that he is just going there for a tour group building? Lin Yi was thinking a lot, and there were many ideas in his mind. But no matter what, he has full faith in Meng-Su. He believes that Meng-Su is now definitely planning for his future plans after arriving in Zongyang County. Looking at Mr. Meng's expression now, he can be described as confident. Ah, it is a great honor to have such a leader. Lin Yi feels very relieved. As long as Meng-Su is here, he feels at ease. However, the leader in Lin Yi's mind, Meng-Su, the chairman of the Peace Order Group, is not as calm and confident as Lin Yi thought at this moment. Instead, He wants to complain. No, you did it on purpose. System? Ming-Su complained in his heart. Looking at the task requirements in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Snack stall owner weekly task announced. Sell 500 portions of Zhongyuan stewed noodles. Promote regional specialty snacks to the world. Task requirements. Sell 500 portions of Zhongyuan stewed noodles. Limited to 2 portions per person. At least 1% sold to non-Eastern nationals. And popularize the value of the 5,000 years of Zhongyuan to them. Until the other party gives a thumbs up. Task time limit. 7 days. Task rewards. Snack stall owner experience value plus 100, points plus 20, cash plus 500, 000, cooking level plus 1, breakthrough point plus 0.2. In addition to the weekly tasks of snack stall owners, the weekly tasks of flyer distributors are also released. Leaflet distributor weekly task. Distribute 500 leaflets of Peace Order Group. Let Peace Order Group become an international company. Task requirements. Among the 500 leaflets, at least 20 employees come to apply for the job. To highlight the international company, it is necessary to recruit 3 foreign employees and at least 3 senior talents. Task deadline, 7 days. Task rewards. Leaflet distributor experience plus 100, points plus 20, cash plus 500, 000. Obtain professional skills follow the wind. Breakthrough point plus 0.3. Ming-Su. Are foreigners your fathers? Do you have to feed foreigners and recruit foreign talents? Train Voliv. Right. I know this trick. Our Dongwu is really awesome. Eyes wide open. Thumbs up but. Ming-Su also found a blind spot. For the noodle soup, all you need is non-Eastern nationals. So just find a few zombies and take them to renounce their nationality. That's easy. For recruitment, you need foreign employees. Alas. These two are completely different. The former does not require foreign nationality, which means you just need to be renounced from the East, and stateless people are also okay, but the latter must be required. Troublesome. Melancholy. The difficulty of weekly tasks has increased, which can be said to be an epic weakening for me. I didn't need to recruit employees before, but now I need to recruit employees and control the quality of employees even when distributing flyers. Alas. Fortunately, it is the Peace Order Company. I can complete it by just passing it. If it is a flyer of some Haodao real estate, Haohan Swimming and Fitness Club, and someone must go to apply for a card to experience it, it would be better to kill Ming-Su with a sword. However, the system never shoots without a purpose. There are definitely foreigners in Zhongyang County. It doesn't matter if there are no foreigners. In such a big city like Hiching, there are always a few foreign devils. The difference is where they are. Can't you find all 5? I don't require that they must be living people. Zombies are also okay. Thinking of this, Ming-Su took a deep breath and said to the few living employees in the car, speaking of foreigners, "Do you have any clues?" Hearing Ming-Su's words, everyone was stunned. They didn't understand why Ming-Su suddenly asked such a question. Foreigners? Could it be that Mr. Ming already has any clues? Zhang Luanping sat up straight suddenly, looked at Ming-Su, and his eyes showed a look of astonishment and shock. Could it be that Chairman Ming just discovered the truth of everything? Is this zombie crisis actually a virus attack by some evil big countries abroad? With this thought, Zhang Luanping immediately took a deep breath and was about to speak. But he saw Lenny take the lead and said, "Mr. Ming, there are international students from Africa in Hiching Vocational College. I have seen them when I was delivering water there before. In addition, there are also 2 foreign professors at Nanjiang University. I also saw them when I was delivering water." Seeing this, Zhang Luanping also hurriedly said, "Our factory's beer specialist. He is from Germany. But he is not usually in the factory. He lives in a villa near Zhengyang's in Zhongyang County." And Xiaoyu heard this and yawned, and said, "Mr. Ming, I remember there is a model company in Finko City. It is not big, but there are several Ukrainian models." Dr. Li, who was driving, also took the time to talk, saying that there were foreign doctors and patients in the hospital, but not in their hospital, but in Hiching Central Hospital in Gyeongbuk District. He had seen them before when he followed the team leader to a meeting. Hearing everyone's brainstorming, Ming-Su was also very satisfied. It seems that there are quite a few foreigners in Hiching City. At least 10. Right? Enough? Enough. The mission is enough to complete. However, there is still a key problem now. I left in a hurry and didn't bring the snack stand. This is a mess. How to make Zhongyuan stewed noodles. Detecting that the host is currently lacking tools, The system has come to help you solve your problems. Temporary small kitchen applies for battle. Daily rental is only 3,000 yuan. The opportunity is not to be missed. And the time will not come again. Meng Su. You really don't miss any opportunity to make money from me. Meng Su was a little powerless to complain. But 3,000 yuan was appropriate. After all, the snack stand in his company could not fit into the bus. With this thought, Meng Su stood up immediately. Seeing Meng Su standing up, everyone looked at him sideways, and couldn't help but ask with concern, Mr. Meng, is there anything wrong? The driver Shaoli also slowed down, and was ready to brake at any time. How could Mr. Meng shoot without a purpose? Seeing that everyone was so nervous, Meng Su felt a little strange. It's okay. You keep driving. I'll take a walk. Hearing Meng Su say this, the employees on the bus were a little at a loss for a moment. I don't know what to say. Take a stroll in the car? Okay, you are the boss and you have the final say. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone should do what they should do. Meng Su has been too normal these days. I almost forgot that the chairman is mentally ill. This wave is their mistake, my. And Meng Su walked towards the back row with his head down. The 5 tigers of the publicity department were sitting on pins and needles. And Meng Su waved his hand casually. All of you go sit on the left. Chairman Meng engaged in workplace bullying, and the 5 tigers of the publicity department could only obey. All rolled to the left and sat, leaving the large area of seats on the right empty. Without any hesitation, Meng Su directly folded down the backrests of the second to last and third rows, and then started to rent a mobile kitchenette without hesitation. You have spent 3,000 yuan for 1 day's rental. As the small gilded characters appeared in front of him, kitchen utensils appeared one by one. Very good. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and thought for a while, thinking that he was the boss of a company. How could he cook noodles in the car? After thinking for a while, Meng Su shouted to the car, are there any people from the Central Plains? Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was a little confused for a while, not knowing what Meng Su was going to do. Zhang Luanping immediately said, Boss, there are indeed people from the Central Plains in our company, but they didn't come to the team building this time. Hearing this, Meng Su sighed, well, then I'll take a step back. Has anyone eaten Zhongyuan stewed noodles? When this sentence came out, everyone was a little confused. Lin Yi and Zhang Luanping immediately raised their hands. Even An Qiuyu raised her hand. Have you all eaten it? Meng Su was surprised for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, in fact, stewed noodles are very famous. Most people have eaten it more or less, especially Nanjiang province, which is located in the middle of the country, and is neither south nor north. Okay, Lin Yi. You come, I believe you have traveled a lot, and you have rich social experience, you should be able to make stewed noodles. Meng Su casually pointed out. When Lin Yi heard this, he was stunned at first, but nodded, and immediately came over and said to Meng Su, okay, Mr. Meng, how many do you want? Do all colleagues want one? Yes. Meng Su nodded, make 32 bowls first. Give 2 bowls to everyone in the car, and make the rest, and then pack them in boxes. Make about 500 servings in total, including the 32 bowls. A total of 500 servings. Lin Yi? Huh? Hearing this, Lin Yi felt that he seemed to have heard it wrong. How much more? 500 servings. Meng Su said very seriously. Lin Yi heard this and said subconsciously, no. You want to open a restaurant? After saying this, Lin Yi finally reacted and said quickly, sorry, Mr. Meng. I didn't mean it. I just... How did you know I wanted to open a restaurant? Meng Su looked at Lin Yi in surprise, and was very surprised. It's good that you know I want to open a restaurant. Make 500 servings first. Don't be lazy. I have a great use for these 500 servings of stewed noodles. Hearing great use. After hearing these 3 words, Lin Yi immediately became cautious. He suspected that Meng Su might be going to unite the survivors in Zongyang County. He immediately said seriously, Mr. Meng, the ingredients and other things, they are all in the storage cabinet below. There are also disposable plastic bowls. Remember to pack them well. Someone else will need the dough for him. You Jiajun. It's your turn. Go and knead the dough. Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. You will get it as you need it. At Meng Su's order, Lin Yi took a deep breath and started to make the stewed noodles. Although he had never learned how to make braised noodles, it didn't matter. Let's get a feel for it first. The most authentic Huizhou beef noodles are in Jili, so it's okay to have authentic Central Plains braised noodles in Hiching. Right? Roar! Outside the Zongyang County Stadium, zombies were everywhere. Their eyes were empty. They only had a desire for flesh and blood. And the stench from their bodies was disgusting. The density of zombies here seemed dense, which was very abnormal for the stadium scene. After all, when the zombies broke out, it was impossible for there to be so many people in the stadium. In the stadium, only 5 people sat at the table in the lounge. Silent. An old man who looked skinny and about 60 or 70 years old frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Mr. Peng has not made any movement. What happened to Li Mahjong? Why didn't he send any news back? Xiao Feng, where are your children? Go check. It's only been a few days." The woman with a zombie baby in her arms and a loving look in her eyes coaxed the zombie baby while saying to the old man, "You know, my children are dying too fast. The eldest is now keeping an eye on the movements of the safe zone. The second is always ready to respond to Siming. And the youngest is not grown up yet. The third and fourth are on guard nearby. Where can I find more children? My other children died in the safe zone. Can you find me more children?" The woman seemed a little crazy and seemed to be dissatisfied with the people around. The other 3 looked at the 2 men who were confronting each other, and they didn't know what to say. They were numb. The 3 of them were small Karami, and they had little presence. The old man had a title of Spirit Screamer in the safe zone. He could use his screams to simply issue some commands to the thousands of zombies around him. Of course, the commands would not be very complicated. Once they were activated, he couldn't control them. But even so, she was very strong. And this woman in her 30s was naturally Feng Mingshu, one of the 3 most heinous people in the safe zone, who was also known as the corpse baby mother. Before the zombie apocalypse, she was a pregnant woman. When the zombie virus broke out, she was about to give birth. As a result, her twins turned into zombies as soon as they were born. They ate the doctor who performed the operation and the family waiting outside the delivery room. She was also chosen by the Lord and became the chosen one. From then on, she began to support her 2 sons. When the safe zone was initially full of power, in order to destroy the safe zone, she arranged for her 2 zombie sons to go out and directly assassinated the chief figure of the guard, a corps commander with a general position, causing the guard to be shaken. Then Lu Funing, who was second only to the general, took over as the commander-in-chief, but was later assassinated. Her son died, but she was not sad. Instead, she began to have a spirit of small self achieves big self. That is, all the zombie babies are her children. If the baby is not a zombie, then let him become a zombie. In short, the psychic howler belongs to the type of manipulating and summoning small monsters, while the zombie mother is the type of cultivating and raising small zombies. Both are the chosen ones who can manipulate zombies. It can be said that such examples appear in the same area at the same time, which is also very rare. So what should we do now? Chiemo sat on the side and felt very uncomfortable. He shouted immediately. 3 small teams were sent out from the safe zone not long ago, and they went to Finko City, Jinan District and Huangyanzu in the north. No one knows where they went. You know, there is a remnant army in the direction of Finko City. Once the remnant army joins the safe zone, our pressure will increase sharply. Will Sima Ming still look favorably upon us at that time? There are 2 army corps stationed in Hiching City, one in Tao County and one in Finko City. The Army Corps in Tao County is now an important part of the escort team. The situation in Finko City is special. It is located at the intersection of 3 cities. And the situation is extremely complicated, because when the zombie virus broke out, the Army Corps was the worst hit. Nearly 3/4 of the forces became the first batch of zombies. But there was still 1/4 of the forces, and the disputes were quickly settled. Therefore, each Army Corps could still have more than 2,000 armed forces remaining. The 3 cities intersect. Finko City itself is a county-level city with a large population. In addition, the Finko Legion is stationed in a special location, so the Legion was blocked by them. Otherwise, they would have reconciled long ago. The Doomsday cultists they deceived gathered in Finko City to use guerrilla tactics to harass the Finko Legion. And at the same time, they were dividing them. Once the Finko Legion and the Tao County Safety Zone meet, the situation in Hiching City will be completely ruined for the chosen one Ariana. If this so-called peace and order is really as Mr. Peng said, then it will indeed be a great help for us to involve the safety zone. A man with glasses nodded and said quite maturely, but just when the corpse baby mother was about to say something, She suddenly felt a palpitation. And then she screamed on the spot, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Ah! This scream scared the other chosen ones. Seeing this scene, everyone understood what happened, and surrounded the corpse baby mother and helped her up. But the corpse baby mother covered her eyes, and blood was flowing out of her eyes. The spirit howler was a little nervous and asked quickly, Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Which of your children is in trouble? It's the third and fourth children. They were killed. Ah! They were killed. It was on Qianmen Street. It was on Qianmen Street. It was a guy with an axe. My eyes. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill on their backs. Being able to kill the corpse baby mother without any warning or notice means that the incident definitely happened in an instant. What kind of guy is it that can kill the third and fourth children at the same time in an instant? Chiemo whispered, everyone, be careful. Qianmen Street is only 10 kilometers away from us. He may be coming to find us. He had a vague, ominous premonition. When the old man of the spirit howler heard this, he immediately shook his head and chuckled, don't be afraid. There are 900 of my followers outside. Even if someone comes under the attack of these followers, plus your cooperation, it will be enough to ruin everything. He laughed at Qi Mo's recklessness and Xiao Feng's lack of wisdom. Even if he could kill the third brother in a second, what would the fourth brother do? Anyway, the third brother and the fourth brother were not as good as the first and second brothers. If they died, they died. He had 900 followers to protect him. What was there to be afraid of? I was a legend. I shone with confidence. After a while, the mother of the zombie baby recovered slowly. She wiped the tears from her eyes and looked extremely angry. I will call the first and second brothers back. I will kill them and avenge the third and fourth brothers. After that, the mother of the zombie baby grabbed the zombie baby that had accidentally fallen to the ground, grabbed his calf, and threw him out. At the same time, she roared, youngest brother, you continue to monitor and see what happened. If you have any news, report it back. The third and fourth brothers might have been killed by a surprise attack. The youngest brother had the most milk and was very nutritious. Going as a scout to gather intelligence, I think there shouldn't be any problem. The mother of the corpse baby thought angrily. She wanted to skin and cripple the guy who killed the third and fourth brothers. Where did this expensive thing come from? Don't you see I charge money for noodles? Why are you here to buy without money? Get lost. Mengsu took back the black chopping heavy axe, looking at the zombie baby that he had chopped in half, shaked his head, feeling very sorry. If you want to eat it in your next life, go home and ask your mother to give you money, understand? One hand pays, the other hand delivers. After mumbling, Mengsu waved the noodles in his hand happily, and shouted to the empty streets around him, does anyone else want noodles? This opportunity is not to be missed, and it will never come again. Looking at Mengsu who was shouting outside the car, the driver Xiaoli, and the nurse Xiaoyu who were sitting in the car looked nervous, and their hearts were pounding. But after seeing the corpses everywhere outside, they didn't know how to describe their complicated feelings. Chairman Ming just killed almost all the zombies on the street alone. No. Chairman Ming, Manager Qi, and Vice President Jiang killed hundreds of zombies. Even thousands of zombies. Not only that, they also handed out flyers to them. Zhang Luanping and Lin Yi were already numb. They and Qiuyu stood beside Mengsu. Selling with Mengsu. Lin Yi never expected that Chairman Ming said that making stewed noodles was very useful. Was that the case? What kind of usefulness is this? Isn't this a waste of food? Wasting food in peacetime is shameful. In the end times, people who waste food should be arrested and shot. But it was Chairman Ming who wasted food after all. People are different. Chairman Ming does whatever he wants. They have no objection. Those who have objections are already lying on the ground. However, what's the point of Mr. Ming doing this? Lin Yi had just arrived not long ago, and immediately asked Zhang Luanping, who was already experienced and used to it. Curiously, Team Leader Zhang, if you want to sell noodles and hand out flyers, it's obviously more appropriate to hand them out to the survivors. Right? These zombies can't read. Could it be that Mr. Ming's move has some deeper meaning? After hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhang Luanping looked very calm. But he also felt like complaining in his heart. How would I know? But this made him feel a little nostalgic, and his eyes looked much better when he looked at Lin Yi. After all, when he first met Chairman Ming, when Chairman Ming stopped at the traffic light, his thoughts at that time were exactly the same as Lin Yi's now. Unfortunately, The young and ignorant thoughts at that time have long disappeared, and replaced by a feeling of accustomedness. Who knows? Maybe Chairman Meng is implementing a big plan. Zhang Lunping said casually. Looking very casual, I thought of it. Chairman Meng must want to use this method to feed the zombies. As long as the zombies are full, they will not eat people. Therefore, the so-called zombie crisis will be solved, and the end of the world will naturally be ended. TSK. Chairman Meng has a master around him. After hearing Zhang Lunping's words, Lin Yi was really stunned for a moment. After a moment, he asked Zhang Lunping, Really? Zhang Lunping heard the words, and looked at Lin Yi speechlessly. He didn't know what to say. Silly child. You are really a silly child. Lin Yi realized that he seemed to be fooled by Zhang Lunping. He smiled awkwardly. When he was about to say something, he saw that Meng Su had already started to pack up. Okay. Let's pack up. Zhang Lunping smiled, and immediately started packing up with Meng Su, and returned to the bus. Mr. Meng, where are we going next? Driver Li asked Meng Su nervously. For Driver Li, this driving trip was too exciting. He drove all the way to the end. If he encountered zombies and couldn't drive, he would say open the door and then kill them. In an instant, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He would kill all the zombies in no time, so that the vehicle could continue to drive. It can be said that there was no danger. Let's go to Zhangyang's. Isn't there a villa nearby? Let's go see the Germans. Or, wait a minute, the route just passes Hiching Vocational College. Let's go there. Aren't there foreign students there? I hope I won't be disappointed. Meng Su yawned, said casually. He took a look at the progress of his tasks, all of which were in progress. But the weekly tasks, only the foreigners are missing. Not only that, Meng Su found that his car arrived near the vocational college. The tasks of team building and traveling with the beauty will also be completed. This made Meng Su a little confused, but since that's the case, then Meng Su has no objection, anyway. He has no objection. After hearing Meng Su's words, Dr. Li immediately started the car. Hiching Vocational College is far away from the city, in Zhangyang County. And Zhangyang County is also far away. There are basically no large areas around it. There is only a lonely school there, except for a few businesses. It can be said that the geographical location is very remote, far worse than those university towns. This way, it is unobstructed. After all, Meng Su has made a name for himself. The scenery outside the car window gradually became better, with green trees and sunny avenues. It seems that the days are still peaceful. Occasionally, some vehicles will block the road. At this time, Manager Li Xiang will come out and quickly move the vehicles that block the road. However, there are no rampant survivors who come to rob. It can be seen that the public security in Zhangyang County is still good, better than Weiyang City. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Hiching Vocational College. Task of traveling with beauty completed. I really can't believe it. You bring female friends out to set up stalls, distribute flyers, and go to school? I beg you. Is it so difficult to watch a movie and have a meal? Task evaluation, very poor. Task reward, spirit value +1. Breakthrough point +0.5. Cash +100,000. Points +30. Encounter X1. In the instant when this line of gilded small characters appeared, Meng Su felt that he had gained some kind of relaxation from the depths of his soul. After opening his eyes again, his attribute values had reached the realm of 23 points for spirit and 26 points for physique. Encountering an adventure? Is it the mysterious grand prize? Meng Su knew what this was. Jiang Xiaqiu, isn't that how and Qiu met? Only Qi Liu was caught by me in the wild. It doesn't matter, let's see the adventure. Meng Su fast-forwarded to the adventure directly, to see what the system had done for him this time. The eldest daughter of the third generation of the rich, a big star in the movie industry. What is the next one? Have you heard? Su Jinjin, the school beauty of Nanjiang University, came from afar to Hiching Vocational College to compete against the debate team of Hiching Vocational College because of the away game in the debate competition. As a result, on the eve of the debate competition, some unfriendly things seemed to have happened in Hiching Vocational College. She seemed to have encountered some troubles. A good life naturally cannot be without the company of a confidant. A confidant who is both good in character and learning and eloquent can reduce many obstacles in your life. Task release, hero saves beauty. Task reward, points +10, professional experience can be allocated +10, breakthrough point can be freely allocated +1, add a confidant. Note, This task is triggered by the encounter buff. I hope the host enjoys it. Meng-Su? Fuck you. I worked so hard to get a few tenths of a breakthrough point. And I get a full point to save a woman? What kind of system is this? Is this a serious system? Show me your core. Meng-Su took a deep breath and shook his head. Looking at the stopped vehicle. He looked at it himself and didn't feel any danger. He asked Lenny again, Xiao Lin. Do you see any problem? Hearing this, Lenny looked solemn. Chairman. This school seems to be full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It feels very dangerous to me. If it were me, I would never enter it. As we all know, after the zombie crisis broke out, the school has always been a classic venue. Meng-Su heard this and nodded immediately, saying, Your words are enough. Li Xiang, Sherwaning, you 2 cows and horses and the 5 losers from the propaganda department. Follow me. Xiaoqiu, Lu Yao, you stay in the car and protect the others. Meng-Su spoke calmly, as if he didn't care about the situation in the school. If anything happens, you can just drive away. I can find you. Don't worry. If you are bored in the car, you can play poker or something. There is a poker in the back seat. It can be regarded as a company team building project. The reason why Qi Liyao and Jiang Xiaqiu were not brought along this time was mainly to let them watch over the human employees in the car. After all, Sherwaning and Li Xiang, Meng-Su was not confident in their wisdom. At the same time, Meng-Su also hoped that the 2 of them would charge forward as cattle and horses, and he would not feel bad even if they died. Sherwaning was level 14, Li Xiang was level 18, and they were both special zombies. At this stage, they could even be described as T1 zombies. Hearing Meng-Su's words, Qi Liyao and Jiang Xiaqiu were obviously stunned, but still nodded unwillingly, indicating that they understood clearly. Meng-Su was also very satisfied. When he left, he said, Oh, by the way, the 5 tigers of the propaganda department. Take the imperial carriage there. I want to ride it when I have time. Upon hearing this, the 5 zombies with not very smart minds immediately went to lift the imperial carriage. As a result, they couldn't take it down for a long time, and it got stuck in the door. Meng-Su was so angry that he wanted to kick them away, but he still stepped forward to help them and took down the imperial carriage. After taking all the zombie employees who followed him away, Meng-Su immediately asked Lin Yidao, Where are those and I brothers mainly in? Mr. Meng, go straight after entering, then turn left. After seeing the cafeteria, walk 2 steps back and there will be a dormitory building. The 2 buildings in front are the dormitories for international students. Lenny said, Mr. Meng, why don't you take me with you? I can help you solve your problems. No. You stay. Meng-Su said, If you feel that there is danger approaching, let Xiaoli drive away. I can find you. Yes. Meng-Su can monitor employees on business trips through the company's business trip panel. This team building project, after all, is in another county, and it can be considered a business trip. Hearing what Meng-Su said, although Lin Yi was still a little unwilling, he could only nod his head in agreement. At this time, the 5 tigers of the propaganda department had already set up the Dharma carriage, waiting for Meng-Su to get on. Meng-Su nodded, and immediately boarded the Dharma carriage, sitting cross-legged, and instantly felt solemn and dignified. Hey, you know what? At first glance, it really looks a bit like a bodhisattva. It's just that it's not a real bodhisattva. And whose bodhisattva Dharma carriage has several bowls of Zhongyuan stewed noodles and a stack of flyers next to it. Let's get going. Meng-Su was in high spirits and said to the 5 tigers of the propaganda department. After hearing Meng-Su's words, the 5 tigers of the propaganda department immediately lifted the sedan chair, 1 at each corner, and the extra one walked in front of the center, just like the eunuchs beside the emperor. As for Sherwaning and Li Xiang, they guarded the imperial carriage on the left and right, like the guardian gods of the imperial carriage, and like guards with swords. It was very solemn. However, as he walked, Meng-Su suddenly found that there was a pile of yellow paper scattered around him. Looking carefully, it was not yellow paper. It seemed to be paper money. Meng-Su? What's going on? Meng-Su was a little surprised. Looking back, he saw Li Xiang calmly throwing yellow paper money to clear the way for Meng-Su. No. Where did you get this stuff? Meng-Su was extremely surprised, and he spoke subconsciously. When Li Xiang heard this, he looked up at Meng-Su and tried to say something, but he couldn't hear a word. Anyway, this made Meng Su look like a funeral. Stop. 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 If you want to throw, you should throw flower petals. Why throw yellow paper money? Meng Su said angrily. He didn't even know where Li Xiang got the yellow paper money. After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Xiang seemed to be thinking about something. And then he simply and roughly came to the green belt next to the school and grabbed a lot of it. Sure Wanting followed suit. Now, Meng Su's yellow paper money rain disappeared. It was replaced by flower petals and leaves rain. I don't know why. This feels even weirder. Chapter 165, the one in front, Leave Your Thumb. Bai Changsheng lay in the school cafeteria in a daze, feeling groggy, and his stomach seemed to be on fire, and a strong burning sensation from inside to outside was draining away all the strength in his body like a knockout. Hungry. Very hungry. Very hungry. Buzz. Long ringing in the ears, and irregular heartbeat. Feeling as if he had really reached the end of his rope, Bai Changsheng slowly took out a black lump from his shabby and thin clothes, and held it in his palm. This black lump is only the size of 3 fingers. But when Bai Changsheng, who was already extremely hungry, saw this thing, his eyes lit up immediately. He quickly broke off half of it, looked vigilantly at his equally numb companions around him, and quickly put it into his mouth. His pale lips held the black lump in his mouth with difficulty, and his mouth was drooling wildly. After Bai Changsheng bit and chewed it hard, he felt a little sweetness coming, and he felt relieved. This thing is some kind of grain. Although Bai Changsheng didn't know what it was, he could survive for a few more days if he ate a little. Just a few days. The will to survive told Bai Changsheng that he wanted to live, even if it was only for a few days. Maybe in these few days, things would turn around. After eating the black lump, Bai Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he had regained some strength. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or it was really so. In short, he now had some strength and was able to stand up. He was a handyman at the school, mainly doing odd jobs in the cafeteria. Before the zombie crisis broke out, he got up early. While his classmates were not here, he started preparing meals and working. As a result, when the zombie apocalypse broke out, they were lucky. Only one person nearby became a zombie, and after everyone killed the zombie together, they stayed here. In the past month, some people couldn't stand the loneliness and took the initiative to go out to look for resources, but never came back. The rest, like Bai Changsheng, could only stay in the cafeteria and wait for the rescue that now seemed a little illusory. But for Bai Changsheng now, there is only despair waiting for him, nothing else. The food has been eaten up, there is nothing left. If it continues like this, Bai Changsheng looked at a food-serving ant lying on the ground. The ant also looked at him. The two of them had a tacit understanding. The battle royale may be about to begin. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Bai Changsheng heard a ringing sound coming from the campus. This ringing sound is extremely pleasant, clear and pleasant, like the birdsong in the morning, fresh and pleasant, like the sound of nature, penetrating the hustle and bustle of the world, seemingly awakening a soft memory in Bai Changsheng's heart. What is this sound? Bai Changsheng stood up from the ground and tiptoed towards the window. The sound of the bell made him feel intoxicated. It was one of the few sounds he could hear in this month besides the roar of zombies. This sound really made Bai Changsheng intoxicated. He moved to the window and looked at the direction where the bell sound came from in the distance. Looking at the source of the sound, his originally obsessed eyes could not help but stagnate, and the next second then began to turn into a look of great fear. He saw a scene that frightened him. In the direction of the bell sound, a royal carriage was moving forward along the road in front of the dining hall. The sound of the bell came from the iron chains on both sides of the royal carriage. There were 12 bells hanging on the iron chains. The ding-ding-ding sound was very pleasant. In ancient times, the crown of the emperor had 12 beads, and the bells on the royal carriage now also matched the number of 12, which was enough to prove the nobleness of the figure on the royal carriage. Of course, this was far-fetched. There were 12 bells in the first place. There was nothing we could do. Just say whatever you want. Now it was just like this, so it was not worthy of Bai Changsheng's expression of fear, and it was mainly because the people carried around the imperial carriage were all zombies in uniform. There was a zombie moving on each side of the imperial carriage, although the one on the left had a pretty face and a curvy figure, but her face was cold. Bai Changsheng still recognized her identity at the first time, a zombie. She also threw out some petals from time to time, and went to the roadside to pick them when there were no petals. She was really very uncivilized. As for the figure on the carriage, although Bai Changsheng didn't feel whether he was a zombie or a human, there were zombies all around him. And he looked so cool. Could he be a normal person? He looked like a big zombie. What frightened Bai Changsheng even more was that the zombies on the surrounding roads, which were originally ferocious and would pounce on people, seemed to have lost their temper at this moment, as if they felt some non-existent aura and pressure. Although their faces were ferocious and they wanted to struggle, they couldn't do it at all and could only crawl on the surrounding grass. In this situation, you still say you are not a zombie lord? Thinking of this, Bai Changsheng's breathing became rapid, but he was a little worried that his panting would be discovered by the zombie lord in front of him. So he could only raise his hand to cover his mouth, trying to make his voice as quiet as possible. At the same time, he was sweating profusely. At this moment, suddenly, a zombie rushed out of the cafeteria. This zombie had a hideous face, and his left cheek was bitten hard, revealing a hideous scar. For zombies, this is all standard skin. But this zombie seemed to ignore the inexplicable aura and pressure around him, and let out a roar, and went straight to the figure on the carriage, almost turning into a gust of wind. A speed-type mutant zombie. Bai Changsheng saw this and was horrified. He knew this zombie. He was the school's 2-time sprint champion. He had represented the school in competitions and was a famous sports student. Now that he has become a zombie, this kind of sports student naturally has more advantages. Compared with other zombies, he is also more powerful. What is he going to do? Attack the zombie lord? The sudden scene made Bai Changsheng not know what to say. He was a little confused. He had never seen a situation where zombies fight zombies. Maybe it was just like what happened in the animal world. The young lion was going to challenge the old lion to seize the throne of the Lion King? However, just when Bai Changsheng was wondering, he saw the beautiful zombie, who was serving beside the imperial carriage, and usually threw flower petals, suddenly stretched out her arms like rubber. And in an instant, she grabbed the athlete zombie who rushed out. The athlete zombie kept struggling and roaring, but it was useless. The next second, the beautiful zombie who threw flower petals directly threw the athlete zombie out. In an instant, the athlete zombie was like a cannonball and hit the wall of the cafeteria. There was a dull sound, and the whole cafeteria seemed to shake. The beautiful zombie also moved quickly, and immediately rushed in the direction where the sports student zombie was thrown. The zombies around seemed to be attracted by the sound, and they all looked up, greedily looking at the figure on the zombie carriage. The iron tower-like zombie standing on the other side of the carriage just took a step forward, and instantly made the zombies around who were attracted by the sound bow their heads, and could only endure their desires. Because of the defect of vision, Bai Changsheng could not see what happened behind him. But after a while, he saw the beautiful zombie return very calmly, holding a green crystal-like thing in her hand, which was very beautiful. She raised the crystal in her hand and presented it to the being on the throne. The being on the throne just nodded calmly, took the crystal-like thing, and then seemed to give an order, and the zombies carrying the throne began to move forward. But just when Bai Changsheng thought everything was settled, he suddenly saw the being on the throne suddenly turned his head and looked in his direction. For a moment, their eyes met. Bai Changsheng's heart stopped for a moment. I've been discovered. What should I do? What should I do? Bai Changsheng felt numb all over his body, and he saw that the being on the throne seemed to give a few instructions to the zombies around him. And those zombies had already started carrying the throne and walked towards him. Bai Changsheng panicked. It's over. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. He regretted it very much. What's the point of watching the excitement? Why should I just put my head down and ignore what's happening outside? Bai Changsheng regretted it a lot. He didn't know what to do now. Finally, I met a living person. Meng Su was very happy. As he walked in, he found that the school was very big. Lin Yi's words were a bit too simple. He didn't explain that there were 4 cafeterias in the school. How could Meng Su know which one was the dormitory for international students? There were many zombies along the way. After all, it was a university. Meng Su thought he could kill his way out. But he didn't expect Li Xiang to stand there. They didn't dare to move. At this time, Meng Su remembered that Li Xiang had a skill called deterrence. It basically made his kind feel terrified. Li Xiang was about to break through to level 19. So his deterrence directly made zombies below level 3 unable to move. So Meng Su had a smooth journey. As for zombies above level 3 and mutated zombies, Meng Su actually had only one statement: don't show up. Don't care. Show up and kill them in seconds. What the hell? Dare to come and touch you? Mr. Meng? Zombies that are not level 20. Get out. Call the zombies above level 20 to talk. Meng Su was very arrogant. But even if he was so arrogant, it was useless. When he passed by a teaching building before, Meng Su saw that there seemed to be survivors on the 4th and 5th floors. Meng Su warmly took care of them. But they were scared and lost their minds. He didn't know why. In addition, Meng Su felt that many eyes were watching him. But when he looked over, he found that they were all hiding in fear, as if they didn't want to be found by Meng Su. Meng Su was puzzled by this. Am I really fierce? Meng Su took out a broken small mirror and looked at himself through the mirror. He was still so handsome. And Xiaoyu said that with her looks, she could even debut as an idol. Meng Su looked at the employees who carried her, Li Xiang and Shi Wanning, and found that they were all okay. Not ugly, and wearing uniforms. So there was nothing wrong with them. Strange. What went wrong? Meng Su fell into deep thought. He felt that his team was relatively elegant and easygoing. And they were all normal people. That's right. They were all normal people. Zombies are essentially not dead. But their brains are controlled by the virus. And their body temperature is lowered. They are not dead. The logic of the chosen ones turning into zombies is also very simple. It is just that after their brain tissue dies, their organs are taken over by the virus. And at the same time, evolution crystals are born, injecting new vitality. These methods are not comparable to current human technology. However, this time Meng Su can be sure that zombies are humans, and his employees are not disabled. It is not wrong to say that they are normal people. Right? Fortunately, there is a guy. Although the guy looks listless and a little listless, he is one of the few locals who do not hide when he sees him. Very good. Meng Su needs such a guy to lead the way. If anyone can lead the way to find the overseas students, Meng Su will reward him. He will be rewarded to work as a slave in the company, even if he has no special skills. Soon, Meng Su came to the window where the young man was just now. The young man seemed a little shy. After Mr. Meng came, he hid directly, seemingly hiding in a cabinet. It was too obvious, and it was seen at a glance. Hey, don't hide, there are no zombies around. Meng Su said to the young man kindly, seemingly worried that the young man would be scared, and deliberately lowered his voice, and at the same time, he looked over to see the details. Just don't be the chosen one who plays dumb and eats the tiger. Name, Bai Cha Sheng. Occupation, student, pastry chef. Level, 3 out of 7. Please note, this target has the opportunity to become a high-level talent pastry chef, currently in the growth stage. If you want to open a high-end restaurant, pre-meal dessert is essential. Experts may betray, but the probability of betrayal of high-level talents trained from scratch will be greatly reduced. Meng Su. I didn't expect that he is still a hidden high-level talent. So if we recruit him, would it be considered as meeting the target of high-level talents? Meng Su fell into a little contemplation. But after hearing Meng Su's words, Bai Chongqing's cautious voice came from a cabinet in the cafeteria. Really? Is that terrible zombie king really gone? Zombie king? Hearing this, Meng Su frowned, and then said seriously, is there a zombie king nearby? I didn't expect that this ordinary school, there are so many hidden talents. I must take action. What a great name. Let me see how powerful this zombie king is. When Bai Cha Sheng heard Meng Su say this, he was stunned, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He climbed out of the cabinet and whispered to Meng Su, brother, you don't know? There was a zombie king just now. He was so awesome. Before he finished speaking, Bai Cha Sheng was speechless. When he saw the palanquin being carried in Meng Su, who was sitting in front of the window and chatting with him very kindly, he broke out in a cold sweat. No, aren't you the zombie king? Humanity is doomed. The zombie king can actually speak and think. For a moment, Bai Cha Sheng was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. He seemed to be weak now, with despair in his eyes, and even a line of tears burst out of his eyes. He was tricked out by the zombie king. It seems that he will definitely die this time. Why don't you say anything? Where is the zombie king? Meng Su was very curious. This title is a bit too arrogant. Huqing City does not allow such a powerful zombie to exist. I will go and kill him now. You can just slit your own throat. Even ants try to survive. Bai Cha Sheng soon decided to find a way to escape. Just when he was about to say something, he saw Meng Su said nonchalantly, forget it, you may not have good eyesight. You mistook an ordinary mutant zombie for the Zombie King, anyway. When I came in, I didn't feel any masters nearby. After that, Meng Su immediately looked at Bai Changsheng with a smile, and said to Bai Changsheng, Xiao Bai, where is the dormitory for international students? I have something to do with them. Please lead the way. As long as you lead the way successfully, there will be a great future. Looking for a dormitory for international students? Bai Changsheng swallowed his saliva and was about to accept. It doesn't matter, as long as he survives. But he soon saw the Zhongyuan stewed noodles placed next to Meng Su's carriage, and his eyes showed a look of desire. Meng Su keenly noticed this look, and immediately said generously, Do you want to eat? Bai Changsheng nodded. 10 yuan per serving. Each person is limited to 2 servings. Do you have money? Bai Changsheng. What's going on? Do zombies also need money? For a moment, Bai Changsheng didn't know how to describe his current mood, but he reacted immediately, went to the counter, and took out a lot of change. Trembling and very weakly looked at Meng Su, and handed all the money in his hand to Meng Su. Looking at the money, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, handed 2 bowls of Zhongyuan noodles to Bai Changsheng, and said kindly, Eat slowly. No hurry. Bai Changsheng immediately began to eat voraciously, eating without grace, and even did not use the disposable chopsticks given by Meng Su, eating directly with his hands. How filthy. Meng Su shook his head, but it was understandable. After all, he had been hungry for so long, and everything tasted delicious. After eating the first bowl of Zhongyuan noodles, Bai Changsheng suddenly thought of something and looked towards the inner room. Aunt Kai. Aunt Kai. There is food. There is food. But when he rushed to the inner room, the ant who served the food was no longer moving. It seemed that he had been dead for many days, starved to death here. Before, Bai Changsheng had always thought that the other party was secretly spying on him, but he didn't expect that he had already died. For a moment, Bai Changsheng's expression was a little complicated, but he didn't say anything, just turned around, went back to the front, and continued to eat noodles. He didn't like noodles before, but now, noodles are the most delicious food in the world. Meng Su was waiting for him to eat here calmly, and at the same time counted the number of his noodles. After confirming that there were still 8 bowls, he was relieved. Oh, by the way, look at the flyer. You can come to work in my company if you show me the way. Meng Su casually threw the flyer to Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng wolfed down the noodles, then picked up the flyer in a daze, and read the content on the flyer. All of a sudden, he was attracted by the content on the flyer. Peaceful order? He swallowed a lump of dough, looked at the content on the flyer in astonishment, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Indeed, the treatment of this peaceful order company is very good. If it were in a peaceful era, as long as this company dared to recruit at their small school, then their alumni would definitely let this company know what does it mean to be crowded with people, and the threshold is trampled down. But now in the end of the world, this treatment seems a bit strange. It's the end of the world, what's the point of paying wages? But it's written very strongly, not only academicians have joined, but also an independent security team. Even if you don't succeed in getting the job, you will have the opportunity to rent a nearby community, and the peace order promises to provide shelter. As long as you have money, and have not committed any bad crimes, you can move in. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can move in by selling your labor. This is undoubtedly a very good proposal, and Bai Changsheng is very tempted. He had almost starved to death before, and now even if he was thrown into Africa to capture black slaves, or thrown into the Middle East to dig for oil, he would have no objection, and would work twice as hard, and would definitely crush his peers. However, he didn't have any special skills. The only thing he could make was pastries, and this was because his father was a pastry chef, so he naturally learned a thing, and helped for a long time. Would this peace and order company want someone like me with a job like mine? Bai Changsheng didn't know what to say. Don't worry. Our company treats me well. Take me to the dormitory for international students, and you'll be a member of the company, Meng Su said calmly. While Bai Changsheng had already finished his stewed noodles, he said to Meng Su very reservedly, Just call me Director Ming. Director Ming, please come this way. I know where the dormitory for international students is. Bai Changsheng climbed over the wall, his expression somewhat flattering. But his flattery was accompanied by a lot of restraint. He seemed to be a little afraid of Meng Su. Meng Su nodded. And then, without hesitation, he glanced at the zombie employee leading the way. The zombie employee immediately let out a wow, and followed Bai Changsheng, which made Bai Changsheng tremble. Bai Changsheng was very scared. Mengsu also saw Bai Changsheng's fear, and immediately chatted with Bai Changsheng. How many people are there in your school? Does your school have any high-level talents? For example, doctors? There should be some, right? Oh, by the way, where is the debate team of Nanjiang University? Where do they usually live? Can you point it out? Why don't you say anything? Listening to Mengsu's words, Bai Changsheng gradually relaxed and began to answer Mengsu's questions. There was a word, no word. He was in a relaxed mood. And Mengsu now has slowly adapted to being a good leader. Put pressure on the middle level, let the middle level offend people. Leaders just need to keep smiling all the time. That's how kind. As the chat went deeper, Bai Changsheng found that he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Mr. Ming doesn't seem to be a zombie. He is not a zombie, so he is not a zombie king. So, Bai Changsheng felt a little weird. I always felt that Mr. Ming's way of speaking was a little weird, not like a survivor. If I have to say, it is that there is a kind of beauty that escaped from a mental hospital. It is difficult to describe Mr. Ming's current mental state. However, Bai Changsheng's current mental state has also become a little complicated. After all, he feels that this situation is pretty good and quite wonderful. Countless zombies are around him and can only stare at him, but can't come over, and some powerful zombies, but before they rush to the front, they are killed by the bodyguards on both sides. This feeling is so cool. Who in the family understands? He was almost starving to death for a month, and once he surrendered to Mr. Ming, he could step on the faces of these zombies that he dared not open his eyes to look at normally. This feeling is so cool. Bai Changsheng felt comfortable and showed the pent-up energy in his heart, and his enthusiasm for leading the way became stronger. Although the entire Hiching Vocational College is a bit large, under Bai Changsheng's guidance, Mengsu soon arrived in front of a dormitory building. The dormitory building looked ordinary, and the door was closed. It was the same as other dormitory buildings. Mengdong. We're here, Bai Changsheng said stiffly. Oh, no special treatment. Mengsu was a little surprised. He thought the foreign devils would live in a big villa, but he didn't expect it to be the same as other dormitory buildings. Mengsu was really impressed. Bai Changsheng had never been here before, and he didn't know how to respond. But it didn't matter. Mengsu didn't hesitate. He glanced at Li Xiang, who immediately stepped forward and kicked open the door of the dormitory. The staff of the propaganda department slowly put Mengsu down. And then, Mengsu finally stepped on the ground for the first time after entering the campus. You five don't have to go in. Watch my carriage outside to prevent it from being stolen, Mengsu calmly said to the 5 tigers of the propaganda department. Also, keep an eye on it. If there are other zombies trying to break in, take off their heads for me. Understand? The 5 tigers of the propaganda department seemed to understand. But they didn't seem to understand. But it didn't matter whether they understood or not. Mengsu didn't hesitate, and rushed in with the black cleaver. Li Xiang immediately followed Mengsu. Sherwaning didn't move, staring at Bai Changsheng. As if to let Bai Changsheng go third, Mengsu didn't say to let Bai Changsheng stay outside. Seeing Sherwaning's appearance, Bai Changsheng was shocked, and pointed at himself in disbelief, and said in astonishment, "Ah? Me? Am I going too?" Sherwaning nodded. Seeing this situation, Bai Changsheng could only bite the bullet and go third. Mengsu was the only one standing guard. After arriving at the first floor, he pointed to a dormitory door without hesitation and knocked on it. "Hello, classmate." "Oh, sorry, it's the International Student Dormitory, hello." Fuck, you should speak Donghua dialect when you come to Donghua. Brother and I inside? Listen to me, open the door. Mengsu's English grades were not ideal, but they also allowed him to enter a university. However, after graduation, his English level was limited to the level of hello and how are you. Bang, bang, bang. Mengsu's door-knocking strategy was very successful. As soon as he shouted, there was a fierce banging sound from inside. Bai Changsheng was a little nervous on the side, but Li Xiang had already taken action, removing the door panel with one punch. Roar! 2 female zombies rushed over with their fangs and claws bared. Li Xiang grabbed them by the hair, one in each hand, like a chicken. Seeing that the female zombie was still struggling, Mengsu took a closer look. Not a foreigner. If you are not a foreigner, why are you staying in the foreign student dormitory? Can you have some self-respect? Meng Su was very dissatisfied, and then just gave Li Xiang a look. Li Xiang immediately understood, and took off the heads of the 2 female zombies. Bai Chasheng, who was hiding in the corridor, saw the scene, and his face turned pale instantly. It was too scary. However, he had experienced a lot of things in the end times. Although he still felt some physical discomfort for such bloody things, he was no longer vomiting. After killing the 2 zombies, Meng Su walked in to see, but he only saw a guy who was bitten to the point of only his head. He had curly hair, and did not look like an Easterner. Okay. I didn't expect that she was a heroine. She knew that the zombie apocalypse was coming, so she came here to eat foreign food on purpose. Very good. Meng Su nodded, took a look at the decoration inside, and then said in surprise, "Your school is good. Each dormitory has 1 person, and there is an independent bathroom. There is also a TV and air conditioner inside. With such good conditions, isn't it better than Tsinghua and Peking University?" Bai Chasheng said silently, "There are 6 people in my dormitory, and there is no independent bathroom. If there is no independent bathroom, then naturally he knows about TV and other things." Meng Su was silent after hearing this. "Take me to the principal's office later. You know how to get there, right?" "Yes." Meng Su closed the door, and went to another room silently. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Meng Su forced his way in, and found that no one was inside. Maybe they went out to play at night. After all, normal people need to check their dormitories, but the guys here don't need to check their dormitories. It doesn't matter. There is a whole building here, and there will always be people there. Meng Su nodded, and then continued to move forward. Soon, in the room at the end of the first floor, he heard the sound of new zombies knocking on the door. As soon as Li Xiang opened the door, a small black zombie rushed out. Roar! The sound was very loud, but when he looked closely, it was just an ordinary zombie. The name was very long, about more than 10 letters, and it was unknown which country it was from. "Why are you roaring so loudly? If you have any problems, go to the property management," Meng Su said dissatisfiedly. "International friends. Can you have some manners?" Li Xiang. "Go! Give him 2 slaps, and cut off his fingers, leaving only 2 thumbs." Hearing Meng Su's words, Li Xiang attacked from both sides, first slapping the black zombie to the ground, and then grabbing the collars of others. Li Xiang didn't have a knife in his hand, but it didn't matter. He pulled out the fingers one by one. Pop pop. The sound of pulling out fingers was very pleasant, and soon the zombie only had the thumb left. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and stretched out his hand, and sure wanting immediately set 2 portions of Zhongyuan stewed noodles. Meng Su took the Zhongyuan stewed noodles, and after entering the room, he casually opened a drawer, and saw a lot of unsightly contents, as well as a few red banknotes. Meng Su took 2 at random, and then immediately slapped the stewed noodles on the face of the black zombie. "Try the Zhongyuan gourmet stewed noodles. Is it so delicious that you give a thumbs up?" Woo woo woo. The black zombie was struggling constantly, and the only remaining thumb was raised high, looking very satisfied. What? He is not satisfied. Impossible. Why would he give a thumbs up if he is not satisfied? Sold successfully. The small gilded words appeared in front of Meng Su, and Meng Su was very satisfied. Very good, the mission was completed. Kill him, and go downstairs. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, left a word, and went upstairs. After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Xiang did not hesitate, and punched the little black zombie in the head, like an iron tower, followed Meng Su, and moved forward with a muffled sound. This scene was so neat and timid that Bai Changsheng was dumbfounded and a little creepy. As long as there was only a thumbs up, then the only way was to give a thumbs up in praise. Right? And why did Chairman Meng do this? Bai Changsheng was dumbfounded. Chairman Meng was too approachable before, so much so that Bai Changsheng had forgotten Chairman Meng's strength. Now it seems that Chairman Meng not only has the lowering eyebrows of a bodhisattva, but also has the angry eyes of a Vajra. Today's experience was a little too magical for Bai Changsheng. Even if this was a dream, he would be eaten up by zombies after waking up. After recovering from his shock, Bai Changsheng quickly followed Meng Su's footsteps and went to the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, Meng Su saw 2 zombies wandering in the corridor, one of which was a black zombie. The other seemed to be a cleaner. Seeing this, Meng Su was overjoyed and said quickly, The one in front. Leave your thumb. Hearing Meng Su's words, the black zombie suddenly turned around. And at the moment the black zombie turned his head, his eyeballs suddenly fell out of his eye sockets, revealing a bottomless eye hole. The next moment, he showed his sharp teeth on his bloody mouth, and his whole body exuded a rotten and bloody smell. However, Li Xiang stood there, and the deterrence was so strong that the black zombie was afraid to move. The cleaning zombie behind him did the same. Sure, Wanting, go and give that cleaning lady a quick death. Li Xiang, do the same as before. After hearing Meng Su's order, Sure Wanting and Li Xiang acted at the same time, and soon the sound of fingers pulling out Bo appeared again. Meng Su walked over calmly, found the open dormitory door, went in and got the money, and then he continued to slap the Zhongyuan noodles on the black zombie's face. Eat some Zhongyuan noodles, and give me a thumbs up. Soon, the gilded small words appeared, and Li Xiang punched the black zombie's head again. The other rooms on the second floor were also empty. It was a pity. Some were empty. Obviously no one lived there. And some were simply not there. Meng Su was a little disappointed. But think about it. It was just a vocational and technical college after all. How many international students could there be? Meng Su went up to the third and fourth floors. The two floors were basically empty. But there was still the fifth floor, which was blocked and could not be reached. Therefore, Meng Su could only go to the dormitory for female international students. There were even fewer female international students. Meng Su finally found a female student with dreadlocks on the third floor among the 5 floors. So he immediately copied the process for the male student and successfully sold 2 servings of braised noodles. But after Meng Su sold it like this, his mission was completed. Meng Su, you are really good. Meng Su, you are awesome. You have successfully promoted regional snacks to foreigners. You are great. But next time, don't just sell to Africans. You should be more diversified. Don't we also have Europe, America, Oceania? Promote more. Mission completed. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Mission reward. Snack stand owner experience value plus 100, points plus 20, cash plus 500, 000, cooking level plus 1, breakthrough point plus 0.2. With the completion of the mission, Meng Su also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that it was not in vain. As for why he didn't recruit the 3 foreign zombies here to complete a target, the reason was very simple. Although they were zombies, no matter what kind of zombies they were all the same. But Meng Su looked disgusted. Even the female babe had thick lips. Not the Black Pearl type. She had no fighting power, and was ugly. Meng Su couldn't think of a reason to recruit them. Meng Su didn't want foreign trash. Elite foreigners were hard to find. And they were all in big cities, which was a bit annoying. Let's go to the model company that Enchioyu mentioned and hire those Ukrainian models as employees. Meng Su thought calmly. As long as they are pretty, that's enough. Meng Su took a deep breath and was about to ask Bai Changsheng to take him to the temporary residence of students from other schools in the debate competition. But suddenly a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him. Good luck from heaven. Congratulations. You got the points lottery gift package. Draw now. You can get a 10% discount. And you only need to spend 1/10 of the original price to draw a lottery. Don't miss the opportunity. It won't come again. Make your choice within 5 minutes. This situation surprised Meng Su. Is there such a good thing? Meng Su did not hesitate and opened the lottery interface. As expected, the lottery has changed a lot. The original low-quality lottery now only costs 10,000 yuan for 10 consecutive draws. For the ordinary lottery, you need 1 point. For the excellent lottery, you need 10 points. And for the legendary lottery, you need 100 points. There is only one chance to choose. Meng Su passed the legendary lottery directly. He didn't have 100 points. And now he only has 75 points. In this case, why ask? Excellent lottery. Draw hard. Meng Su did not hesitate and chose the excellent lottery. In the past, it took 100 points to draw 10 times in a row. Meng Su had never drawn this before. This time, he finally had a good time. Soon, a large turntable appeared in front of Meng Su. In an instant, 10 prizes were selected, and finally gathered into a small gilded character, which appeared in front of Meng Su. The draw was successful. You won the prize. Introduction to Mixed Martial Arts. Professional Racing Ability. Filico Mineral Water X3. Lucky Coin X1. Random Task X1. Customized Talent Recruitment Plan X1. Warring States Artifacts X2. Seeing the lottery items in front of him, Ming-Su was stunned. What are these things? Ming-Su began to fumble. Ming-Su knew that Felico mineral water was the most expensive mineral water in the world, which was given to the unlucky ones to drink, and was suspected to be used for money laundering. Otherwise, Ming-Su could not imagine why mineral water could be sold at such a high price. Besides that, Ming-Su did not know what to say about the other items. Skills, mysterious items, random tasks, talent planning, warring states relics. Why do I feel that their styles are a little different? Find a place to rest, Ming-Su ordered casually. He had to study the prizes first, and then do other things. Chapter 166 The School Beauty of the Combat Department and the Biological Science Expert. Ming-Su found a pavilion to sit down and began to think about his prize. As for the other zombie employees, they had no objection, and Bai Chong, the only one who was not an employee temporarily, had no objection either. How could he dare to have an objection? Although I don't know why Mr. Ming suddenly stopped, but loyalty is enough. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Ming-Su looked at the items in his backpack and fell into deep thought. Name: Introduction to Mixed Martial Arts. Function: Mastering Entry-Level Mixed Martial Arts. Usage: just recite it in your mind. The spirit value needs to be greater than 15 points and will cause some side effects. The higher the spirit value, the lower the side effects. Professional level racing ability. Name: Master the ability of professional level racing. Usage: same as above. This skill. Ming-Su looked at the two skills. There is no doubt that he earned it. After all, this thing is sold for 100 points each in the mall. And these two alone are 200 points. One is a fighting skill, and the other is a driving skill. In short, it's not bad. With this thought, Ming-Su chose to use it. Use successfully. The small gilded words "used successfully" twice appeared in front of him. Soon, Ming-Su felt refreshed, and a lot of knowledge was added to his mind. But it seems that there is no difference. Ming-Su clenched his fists, and he still had endless strength in his body. He didn't feel anything at all. And he didn't feel the so-called side effects at all. Maybe I'm too energetic. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. After all, my energy value is 23 points, which can be said to be 13 points higher than normal people, which is enough to show how energetic and full of vitality I am. Yes, this is Ming-Su, whose mental state is stable, far beyond that of ordinary people. Even if all the people in the world are mentally ill and crazy, Mr. Ming will never go crazy. There is nothing special about the lucky coin. It's just an ordinary coin, which feels a bit like those souvenirs bought at tourist attractions. Expensive, but useless. As for the Warring States relics, they are a bit interesting. A complete set of chime bells and yellow banners. Okay, there will be a band to play in the future. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that it was still good, thinking of his future tour of the Imperial carriage, with chime bells ringing all around and yellow banners leading the way. It felt much more advanced than bells. Ming-Su thought about how majestic he would be at that time. And that would be really awesome. Awesome to the extreme. He also knows a lot about the lottery. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, expressing his approval. Name: Customized Talent Recruitment Plan. Introduction: the most important thing for a company is talent. After using this recruitment plan, you will have an opportunity to customize talent exclusively. The talent will come to you to report within 7 days. How to use: click to use. Ming-Su: what do you mean by click to use? Aren't you in front of me? Ming-Su hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, grabbed towards the void in front of him. Use successfully. Please fill in your requirements. The next second, in front of Ming-Su, something similar to a questionnaire appeared, and Ming-Su began to fill it out. Seeing this scene, Ming-Su was stunned. Then, he began to fill in the requirements. For example, what kind of senior talents do you need? A. Theoretical senior talents. B. Practical senior talents. C. Artistic senior talents. D. Others. What is the specific age of the senior talents you need? A. 20 to 30 years old. B. 30 to 50 years old. C. 50 plus years old. D. Others. What regions do the senior talents you need come from? A. Asian and censored. B. European and American special area. C. African style. D. Others. Ming-Su? Is there something wrong with your options? Looking at this: Asia, Europe, America, Africa. Ming-Su thought he came to a strange website called Amen Royal Casino is online. Sexy dealers deal cards online. Okay. 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 I didn't expect that your system with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also do this? Ahem. Let me make it clear here. Ming-Su has never been there before. He just heard such a sound from his roommate's bed when he was in college. Ming-Su is a pure righteous person. He usually hates such websites. So, Ming-Su started to operate it. He didn't need to type, but just wrote in the air, using his fingers as the pen tip. Ming-Su immediately started to customize it. But, Bai Cha-sheng, do you know how to read? Ming-Su asked calmly. After not writing for a long time, some words can't be written. After hearing Ming-Su's question, Bai Cha-sheng was stunned, and immediately began to nod and bow, acting as a temporary Chinese class representative, and began to write rare words for Ming-Su. Soon, Ming-Su continued to input. But in Bai Cha-sheng's sight, Ming-Su's behavior was somewhat scary. There was nothing in the air, and this Chairman Ming probably didn't know what he was gesturing. While gesturing, he showed an evil and crazy smile. His expression was sometimes happy and sometimes thoughtful, and it was quite moody for a moment. Bai Cha-sheng didn't know what to say. However, this was not the most frightening thing for Bai Cha-sheng. It just made Bai Cha-sheng think that Mr. Ming might be mentally ill, which was understandable. What frightened and horrified Bai Cha-sheng the most was that Ming-Su called him by his name. Before, Ming-Su had always called him Xiao Bai, but he hadn't reacted yet. Now that he heard his full name, he finally reacted. He had never introduced himself before. How did Mr. Ming know that his name was Bai Cha-sheng? Scary. Too scary. Bai Cha-sheng was already sweating profusely. The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. But think about it carefully. It doesn't seem to matter. Anyway, I was almost dead, and Mr. Ming came to help me. Even if I was killed by Mr. Ming at night, it would be a loss. Thinking of this, Bai Cha-sheng calmed down again. He only had one thought in his mind now. Follow Mr. Ming, there is meat to eat. And Chairman Ming Shuman, who was regarded as a god by Bai Cha-sheng, also completed the customization at this moment. Practical talents, gender female, European and American zone, age 20 to 30 years old. Preferably good looking. This requirement seems a bit harsh, but it doesn't matter. Since there is such a function, Ming-Su will certainly use it to the utmost, which just happens to solve a target. That is, the target of recruiting foreign employees. Not only did he complete the foreign employee target, but he also added a senior talent option, killing two birds with one stone. Ming-Su was very satisfied. Soon, Ming-Su submitted it successfully, and the system also gave Ming-Su a feedback. Matching in progress. Matching started. It's just that the matching time is a bit long. It seems that Ming-Su's choice is a bit harsh. Indeed, senior talents between 20 and 30 years old, and they are required to be female, are a bit scarce. After all, senior talents are mostly in their 30s and 40s, and those top talents are basically no less than 50 years old. There are also people in their 20s and 30s, but they are also rare. There is no way. Ming-Su calmly waited for the words, matching successfully. If it was not completed, Ming-Su did not mind changing the gender to no limit, and the age to no limit. Exhaling, Ming-Su was still planning to chat with Bai Cha-sheng. But at this moment, a ding sound suddenly appeared in Ming-Su's mind. And soon, the words, matching successfully appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Ming-Su was delighted. And then, he took a closer look. Name, Adela Antoinette. Age, 28. Occupation, biotechnology expert. Level, 16. Place of origin, Slovakia. Detailed information appeared in front of Ming-Su. And not only that, a photo also appeared. Ming-Su took a look. Not to mention beautiful, but just an ordinary foreign girl. Not Ming-Su's type. So where is she now? Ming-Su was a little curious. It couldn't be that she was in the East Country by coincidence. Right? It felt a little unrealistic. The target is in the Hawaiian Islands attending a biotechnology conference. Ming-Su didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Nanjiang province has the word Jiang in its name, it is not on the coast. Hawaiian Islands. It's quite difficult to reach Nanjiang province. But it doesn't matter, believe in the wisdom of the system. It says it can be reached within 7 days, then it can be reached within 7 days. Biotechnology, this is not bad. With experts in biotechnology, we can study how to maximize the use of zombies. Perfect. Thinking of this, Ming-Su's mood can't help but relax. Bai Cha-sheng sat aside. When Meng Su laughed, he laughed too. When Meng Su was thinking, he was thinking too. The main point was to follow Mr. Ming. Just kidding. Do you think Bai Changsheng worked in the student union for nothing? Soon, Meng Su looked at Bai Changsheng, with a puzzled look on his face. What are you laughing at? I smile because I have a system. What are you laughing at? You have a system too? Hearing what Meng Su said, Bai Changsheng's expression suddenly stiffened, and began to show a hint of embarrassment, but soon, he had an idea. Ming Dong is here, our school has a blue sky, so the smile from the bottom of my heart is the joy of Mr. Ming's arrival. Yoshi. Meng Su nodded, said something silly, and then patted Bai Changsheng on the shoulder. Okay, we will sign the contract on the bus later. You are the talent our company needs. Hearing Meng Su's words, Bai Changsheng was ecstatic. He, I got long-term protection. After calming down his excitement, Bai Changsheng said humbly, I will do my best to share Mr. Ming's worries. You said it so professionally? It seems that it is a bit of a waste of talent to let you go to the logistics department. Why don't you consider going to the personnel department and apply with Zhang Luanping? Meng Su thought about it, just nodded, and said domineeringly, let's go to the debate rest dormitory. I want to find that. What is Xinjian? ADD format names are easy to remember, such as Shen Zhao Zhao. But the surname is a little hard to remember. This is the first time Meng Su has seen someone with the surname Su in his life. The last time he saw someone was Wu Zixu. What? Wu Zixu's surname is not Su. What do you mean? Are you saying that Wu Zi is not good enough? Hearing what Meng Su said, Bai Changsheng immediately realized, and immediately said, is it Su Xinjian? I know, Mr. Ming. Please follow me this way. Although he didn't know what the relationship between Mr. Ming and this Su Xinjian was, he would do his best to meet Mr. Ming's requests. Soon, he continued on his way. Bai Changsheng boldly led the way in front. Shi Wanning continued to throw flowers, and Li Xiang continued to intimidate. However, it can be seen that this intimidation seems to have consumption. Anyway, these two steps have made Li Xiang a little tired. If it continues until the end, it is estimated that Li Xiang will be exhausted. As for letting Li Xiang rest for a while, how is it possible? Meng Su pays Li Xiang 20,000 yuan a month. He doesn't do anything normally, and he wants to rest when he is tired of work. Right? He must work hard, and he must make Meng Su feel that the 20,000 yuan is worth it. Meng Su's street lamp hanging dead form. Start. The lotus chariot moves forward. But at this moment, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and then patted the shoulder of the zombie employee who did not carry the chariot, and took out a yellow banner out of thin air. Hold it and walk. Meng Su nodded in satisfaction, and the zombie employee was also confused. So he could only hold the yellow flag and move forward. It was a pity for Meng Su that he didn't have an art team with him. Otherwise he could carry a whole set of chimes and perform music while walking. How cool. I have to see if there is a singing king zombie, and then catch one. Meng Su muttered to himself. Somewhere in this world, there must be a magical zombie like the singing king zombie. After all, have you never played Plants vs. Zombies? Just like that, the team with yellow flags set off in a mighty manner. The petals fell, and the ordinary zombies on both sides of the road surrendered one after another. Meng Su sat high on the lotus platform, with a domineering look. He really was like a boss. It was a bit scary. But Bai Changsheng never paid attention, but focused on leading the way, and soon brought Meng Su to a remote dormitory park, and said to Meng Su respectfully, Mr. Ming, we're here. Meng Su looked up. There was nothing on the ground except the zombies. No one is here, Meng Su said calmly, and glanced at Li Xiang casually. Li Xiang immediately stepped forward and picked up a zombie corpse. Meng Su took a look and saw that it was a knife wound. Oh, there is a master. Meng Su chuckled. Or a superpower? Meng Su did not get any feedback from the system, and since the system could issue this task, it means that this school beauty Su Xinjian is definitely still alive. Or, if she has become a zombie, she is still alive. Since Su Xinjian's body did not appear here, there are only two possibilities. Killed her, or turned into a zombie and wandered to another place. It's a bit troublesome. Meng Su rubbed his temples. What annoyed him most was finding someone. So, what's going on? Is there a school beauty's personal master? This is what is written in novels. Forget it. Look around, and you will find her. What Su Xinjian looks like now is none of Meng Su's business. But that one breakthrough point is very important to Meng Su. He must find Su Xinjian today. Alive or dead. A cold light flashed, and a zombie fell down. A girl wielded a knife quickly and fiercely. After killing the zombie, she took a deep breath, and quickly took the collected materials and walked towards a shop with a sign saying printing shop. This girl was pretty. She had long and curled eyelashes, and charming and deep eye sockets. The slightly fluffy and messy black hair made her look a little more lazy and charming. But all this was hidden under the embarrassment. She twisted open a bottle of mineral water, drank it all in one gulp, and then looked at the other people in the store. Jinjin, you're back. Inside the printing shop, a girl with a few freckles on her face cheered and called out in a low voice after seeing her. Next to this freckled girl, there was a boy, holding a mop in his hand, looking a little embarrassed. Yeah. Su Jinjin nodded, then threw the bag on the ground, and whispered, the supplies nearby are getting less and less, and these zombies are getting stronger. I think we should take a long-term view, and it's time to choose to leave here. Hearing Su Jinjin's words, the freckled girl and the boy looked at each other, and seemed a little reluctant. Then the boy whispered, Captain, isn't this too risky? I think it's better to be cautious. After all, those zombies are not a joke. The three of them were from the same debate team. One team of 5. And the other 2 had turned into zombies and died outside. After hearing this, Su Jinjin shook her head, and then sighed, we have to leave quickly. The density of zombies in this school is too high, and we have almost collected all the supplies around. If we want to head to the center of the school, there are too many zombies, and we may also encounter the mutant zombies like before. When mentioning mutated zombies, the 2 of them looked a little terrified, and then nodded, intending to agree with Su Jinjin's words. In that case, let's pack up and get ready to leave. Su Jinjin nodded, looked at the zombies wandering in the streets not far away, took a deep breath, and said, I'll say it one last time. If we stay here, we will just die slowly. If we rush out, the probability of death is also very high. But there is also a glimmer of hope. I hope everyone is ready. The 2 nodded solemnly. They had no choice but to unite now. Otherwise they would die. Jinjin, there seems to be someone there. Suddenly, the freckled girl looked towards the place where Su Jinjin had just come from, and saw 2 figures sneaking towards them, looking very nervous. Su Jinjin heard this, turned her head and looked carefully, and saw a man who seemed to be in his 40s or 50s, and another young man, who looked like a college student, walking towards them nervously. Seeing this scene, the 3 people in the printing shop frowned instantly. There is no doubt that they found Su Jinjin, who was searching for supplies, and followed along this route. Jinjin, what should we do? The freckled girl said worriedly. It's okay, there's strength in numbers. Su Jinjin took a deep breath and spoke. She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. After hearing Su Jinjin's words, the freckled girl immediately waved at the 2 men, signaling them to come over. When the 2 men saw the freckled girl's gesture, they were immediately ecstatic. The young man who looked like a college student had just taken 2 steps, but suddenly felt a chill on his back. All of a sudden, a zombie actually jumped out from the jungle in the green belt on the side of the road, and knocked him down directly. This sudden scene instantly shocked several people, especially Jinjin. She walked through that road, obviously there is no zombie. Ah! The college student was taken aback, but the bite of the zombie has been bitten. A scream was screamed in an instant. And this scream, it's like the bell in the canteen's meals, it instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. The uncle saw this, can't help but look pale, no matter what else, running directly towards the printed shop where Shuinjin was located. Not good. Seeing this, can't help but feel that it is not appropriate. Then I saw the zombies around the surrounding 3 or 2 surrounded from left and right. There weren't many zombies, but there were dozens of them. Jinjin. What should we do? The freckled girl was a little terrified. Su Jinjin was very calm at this time. Go to the 2nd floor. Hide. Don't let these zombies go upstairs. Wait for them to disperse on their own. After saying that, she hurried to go upstairs. At this moment, the zombie that had pounced on the young man and feasted on him suddenly raised his neck and let out a piercing scream. Giggle. This scream was unusual, as if it carried some signal, and it instantly spread to the surroundings. Psychic mutant zombies can attract surrounding zombies through their screams. The longer the screams last, the farther away they are. The zombies around them, who had not heard the screams, also began to gather. At this moment, The middle-aged uncle had already rushed into the printing shop, shouting desperately, "Save me! Save me! We are all human. Save me! Save me! Jinjin! We should." The freckled girl whispered. "Don't move," Su Jinjin said sternly. She looked out the window on the second floor, took a deep breath. "Bring this uncle up. Not only can't he be saved, we will die too." Although Su Jinjin is kind to others, she is willing to rescue the survivors. But the uncle looked like a water ghost. Saving him would inevitably drag herself down with him. Hearing Su Jinjin's words, the freckled girl trembled. Roar! The roars of zombies around her became more and more. Su Jinjin lay on the ground, observing the situation outside through a small gap. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was a little scared in her heart. There were too many zombies. There were not so many zombies at ordinary times. Why so many suddenly came? We must find a way to break the situation. The uncle's screams kept echoing downstairs, and Su Jinjin's brain was spinning rapidly. But just as her brain was spinning, she suddenly saw a yellow object moving. Huh? Su Jinjin was stunned. She looked closely and trembled all over. It was horrifying, for zombies were carrying the carriage. The zombies in front were waving banners. On the left, a burly zombie was serving like a guard with a sword. On the other side, a beautiful girl was scattering flowers like a maid. On the carriage, bells rang. A particularly terrifying existence was coming here. Wherever it passed, the ordinary zombies attracted by the mental mutant zombies were terrified and avoided. Although they had a strong desire to attack, they didn't know why they were retreating. It seemed that there was a strong sense of oppression around them. The guard with the sword was a little tired. As for the front and middle of the team, there was also an ordinary human walking with trembling, seemingly a kind of human traitor. Seeing this scene, Su Jinjin's pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart was filled with infinite despair. What kind of horrible zombie is this? How could our small team have the ability to encounter such a big boss? The yellow flag, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be a cultural relic. My god, could this be the zombie emperor who crawled out of the grave? Su Jinjin was in despair, and clenched the knife in her hand. She didn't know whether she should commit suicide or fight to the death. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to take a gamble. So, she immediately pushed her two trembling companions and shouted, "Jump out of the window!" From behind, "Run!" The Hawaiian Islands were dark at night. Because of the time difference, the day and night here were completely reversed from those in the east. The beach under the night was quiet and mysterious. The waves hit the beach, making a low sound. The moonlight poured on the sea, sparkling like a silver sea. If it weren't for the occasional zombie roars, no one would have thought that this beautiful scenery would be in the zombie apocalypse. Not far away from the sea, a speedboat quietly approached the coastline. The people on the speedboat were wearing inconspicuous clothes, and their faces were not very clear. The speedboat followed the waves of the sea and gradually moved away. There seemed to be 5 people on the speedboat. A couple and their 6-year-old asthmatic child. An old black man wearing a tactical vest and a heavy breath. And a biotechnology expert in a white coat. It's a Hollywood special. On the beach, you can see a fat man who seems to be being eaten. The emotions of the 5 of them are undoubtedly a little depressed, as if the fat man who died on the shore is inextricably linked to them. What should we do now? Suddenly, the white man in the couple spoke up, seeming confused about the future situation. We take a speedboat out to sea. Where can we go? At best, we can only go to other islands in Hawaii, which are too far from the mainland, and this small boat can't go back. The black man with the gun calmly analyzed. The most primitive humans once used wooden boats to cross the ocean and came to the American continent from the African continent. Why can't we? Believe in yourself. The others were silent. Although what Lao Hei said was true, everyone knew that this hope was slim. Especially the female biotechnologist Adela. Because of her special identity, she was protected by the U.S. Navy fleet in Hawaii and started research at the same time. Therefore, she knew very well what was in the sea. The submarine of the Hawaiian fleet lost its trace in the sea, and more than one warship was destroyed by the behemoth in the sea. The zombie virus not only infects humans, but also animals. The bigger the animal, the faster it will be infected. The big guys in the sea are all full of aggression. This is something that humans have never faced before. But she won't say it out loud, to avoid panic. After all, these are too unbelievable. Having hope is better than having nothing. They began to drift, all in silence. They didn't know how long they drifted. Suddenly, a thick fog arose in the ocean. The fog in the sea made everything blurry. The mist in the air, like a water curtain, covered the scene in front of them. Some shadows in the mist lay vaguely on the sea, making them unable to see anything. What's going on? It's a divine punishment. Oh my God! Don't worry. Don't worry. It's just a natural scene. They were panicking. Their vision gradually spread, and they couldn't see their fingers. There was no sign of the vast sea. The whole world seemed to have changed, as if the color of the sky was submerged by the mist, and it was almost pitch black around them. In this foggy world, everything is hidden. You can't touch or hear anything, and only feel fear for no reason. Time seems to be cut off in this area. No sound can be heard. No wind exists, as if the whole world is dead. In this situation, it is very painful. The child couldn't help crying, and others looked desperate. After an unknown amount of time, their boat seemed to hit something, and when they looked closely, it seemed to have reached the shore. Where is this? Chapter 167. You said you rode here from the Pacific Ocean? Haha, do you think I'm crazy? Why are they running? Ming Dong, I don't know, maybe after seeing you, they felt ashamed, so they covered their faces and ran away? Ming Su and Bai Changsheng were talking to each other, and they were really puzzled. Ming Su had no idea why they were running. Bai Changsheng actually had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, the way Chairman Ming dressed, any normal person would think he looked like a boss. Ming Su felt helpless and uncomfortable. You said I have a positive image. Why do people always misunderstand me? Alas, it is too difficult to be a good person. Ming Su sighed and casually told Shirwaning, go. Bring those three back to me. Shirwaning nodded immediately after hearing that. Seeing several zombies blocking the road, Shirwaning did not hesitate and attacked without hesitation. The heads of the zombies around him were blown up. And then Shirwaning took a step forward and quickly followed the position where the three guys jumped out of the rear window to track them. Among them is Su Jinjin. Of course, it's mainly Su Jinjin. The other two are just for show, to see what level they are at that time. If they are good, they can join the company. If they are not, it's okay, they can rent a house to live in, and then do hard labor. What, there are girls? What era is it? And what are you talking about men and women here? In Ming Su's place, men and women are absolutely equal. If they say they will shovel together, they will shovel together. There will be no privileges. Those who fight female boxing will be sent to the zombie group. Let them fight zombies. I believe that magic female boxing will definitely beat physical zombies. Bai Changsheng stood aside and said hesitantly, Mr. Ming, what should we do next? The next step is to wait, Ming Su said calmly, and walked into the first floor. The uncle on the first floor had been disemboweled, and his death was extremely miserable. Brother, your luck is not good. If you wait a little longer, I will come here. Ming Su sighed. However, if their voices were not too loud, attracting the attention of Ming Su's zombie employees, Ming Su would not have found this place. In this case, I don't know what to say. Seeing that he had begun to tremble and transform into a zombie, Ming Su thought about it and let Li Xiang give him a quick death, and let him die as a human as much as possible. After sending him to death, Ming Su looked at the mental mutant zombie and felt something was different. This mental mutant zombie was indeed mental, and his thoughts were different from other mutant zombies. Those speed type, physical type, and strength type zombies looked at him as if they were bacon, and rushed over, and then were blown up by Li Xiang's punch, and dug up the evolution crystal and left. This mentally mutated zombie just lay on the ground, showing his submission, very well behaved. Ming Su took a look, and found that his level was not high, only level 8. If it was a month ago, Ming Su would feel that he had met a boss, but now, where did the little Karami come from? However, his mental state is indeed different. With a head full of white hair and red eyes, it can be seen that this is an old man zombie. Ming Su took a look at the name, Shi Hongchuan. Do you know Shi Hongchuan? Ming Su casually asked Bai Changsheng. Professor Shi? Bai Changsheng obviously knew this Shi Hongchuan. Professor Shi is a professor hired by our school at a high price. In short, he is an old professor who is looking for a place to retire. He studies psychology. Haching Vocational College is located next to Zhangyang's, with pleasant scenery, especially suitable for retirement, and the salary is high. As an old professor who is about to retire, it is normal for him to choose to come here to make money. After all, many old professors do this. The teaching staff in those urban universities suitable for retirement is awesome. If that's the case, what does that mean? Ming-Su was curious, and at the same time, he had a bold idea. After turning into zombies, high-level talents can retain more mental faculties than ordinary people, or even more autonomy. It seems that being educated is different. Talents who turn into zombies are still zombie talents. Thinking of this, Ming-Su continued, "Here, give me a flyer, and recruit me to the company as a younger brother." He wanted to see if recruiting high-level talents after they turn into zombies would be counted as high-level talents. After all, his task is to recruit 3 high-level talents. This weekly task actually overlaps with the previous task of developing enterprises through hard work. Recruiting 3 high-level talents is equivalent to completing 2 tasks in one go, which is not bad. However, facing Ming-Su's flyer, this Shi Hongchuan was quite aloof. He didn't even look at Ming-Su, but just stared at Li Xiang. He seemed to be using his actions to express something to Ming-Su. Talents are only worthy of the strong. Give him face. Ming-Su slapped the car, and suddenly jumped up. Kill him. Dig out the evolution crystal, and feed it to the dog. Hearing Ming-Su's words, Li Xiang immediately nodded, stepped forward, and under the expectant eyes of Shi Hongchuan, he punched him to death. Afterwards, he skillfully dug out the evolution crystal of the zombie and handed it to Ming-Su. Seeing this, Ming-Su could not help but snort coldly. A high-level talent who does not work for him is not a talent. Die for me. Ming-Su waited for Shirwaning to return calmly. Soon, Ming-Su saw Shirwaning coming from the backyard. Shirwaning looked a bit like a tentacle monster now. The left and right arms separated like plasticine, split into 2, and turned into 4 tentacles. 3 of them grabbed the 3 people who escaped, and the last tentacle had a scar, as if it was chopped by a knife. Su Jinjin looked quite embarrassed. Her face was full of dead silence. She could not imagine what kind of consequences she would encounter after being captured by the Zombie King. But there was one advantage of being captured by the Zombie King. That was that she did not have to worry about being raped. Su Jinjin looked desperate and dead silent, as if she had already decided to accept her fate. The mate of the Zombie King was so difficult to deal with, let alone what to do when facing the Zombie King. And the other 2, they looked terrified and nervous, and they could not help crying. Seeing this, Ming-Su was a little confused. No. Why are you crying? Seeing the greatest hero of this century. You are so excited that your eyes are filled with tears? Ming-Su was a little confused. But just when he was about to speak, he heard one of the boys shouting, "I am willing to submit to the king. I think becoming a zombie is the only way to the future. But please believe me, I am willing to retain my human identity. Search for other human traces for you, and completely exterminate this hateful race of humans." Ming-Su? Bai Changsheng? Su Jinjin? Everyone was stunned at the same time. And the boy also felt sober about his resourcefulness. Since there is a human traitor in front of this great zombie king, it is natural that they can communicate and exchange ideas. He felt that he could definitely gain the trust of the zombie king, become the new favorite of the zombie king, and survive. Instead of living a life of being submissive and fearful, it is better to give it a try. If he becomes the dog of the zombie king, then he won't have to worry about the end of the world. Ming-Su was stunned. His eyes looking at the boy were full of murderous intent. As the murderous intent spread, a chill instantly came over him, causing the boy to shiver. However, he not only did not think there was anything wrong, but felt it was right. That's right, that's right. This is the zombie king. When the freckled girl next to him heard this, she immediately reacted, and even shouted, "I am willing to submit too. Your Majesty is appointed by heaven, may you live long and prosper." After that, the freckled girl looked at Su Jinjin in horror again, with a very apologetic expression in her eyes, and then she shouted, "Your Majesty, this person is a superpower. She has superpowers. You must not let her go, eat her quickly. After eating her, your abilities will definitely be improved to an unprecedented level, and after eating her, there will be one less superpower in the human race." When Su Jinjin heard this, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, and looked at the freckled girl in disbelief. The freckled girl's eyes were dodging, and she didn't dare to look directly at Su Jinjin. Ming-Su heard this, and he didn't know what to say. If he had to say something, he could only say, "Wonderful. It was really wonderful. I came here to do a mission. But why did I end up watching a big drama? Tell me about your human extinction plan." Ming-Su spoke calmly. "Wanting to see their specific plan, be more specific. I only need one person under my command." After hearing Meng Su's words, the freckled girl and the boy were stunned at the same time, and began to speak one after another, and they could be said to be very knowledgeable about the human extinction plan. The girl with freckles said that she could sneak into the survivors' camp, serve Meng Su, the zombie king, guide the way, and deceive the survivors. The boy gritted his teeth and said that he could take Meng Su to the nuclear power plant and detonate it. He also wanted to explain the principles of nuclear power to Meng Su and give classes to zombies. Meng Su looked at the boy in surprise when he heard it, then nodded with satisfaction and said to the boy, "Although both of you are beasts, you are still more beastly." The girl with freckles looked desperate and burst into tears. The boy was ecstatic and kept shouting, "I am willing to serve the king." But at this moment, Meng Su said, "It's a pity that your IQ is too low." Hearing Meng Su say this, the boy was stunned. He has a low IQ? Impossible. He is a student of Nanjiang University, with excellent grades, and has been admitted to graduate school. Seeing that the boy still looked confused, Meng Su shook his head and said calmly, "If you are a smart person, you should be able to find out that I am not a zombie. I am a human." The boy? "Ah? You are a human?" The boy subconsciously said, "Do you think I am blind? If you are a human, then I am the god of killing in the universe." "Okay. Send the god of killing in the universe on his way," Meng Su said casually, and glanced at the freckled girl again. "He is the god of killing in the universe. Then who are you?" Before the freckled girl could answer, Meng Su said casually, "Just throw it where it is. Let's go." After that, Meng Su swung the bell, and the sound of the bell rang in his ears instantly, ringing with every step, which was quite pleasant. Ah! After Shirwaning put the cosmic killer down, Li Xiang did not stop at all. He took a step forward and punched the cosmic killer in the head. Instantly, blood was everywhere, causing a commotion among the zombies, who dared not move around. Shirwaning saw that Meng Su had turned around, so she put the freckled girl down without hesitation and followed Meng Su forward. At this moment, her left hand had returned to normal, and she picked a flower on the roadside and began to scatter petals. The freckled girl was confused and at a loss, but when she came to her senses, she saw that Meng Su had gone far away, and the ordinary zombies around her, who were originally suppressed by Li Xiang, were already getting a little restless. "Ah!" A scream came from a very far distance. Su Jinjin was a little confused, and her mood was not bad. What's going on? Is this zombie king a human? Then, why do these zombies obey him? Why are the ordinary zombies around him so submissive? Su Jinjin was confused, and she had no idea why. She was now extremely worried and embarrassed. After all, being held by Shirwaning all the time was very uncomfortable. As for the death of her companion, she also had a complicated expression. The guy she had protected for so long actually said such a thing. Su Jinjin didn't know what to say. She just felt that she had made a mistake. No wonder some people say that in the end of the world, people's hearts are hard to predict. She has been taught a hard lesson now. From today on, she will transform into a killer who has killed fish in our T-Mart for 10 years, and become cold and ruthless. After experiencing so much, Su Jinjin suddenly found that she had let go of life and death, and felt that death or not was like the S game. It didn't matter whether she went or not. With this thought, Su Jinjin couldn't help but look at Meng Su on the carriage. She couldn't help but think, what was that tall, resolute figure thinking about? A mysterious existence? Perhaps he is the strongest superpower in the world? Su Jinjin was thinking wildly. He must have a lot of ideas. Right? This Su Jinjin really doesn't know what's good for her. You identified who is her true friend. Saved her from danger. Such a favor. You didn't give yourself to him. You threw yourself into his arms. Why do you still have such doubts? Respect and love you? I can only say that it's all habit. What's wrong with today's society? Hell is empty, and ungrateful people are in the world. Task completed. You get the task evaluation, normal. Get the task reward, points plus 10, distributable professional experience plus 10, distributable breakthrough point plus 1, confidant plus 1. Please note, Su Jinjin's favorability towards you is currently 40 points. With the blessing of the confidant, your every move is full of charm to her, you know what I mean, Meng Su. I understand the bull demon reward. Deep blue, add points, add to the spirit value, I want to become a spiritual power. Meng Su did not hesitate, mumbling in his heart. Since 23 points of spirit value still feels wrong, then change it to 24 points. Breakthrough. My spirit continues to reach the limit. Add points successfully. Your current spirit value is 24 points. You are about to meet the most basic requirements of mechanical ascension. You can now exchange various parts in advance and achieve immortality in a sense. Suddenly popping up such a paragraph made Ming-Su stunned, but soon shook his head, ignoring him. Let alone that Ming-Su did not have the path of blood and flesh. Mechanical ascension. Even if there was, Ming-Su did not intend to abandon his so-called weak body. What is his own after all. The path Ming-Su chose was to cross the universe with his body and blow up a planet with one punch. Mr. Ming, how are you going to deal with Su Jinjin? Bai Changsheng said cautiously, his face slightly pale. After all, although Ming-Su was calm, his methods were too bloody. Bai Changsheng was naturally a little afraid when he saw it, and he spoke in a timid manner unconsciously. After hearing Bai Changsheng's words, Ming-Su remembered that there was another Su Jinjin being held by Shirwaning. Ming-Su looked back and saw Su Jinjin being trapped by the tentacle monster Shirwaning and being carried away. It was a bit embarrassing. After seeing Ming-Su's gaze, Su Jinjin didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Ming-Su didn't say much. He turned around and continued, okay, let's go back along the road. The mission was basically completed, and there was nothing to say. Su Jinjin didn't chat with me. She must feel comfortable in her current situation. After all, she doesn't have to walk by herself. If that's the case, I'll trouble Shirwaning to take her with me. After all, she brought Ming-Su a breakthrough point. Ming-Su is more receptive to it, and is willing to give her some privileges temporarily. When Ming-Su looked at me, and then suddenly turned his head away, Su Jinjin didn't know what to say for a moment. Now she's a trophy. Su Jinjin has begun to calm down. After all, being betrayed by her best friend and being arrested, these minor things, cannot have a big impact on her mind. The group continued to move forward, but just when Ming-Su turned, he suddenly found that there was a thick fog ahead. Seeing this, Ming-Su was stunned, and immediately said, "Where is this? Why is there such a strange fog?" "This fog is very strange. It appeared suddenly, and the range is very small. It only covers a certain range. It is weird, and I can't understand it." "Ming Dong, there is a campus lake nearby," Bai Changsheng answered honestly. Hearing Bai Changsheng say this, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Oh? Your school has a campus lake. So high-end?" "The school I attended at that time didn't have it. Campus lakes are too high-end. Ming-Su has only heard of top universities having them." Bai Changsheng smiled bitterly, a little embarrassed. After all, their school is next to Zhongyangzi, and the waters are connected in all directions. So it's natural. Some schools are built by the sea. So there is a sea in their school. All very normal. Ming-Su began to look around, and indeed, he vaguely saw a lake. The lake was thick with fog, and it was as beautiful as a fairyland. He didn't know why, but Ming-Su always felt that from his perspective, this place was like a fairyland, but from the inside, it might feel a terrifying sense of death. "Go ahead, go in and take a look." Ming-Su was very interested, and instructed the zombie employees. As Ming-Su approached, the fog around him gradually dissipated, and the scene on the lake's surface was looming, like a moving ink painting. The trees by the lake were looming in the fog. The trees were uneven, and the fallen leaves were all over the ground, as if they were still sleeping the last moment, and now they had been awakened. But soon, Ming-Su saw, a speedboat was quietly staying on the shore. As the fog dissipated, the outline of the speedboat became clearly visible. "Huh?" Ming-Su was extremely surprised, because he found 5 figures on the speedboat, at the same time that Ming-Su found them. The 5 people on the speedboat also saw Ming-Su. Ming-Su was very surprised. These 5 people turned out to be 4 white and 1 black, for big and 1 small. They didn't look like locals. And when they saw Ming-Su, they were also terrified. It was as if they saw a zombie. Seeing this, Ming-Su didn't know what to say for a moment. He just casually looked at their expressions, and immediately found the clue. There was nothing to say about the family of 3. The father seemed to be a former UN investigator, the wife was a full-time housewife, the child had asthma, and the old black man used to be a member of the US military. He was the captain of the assault team, and now he had a rifle in his hand. And the last white woman in a white coat is the senior talent I drew, Adela. No, wait a minute. Isn't your configuration a bit too Hollywood? Ming-Su was surprised, but actually thought of another question. Where's the system? System, wake up. Didn't you say that Adela was in Hawaii? The United States? For a meeting? What's going on? This place is also called Hawaii. Or did a fog rise and take me to Hawaii? Meng-su was very puzzled. He was very sure that this was not Hawaii. So there were only three possibilities. First, the nickname here was Hawaii, commonly known as the eastern version of Hawaii. Second, they came to Hawaii. Third, they came here from Hawaii. Otherwise, there was no fourth possibility. However, looking at their facial expressions, they looked like Patrick Starr. What is this place? So it should be the third possibility. So, the system is so powerful. It has space jump technology? Give me a chance. I want to go to Mars. After throwing away his wild thoughts, Meng-su smiled and took the initiative to greet the five guys. Hey. Hello. I am, Chairman Meng of the Peace Order Group. Welcome to Zhenyang County. Meng-su used all his English knowledge in his life. And seeing that they were still a little terrified, Meng-su immediately took out his mobile phone, selected the offline translation function, and jumped off the carriage, intending to communicate with the five of them face to face. These five may have some news. After all, this buff is a bit too much. If they have any special information, Meng-su is not surprised. The rest of you stay where you are. Don't scare these five foreigners, Meng-su ordered. Seeing this, the zombie employees looked at each other and naturally followed orders. And Meng-su walked over quickly, smiled, and immediately asked, Where are you from? This elementary school English, Meng Dong still hasn't forgotten. After hearing what Meng-su said, the five people were obviously not quite right. After gesturing to each other, they spoke fluent English. It was a lot of gibberish. And Meng-su didn't understand. No. What you said is completely different from what is in the textbook. When I asked you where do you come from, shouldn't you answer I come from XXXX? TSK. It seems that the foreigner's English level is not good enough. Not as authentic as Mr. Meng. So, Meng-su took out a mobile phone and asked them to point it at the phone to translate into English. After seeing Meng-su's situation, the five people hesitated. Finally, the black man holding a rifle took the phone cautiously, said a lot of things, and then handed it to Meng-su. Meng-su looked at the Chinese characters on the phone, which clearly said they rode from Honolulu, wanted to cross the Pacific Ocean, and encountered heavy fog and only rode here to stop. They didn't know where this was, and hoped to get an accurate location and so on. Seeing this scene, Meng-su couldn't help but burst into laughter. I laugh at the old white man's lack of strategy, and the old black man's lack of wisdom. Do you think I, Meng-su, am mentally ill? Meng-su said to the phone without any hesitation. You said you rode here from the Pacific Ocean? Uh-huh. Do you think I am mentally ill? At this moment, Su Jinjin, who had been restrained by Sherwaning, suddenly shouted, I have passed the IELTS test. I can speak English. Let me be a translator. Hearing Su Jinjin's words, Meng-su nodded and motioned Sherwaning to put Su Jinjin down. It's good to have a translator. It's much more convenient. No need to talk nonsense with them. Just say they are in Dongwon, then give them my company's flyers. Ask them if they want to join my company. The company guarantees their safety, provides them with a perfect place, but they also have to join my company and work for my company. Meng-su said very calmly. At the same time, he glanced at the gun that did not have much deterrence to him, and said, the gun in their hands, it's useless to me. Advise them not to think about using violence. Otherwise, I will tell them what real violence is. For Adela, everything she experienced was a bit magical. They set out at night, and suddenly encountered a white fog, which then dissipated, and the sky suddenly turned white, as if it was noon. The surrounding scenery also changed dramatically, with Chinese characters everywhere, as if they had arrived in Asia. But they all knew that this was impossible. How far away was Asia? They had only drifted on the sea for 30 minutes at most. Everything here was a little weird, especially the man with an Asian face in front of him, who made them shudder. Adela, what should we do? The black soldier with a gun asked Adela in a low voice, and looked at the family of three at the same time, and whispered, I feel something is wrong. This is definitely not Hawaii. Yeah. Adela also nodded, and looked at the situation on the shore with fear, looking at the ordinary people put down by the tentacles, and those things that seemed to be zombies. She couldn't help shrinking her neck, and whispered, something is wrong here. The people here seem to be able to control the zombies. Something is unbelievable. It doesn't matter, we have guns. The black soldier said comfortingly, but he himself didn't quite believe the fire stick in his hand. After all, in Hawaii, after their troops set out, they immediately encountered a big one. An organization claiming to be the true God descended to the world to punish the world suddenly appeared, driving a group of zombie elephants to attack them. Of course, it doesn't matter. There was a guy in that organization who could perform short-term mental control and manipulate their teammates to shoot each other. Thinking of that scene, the black soldier had some PTSD. Later, let alone the various strange zombie marine creatures encountered by the Navy from the ocean. They went through a lot before they escaped from the chaotic naval base. On the way, they saw the UN investigator Bud family, who were on vacation and looking for asthma medicine in a pharmacy. They hit it off and formed a survival team of 9 people, planning to go out to sea to survive. 4 people died on the way. And then, they came here inexplicably. Someone is coming. Suddenly, the investigator in the family of 3 whispered, his eyes sharp, they are speaking Chinese. This should be the East. Oh, yes. You are an investigator. Can you speak Chinese? I mainly investigate the Middle East and Africa. And I don't study Chinese. With the arrival of Su Jinjin, the 5 people immediately became alert. Before they were ready to say anything, they saw the new girl showing a listless smile and said to them, you claim to be from Honolulu, Hawaii? This is impossible. This is near Zhangyang's, Zhangyang County, Huqing City, Nanjing Province. East. Zhangyang's is a lake, not connected to the ocean. And even if it is connected to the ocean, you say you came from Hawaii. This is amazing. After hearing this, the 5 people present were a little shocked. This is the East Country? How is it possible? They clearly set out from Honolulu. How did they end up here? What is going on with that fog? Why did something like this happen? This is amazing. For a moment, several people were speechless, not knowing what to say. But Chairman Meng does not intend to pursue this point. Chairman Meng is eager to recruit talents. Join our peace and order group, you will be protected by us. I hope you will not be ungrateful and use force, otherwise we will take coercive measures against you. Fluent English came out of Su Jinjin's mouth. Before the 5 people could react, Su Jinjin handed over several leaflets. What was a little strange was that all the flyers were written in English. Not all of them. One was written in Slovak. And that was for Adela. The flyers were somewhat adaptive. After hearing Su Jinjin's words, the 5 people looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment, but just subconsciously took the flyers and started reading them. Especially Adela. After she heard the word peace and order group, she relaxed. It is an organization. A company. Then I am definitely useful. After all, I am a Slovak. After completing my education in Slovakia, I went to study in the United States. I have studied for many years and participated in many biological researches. I am also well known in the circle. After the zombie apocalypse, biotechnology is the most popular profession. No matter where I am, I will be useful. Looking at the most conspicuous line of text, Adela took a deep breath and said to the black soldier beside her, peace and order group. This fog brought us here from Honolulu. Maybe it is destined for us to join this company to restore peace and maintain order? No matter what you think, I will join this company. Although there are often mysterious rumors that planes that flew into the Bermuda Triangle came out decades later. There are also news about World War II fighters appearing in the 20th century. But the scene in front of them still made Adela feel very magical. So much so that Adela felt that there seemed to be some guidance in the dark. Of course, this was just a feeling. Adela thought that the most important thing was to find a shelter to survive in such an unfamiliar environment where one did not know the place and did not even speak the language. And then see what happened. It was better than knowing nothing, leaving in silence, being surrounded by zombies in a foreign country, and finally becoming a meal for the zombies. Right? Chapter 168. It doesn't matter, I will become a master. I will become the zombie king. Mr. Meng, they said they are willing to join our peace order company, but they want humanitarian treatment. Su Jinjin weakly translated the meaning from Adela to Meng Su, and said casually, they want an 8-hour work system, and 2 days off work. Although she is not an employee yet, Su Jinjin has already entered the role. As for the title of Mr. Meng, she heard it from Bai Cha Sheng along the way. Since she didn't know how to call him, she would just call him that. They actually have so many demands? Meng Su was shocked when he heard this. But after listening carefully, he found that there was no big problem, except for the lack of weekends off. It was the same as his current company's work situation. Tell them that there is no weekend off. Except for this one named Adela. The rest are up to you, Meng Su said. Tell Adela that I have a laboratory here. She is the director of the laboratory. And there are many kinds of samples for her to study. Although Meng Su could choose the simplest way to catch her back. But we also need to take care of the employees' emotions. After all, this is real work. Not just conscripting. Adela just teleported from Hawaii. So it's normal for her to be a little wary. Who said that Chairman Meng is harsh and wants to hang him on a street lamp? Chairman Meng is obviously very reasonable. Su Jinjin said and then translated it for Meng Su. After the translation, Su Jinjin returned to Meng Su's side, secretly looking him up and down, wanting to see what was different about Meng Su. After all, Meng Su's ability is very strong. He can even control zombies. For Su Jinjin, this is very unusual. I just don't know how strong Mr. Meng is. Can he beat me? Su Jinjin thought in her heart, feeling that she had endless energy in her body. And Meng Su also looked at Su Jinjin, slightly in deep thought. He felt that this little girl's work enthusiasm was not very high. Jinjin. Suddenly, Meng Su patted Su Jinjin's shoulder solemnly, and promised Su Jinjin, our company will not forget your contribution. You did a very good job this time. After you go back, report directly to the Secretariat. Our company needs talents like you. You will be the Deputy Secretary General of the Secretariat, mainly responsible for translation work. Although Su Jinjin's combat ability is among the best among ordinary people, it can even be described as very strong, but the peace order is not lacking in such individual combat ability. Can you be Li Xiang Meng Xuanpeng? So, letting her be a temporary translator is a good choice. As for the future, of course, it won't be needed in the future. After these foreigners integrate into the company, there is no need for Meng Su to urge them, they will learn by themselves. After all, in a completely unfamiliar environment, if you don't master the local language in the first place, it is difficult to be like a fish in water. After hearing this, Su Jinjin didn't have any objections. On the contrary, she cheered up a little and asked Meng Su sincerely, Mr. Meng, is our company great? This is the question that Su Jinjin cares about most. Meng Su thought about it and said to Su Jinjin confidently, we are very strong. Currently, no company in the East can compare with us. Even if we expand the scope to the whole world, we are definitely number one. The Haching City Residents Self-Help Committee will try every means to contact us. And after contacting us, they will act according to our mood. The company has many departments, and the individual combat capability is very strong. It is equipped with thermal weapons, and there are academicians in the laboratory. It owns a large piece of land, its own residential area, and there are no zombies within a radius of 10 kilometers. Meng Su's voice made Su Jinjin's eyes light up. In Su Jinjin's imagination, the peaceful order has become a huge existence. There are many special operations teams, wearing various tactical weapons, rows of tanks parked at the door, and the research institute is frantically studying how to crack the zombie virus. The company has thousands of employees. The core base is underground, with 17 or 18 floors, and there are branches all over the world. In Su Jinjin's mind, a high-end, classy, low-key, luxurious and connotative company has appeared. It feels like entering a powerful company like the Arasaka company in Cyberpunk 2077. If that's the case, Su Jinjin felt that maybe she had turned a disaster into a blessing. Not only did she see through the ugly faces of some sinister villains, but she also joined such a company inexplicably. Su Jinjin fell into deep thought, while Meng Su seemed to hold his head high and felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. What's the matter? Isn't it true? Everything he said was true. Apart from the peace order group he opened, are there other companies in the world that are working? Meng Su's evaluation is impossible. It is absolutely impossible that other companies are still opening. So saying that you are the world's #1 company, is that okay? As for the following words, every word is true. Meng Su never speaks nonsense. After today, Meng Su can still say that the company is a large international company, with foreign employees. And at this moment, those foreigners have completed the discussion, and agreed to join Meng Su's company. For a moment, Meng Su shook hands with them with satisfaction, and then said happily, if you join my company, you must work hard for me. If I find that you have any behavior of betraying others, then you could only transfer to the first business group. Adela and the others didn't understand Meng Su's words, but seeing Meng Su's enthusiastic expression, they thought it was a good word, and immediately smiled. Thank you for the offer from Mr. Ming. We are extremely honored. If we can find out more about this magical space jump and my summer in your company, the unfinished research in Hawaii will surely contribute to the future of all mankind. He said a lot of gibberish, which Meng Su did not understand. But Meng Su did not take it seriously. He just nodded casually and said, Sure, Wanting. You keep an eye on these 5 people. Don't let them get bitten by zombies on our way back. I still have many questions to ask them. Meng Su was quite curious about the situation in other places, especially since Lao Hei was a soldier, and Lao Bai was an investigator. This made Meng Su even more curious, and he wanted to know some information. Play is play, and noise is noise. The Navy of the World Lighthouse is still very good, and the investigators of the United Nations are also very capable. Meng Su wants to listen to the judgment of these professionals. Only by combining the strengths of all schools of thought can there be a peaceful order. No foreign trash will be left. But foreigners, who are not foreign trash, can be left. Although Brother and I is annoying, there are always elites in a group. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, Sure Wanting nodded calmly. And then Su Jinjin began to translate for Meng Su. After hearing their words, several people looked at Sure Wanting in unison, their eyes full of fear. Although their configuration was a bit like that of Hollywood blockbusters, their IQ was not as stupid as that of Hollywood blockbusters. For example, they would not turn off their mobile phones when performing dangerous tasks, or accidentally shoot themselves when they slept while holding a gun. Therefore, they understood Sure Wanting's strength very well, especially when she came and wrapped Su Jinjin with her tentacles, which made them feel that Sure Wanting was a person who had gained powerful abilities during the apocalyptic catastrophe. It's just that they don't know whether Sure Wanting is a superpower or a zombie. They can't tell. They can't tell at all. After all, the people who carried Meng Su were all zombies, and the Li Xiang next to him was probably also a zombie, and the others were also humans. Sure Wanting's features were not obvious, and it was impossible to tell whether she was a human or a zombie. Jinjin, you should pay attention. Listen carefully to what they say. If there is any conspiracy, just tell me directly. Meng Su said to Su Jinjin. The contract has not been signed yet. These 4 people are not on the company's employee list, so Meng Su doesn't know their loyalty, so Su Jinjin still needs to monitor them. Su Jinjin nodded immediately after hearing this, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. No, I haven't started working yet. And why are you calling me so intimately? Even if it's your superior boss calling me like that, it's a bit too ambiguous, isn't it? Unless you are a 70 to 80-year-old chairman. But Mr. Ming, you look about the same age as me. Although Su Jinjin felt very strange. For some reason, she didn't dislike this in her heart. Instead, she felt like, this is not good. I hope my sister won't be angry. Let's go. Seeing this, Meng Su said casually, Okay. Su Jinjin smiled and nodded for the first time, just as she was about to blend in with those people quietly. Sure Wanting stepped forward expressionlessly, stretched out her tentacle-like right hand, and once again wrapped Su Jinjin up. Su Jinjin? What's going on? Am I not one of us? Su Jinjin was confused. However, this made Su Jinjin completely integrated into the team of these 5 foreigners. There was no sense of disobedience. When they saw Su Jinjin being caught by Sure Wanting, the 5 foreigners were startled at first, but soon calmed down. This might be a special tradition of the ancient Eastern country or the company. They should not be surprised and actively integrate into it. For a moment, except for Su Jinjin, who was slightly embarrassed, the rest of them felt very normal, and there was nothing wrong. Only Su Jinjin felt like being caught by a tentacle monster. Damn it! Although I want to blend in, it shouldn't be this serious. Right? Su Jinjin's cheeks were slightly red. Although she was not hurt at all, she still felt ashamed, whispering in her heart. But while she was whining like this, Su Jinjin also pricked up her ears and listened carefully to their conversation. As the soon-to-be-appointed Deputy Secretary General of the Peace and Order Group Secretariat, Su Jinjin felt that she had to show some achievements. Bai Changsheng, do you know where to buy surveillance cameras around here? Meng Su sat on the imperial carriage, walked out of the school, and casually asked Bai Changsheng, wanting to get the last 2 goals of his trip. First, get some cameras back. Second, eliminate the chosen one here. The other goals have been accomplished by Meng Su, so there is no need to worry too much. Hearing Meng Su's words, Bai Changsheng didn't know where to buy it. After all, he is not a local. He came here from another place to attend university. However, Bai Changsheng still has an idea, Mr. Ming. If you don't need any brand new cameras, we can directly dismantle them from the school. After that, Bai Changsheng casually pointed to the supermarket not far away, and pointed to the direction of the cafeteria, and said to Meng Su, there are surveillance cameras in these places. We can just dismantle them directly. Meng Su heard this, and suddenly realized, you are really a genius. Can you dismantle it? Mr. Ming, I am studying electromechanics. Don't I know how to dismantle surveillance cameras? Bai Changsheng laughed. Meng Su was about to nod his head, but suddenly thought of something and asked Bai Changsheng with a little concern, what we are doing. Is it considered illegal in our country? It should be. Right? Bai Changsheng was a little confused when he heard this. He didn't know what Meng Su meant by asking this question. We are a law-abiding company. We can't break the law. Meng Su was heartbroken. Bai Changsheng didn't know what to say for a moment when he heard this. Boss, you are a bit Schrodinger's law-abiding. Why didn't you say you were a law-abiding company when you were slashing people's zombies? Bai Changsheng hesitated, and before he could speak, Meng Su said calmly, it's nothing. You haven't started yet. Right? You can dismantle it yourself later. If you are caught by the security guard, don't say it's from our company. We are not familiar with it. Bai Changsheng. Okay. Bai Changsheng nodded helplessly. Although he didn't know what Mr. Ming was doing, he would just leave it at that. So, Meng Su sent Li Xiang to walk around and asked Bai Changsheng to dismantle the camera. The new foreign employees looked at each other, watching this scene, and some didn't know what to say. Have we overestimated the strength of this company? They don't even seem to have cameras. The woman in the white family whispered, can they provide us with shelter? I heard that guns are banned in the East. If they don't even have a gun, how can they resist zombies? Can they rely on their personal strength? James, I think something is wrong. Louise, don't worry. The white man in the family named James shook his head. His eyes were sharp, and he calmly said to his wife Louise, these are not problems. As long as Chairman Ming is here, everything is enough. You have been under the protection of the Marine Corps before, and you don't know the situation. Last week, I was sent to find the traces of the Church of God's Choice. I have also seen the existence of this kind of superpower who can control zombies. But compared with him, Chairman Ming is more powerful. Yes, those who control zombies have to pay a price. Either they cannot control them stably and faint, or they die with the zombies, as if they have a zombie clone, or they can only control them for a short time. And occasionally they will be disconnected like a Bluetooth headset. James has never seen a powerful zombie control person like Meng Su. He can do everything with ease, and can even chat with people with a smile. And these zombies obey orders 100%. The relationship between them is like that between a boss and an employee, which makes James puzzled. He has come across a lot of information. Even when the network signal was not that bad, he had communicated with his former colleagues, whether in Europe or the Middle East, in Japan or in Taiwan. There are some churches of God. The difference is that the Middle East is called Holy Warriors Chosen by Pearls, and the European one is called Defenders. Different names, but the same connotations. They all obey a certain unfathomable lord, claiming that this zombie crisis is just a screening of humans. Only new humans can survive, and those dirty, ugly old humans will disappear. James feels a little weird about this. He had previously thought that these terrorists and cultists were just funny clowns, and would soon disappear. But he did not expect them to intensify, even breaking the rules and destroying the safe zone. To be honest, when the United States faced the zombie crisis, it was not difficult to react quickly, and it was surprisingly smooth. After all, there was no ban on guns. Citizens with guns could also transform themselves and join the team to suppress zombies. But guns can make you succeed or fail, and civilian guns mean that the chosen ones in the United States are more likely to cause trouble. Hey, I don't know what you are worried about. In my opinion, it's good to find a place to live. At this moment, the black man Morgan with a gun in front came up, laughed at the couple, then looked at their blonde and blue-eyed asthmatic little daughter, and then laughed. Live one day at a time, this damn life is just a bunch of shit. The black man Morgan was more optimistic, and it was a bit like a joke from hell. His home is in Detroit. He came to Hawaii to serve in the army, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He couldn't go back home anyway. So there was no difference between Hawaii and the East Country. He even had more room to survive in the East Country. After all, Hawaii is just an island. And this is the Eurasian continent. Adela didn't say anything, but just silently observed Shirwanee and Li Xiang, and fell into curiosity. She was studying biotechnology, so she was naturally very curious about Shirwanee and Li Xiang, and even to the point of being curious about maybe they can make biological weapons. In peacetime, this kind of thing is forbidden, at least it is forbidden on the surface, because it is inhumane. But now, research it. Who cares about you? For a moment, Adela was very excited. They all had their own thoughts. And all this was heard by Su Jinjin, who was caught by Shirwanee. She silently kept the news in her heart and planned to report to Meng Su later. As for Meng Su, he stopped after collecting 12 surveillance cameras. It wasn't because the security guards came, but because Li Xiang couldn't hold on any longer. Intimidating these ordinary zombies would also consume Li Xiang's energy. In addition, Meng Su felt that these 12 were enough, and the peace building already had cameras, but they were not used. Therefore, Meng Su nodded and started walking towards the school gate. He was very fast, jogging all the way. Soon, they returned to the school gate. At the school gate, the bus was still waiting. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then jumped off the imperial carriage and shouted to everyone, "Let's go! Get in the car! Su Jinjin, after you get in the car, go and talk to Zhang Luanping from the Human Resources Department about the treatment." In fact, there was nothing to talk about. They were all interns, with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. Only Adela would be better, giving 10,000 or 12,000 yuan directly. Take care of the senior talents. After hearing Meng Su's words, Su Jinjin nodded with despair, and then was led down by Shirwanee and started to get in the car. Meng Su got on the car first. As soon as he got on the car, he was immediately surrounded by Jiang Xiaoqiu, Qi Liya and Enqiuyu, who looked at Meng Su with concern. Meng Su was quite uncomfortable. After shaking his head, he smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry." After that, Meng Su looked at Enqiuyu and said to Enqiuyu, "I found an assistant for you. You are now the Secretary General of the Secretariat. Come, Su Jinjin, come and meet your boss." Hearing Meng Su's words, Enqiuyu was stunned at first, then looked at Su Jinjin, who was well behaved behind Meng Su, and immediately sighed deeply. Another little girl, still a college student. Damn, the only human advantage is gone. Su Jinjin looked at Enqiuyu in the car, and was stunned, and then was very surprised. You are Enqiuyu?" "Yes, it's me." Enqiuyu showed a mysterious smile, then shook her hair, and took the initiative to call Su Jinjin to her side, and said to Su Jinjin, "I am the Secretary General of the Peace and Order Secretariat, and Mr. Ming's exclusive secretary. If you have any work problems, you can communicate with me." It seems like a little fangirl who can be manipulated. Let's train them properly later. We sisters can deal with Vice President Jiang and Manager Qi together. And Qiuyu thought in her heart, how can we fight two people alone? Let's find a teammate quickly. Su Jinjin didn't expect that her boss, the Secretary General of the Secretariat, was actually the big star in Qiuyu. She was a little surprised for a moment. She hummed a little song, and sat next to Enqiuyu, and started to chat with Enqiuyu. However, the position next to Enqiuyu originally belonged to Meng Su. Ahem. Meng Su just coughed, and Enqiuyu understood what Meng Su meant, and immediately stood up, and pitifully gave up her seat to Meng Su, and then winked at Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su did not have any big thoughts, and sat down directly, sitting next to Su Jinjin. And Enqiuyu immediately leaned on Meng Su, and the two sat together. Seeing this, Su Jinjin did not know what to say, and Enqiuyu was a little proud. In this regard, Meng Su could only say, when riding in a car, one person should sit, otherwise it is easy to get into trouble, and respect the traffic law. Meng Su said calmly, hearing Meng Su's words. Enqiuyu couldn't help but pout, and then sat on the other side of Meng Su's aisle, like the cowherd and the weaver girl, separated by the Milky Way. At this moment, foreign employees also got on the bus. Their appearance surprised Lin Yi, Zhang Luanping and other employees, and driver Xiao Li even turned around and looked carefully. Lin Yi looked at them and said uncertainly, "Mr. Ming, are these also new colleagues in our company?" "Yes, we are a large international company," Meng Su said calmly. "This bus can accommodate at least 40 people, but there are far less than half of them on board. Soon, Bai Cha-sheng got on the bus with some restraint, showing an awkward but polite smile. But when he saw Chiu, he was also a little surprised. Zhang Luanping talked to these new employees on the bus. Ming Su said calmly, I have interviewed them personally. The ones over there are James, Louise, Morgan, Adela, and the little girl is Irina. She has asthma. This is Su Jinjin. I have promised her the position of Deputy Secretary General of the Secretariat. And this is Bai Cha-sheng. He is quite smart. Let him work with you in the Human Resources Department. There were originally 2 people in the Human Resources Department. One was Zhang Luanping, and the other was a girl who was quite smart in the last round of interviews and was transferred to the Human Resources Department. Ming Su was quite satisfied with Bai Cha-sheng, so he asked him to follow Zhang Luanping and learn more. Zhang Luanping nodded immediately upon hearing this. Lin Yi looked around at the new employees. He felt 3 sources of danger. One was the old black man Morgan with a gun, who was very dangerous to Lin Yi. The danger mainly came from the U.S. military's M4A1 Block 2 assault rifle, which was very threatening. One was from the white man James. Although he looked kind, Lin Yi felt that he was quite capable. He seemed to have a pistol on his waist, but he didn't know what it looked like. The last source of danger was Su Jinjin, who was sitting next to Meng Su. Lin Yi felt a sense of similarity from Su Jinjin. If nothing unexpected happened, she should be a superpower. As for the others, there was nothing wrong with them. It was just that little girl Irina. Lin Yi shook his head. He always felt that the little girl was a little strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Okay, let's go, Meng Su said to Dr. Li. Mr. Meng, where are we going now? Dr. Li was a little reserved. He held the steering wheel, but he didn't know where to go. Meng Su said calmly, before, our cart sold noodles. Meng Su didn't know where the chosen ones were, but he met 2 zombie babies on that street. The panel of the zombie babies showed controlled at that time. After being away for so long, the situation on that street must be different. In other words, there must be a chosen one there. After talking with Peng Ting before, Meng Su knew that Peng Ting was their strongest. Since Peng Ting was dead, what was there to fear about the rest? Besides, Meng Su was no longer the same as before. He has already broken through the 2nd stage. In the 1st stage, he was able to kill their strongest Peng Ting. Meng Su now, even if there are 10 more Peng Tings, is not his opponent. After hearing Meng Su's order, Dr. Li did not hesitate at all, and drove directly, and began to return along the original route. Although he did not know why Director Meng came to this school, his order was absolute. The car was bumpy, and the speed was not slow. After all, he had been there once, so he could be said to be more skilled. However, after driving like this for about 40 minutes, they returned to the street. Meng Su turned around and saw that Li Xiang was still a little tired. So he shook his head casually and said to Su Jinjin, tell these foreigners that they don't need to get off the car, and be more vigilant. I may not be able to take care of them when the fight starts later. Of course, they probably won't be in any trouble. I will kill all the opponents. After that, he said to Sherwaning, Li Xiang, take a rest. You come with me to get off the car. Then, Meng Su got off the car with big strides. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu also stood up silently. Last time, they did not participate in the action. But this time, they must participate. Everyone else in the car was a little worried. Lin Yi even took a deep breath and quietly took out a gun. Peaceful order does not lack such low-powered pistols. So Lin Yi is naturally equipped with a gun. He was indeed nearby and felt a strong sense of crisis. In the past, he would run away. Now, he wants to fight. The foreign employees were confused and did not know what was going on. They just sat in the car. But their professional experience told them that they still had to be alert to the surroundings. After getting off the bus, Meng Su looked around and immediately saw something strange in front of a roast chicken stall. Then he walked to the stall selling roast chicken wings very easily and said to the stall enthusiastically, Boss, give me some chicken wings. The chicken wings should be burnt a little. It's okay. Don't worry about cancer. At worst, you can have chemotherapy. If chemotherapy doesn't work, then you can die. Meng Su's voice was very loud, and this sudden voice made everyone in the car not know what to say. Mr. Meng, he's sick again. Did he get off the car to buy grilled chicken wings? Grilled chicken wings, I love them the most. After hearing Meng Su's voice, in a moment, the grilled chicken wing stall, a murderous intent emerged. A purple zombie baby suddenly rushed out from under the stall, at a very fast speed, wanting to kill Ming-Su. Seeing this, Ming-Su was prepared, but before Ming-Su could make a move, Shirwaning on the side had already reached out, and her body like plasticine instantly stopped the zombie baby. And Ming-Su did not shy away, and chopped it down with an axe. In an instant, Shirwaning's hand and the zombie baby were split in two. Ah! At this moment, a painful groan came from the grilled chicken wing stall, which was the voice of a woman. Shirwaning, on the other hand, looked normal. She was a special zombie with a special physique, and she was one of those that recovered quickly. Although a section of her body was cut off by Ming-Su, it would grow back after 4 or 5 days. It was a bit of a bug. Ming-Su looked at the woman behind the stall and shook his head. Aren't there 3 more people? Come out. Hearing Ming-Su's words, a person also came out of the street shop on the other side. It was the chosen one named Chiemo, who went to see Ming-Su with Peng Ting. After seeing that it was Ming-Su, Chiemo was surprised. He looked at Shirwaning again and frowned. Why is it you? Shirwaning, how did you get together with Ming-Su? Where is Mr. Peng? What did you do to Mr. Peng? He died. Ming-Su answered Chiemo's question calmly, and Natalie Mahjong. They died together. Hearing Ming-Su's words, Chiemo was stunned for a moment. And then he said angrily, you killed Mr. Peng? How can we eliminate the safe zone? He was very angry and desperate. Peng Ting died? How could he die? How could he die? This is the only hope for the chosen ones of Haching City. Hearing this, Ming-Su couldn't help but smile slightly. And his momentum was full. It doesn't matter. I will become a Zun. I will become the Zombie King. Chapter 169. I knew the end of the world would be difficult at an early age. But I still wanted my spirit to stay in the world. Chiemo? Hearing Ming-Su's words, everyone was a little confused. What does this mean? What does it mean to become a zombie king? Seeing this, Ming-Su couldn't help but smile slightly. Enchanted, I knew the end of the world would be difficult at an early age. But I still wanted my spirit to stay in the world. Ah! Before Chiemo could react, he saw Ming-Su coming with an axe. Seeing this, Chiemo was really scared, and his face showed horror. No, you haven't finished reading the poem yet. Why did you suddenly come to kill me? You have no martial ethics. Chiemo stepped on the breeze, wanted to escape, but before he could move, he saw Ming-Su's black heavy axe already coming at him. Puff! 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 In an instant, Chiemo's figure had become a bloody paste. His figure was chopped into pieces by the axe, just like roasted gluten, very vivid. He was not a strong man to begin with. After encountering Ming-Su's powerful attack, there was no room for resistance at all, and he was easily turned into roasted gluten. At the same time when Ming-Su was slashing at Chiemo, there suddenly appeared another zombie baby in the corner, and it rushed towards Ming-Su fiercely. This zombie baby was more like a child than a baby. He looked to be 6 or 7 years old. A gloomy breath came towards him, and a black hand grabbed Ming-Su. The zombie child, with tattered clothes, empty eyes, and a mouth full of dirty blood, let out a vague but very harsh roar. This voice really made Ming-Su frown, and his fists hardened. I hate noisy kids the most. Catch the leader first. Xiaoqiu. Lu Yao. Go kill that woman. Ming-Su shouted without hesitation. But in fact, Ming-Su didn't need to say anything at all. Qi Lu Yao and Jiang Xiaoqiu had already made a move. The two women were very fast, and they went straight to the corpse baby mother. Jiang Xiaoqiu was 4 or 5 steps ahead of Qi Lu Yao, and almost turned into a silver light. It seemed that she was determined to win this attack. When the two women attacked, the mother of the dead baby was obviously terrified. But soon, another dead child covered in purple appeared in front of her. Roar! The dead child opened his bloody mouth and let out a piercing roar. This roar could almost be said to have turned into a physical wind, blocking the advance of Qi Lu Yao and Jiang Xiaoqiu. The sound was like a soul-demanding Sanskrit sound, and the human employees on the bus far away felt pain in their eardrums, as if they were about to be torn apart. At the same time, two people rushed towards Ming-Su from the left and right. Shirwaning's arms turned into huge rubbers, instantly blocking the attack of the two people. Swish! A crisp sound came. Ming-Su had no expression on his face, and chopped off the arm of the purple-black zombie child in front of him with an axe. Then he stretched out his left hand mercilessly, grabbed a few hairs of the child, and then spun and threw them high into the distance. Shouting, Sherwaning. Go help Liao. Xiaoqiu. Let those two trash come together. Meng Su. Have nothing to fear. After hearing Meng Su's words, Sherwaning retreated without hesitation, running towards Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liao, ready to rush to the rescue of the two women. After hearing Meng Su's words, the two chosen ones, who were previously stopped by Sherwaning, were angry and annoyed. Although their strength was far weaker than Peng Ting, being ignored with such contempt was too outrageous. Meng Su. You are so arrogant. I will kill you. One of them shouted fiercely, with a faint blue light flashing around him, and it looked like he had a layer of buff added. At this moment, Keimer, who was chopped into gluten by Meng Su, also stood up staggeringly, turned into a zombie, swaying his gluten-like body, and rushed towards Meng Su. In this way, it looked more like fried roasted gluten. Facing the zombies and the chosen one who were rushing towards him, Meng Su was very calm, without any fear, and at the same time he raised the black axe in his hand, with a cold murderous aura, and chopped it head on. Clang! The sharp claws, wrapped in a strong wind, rushed towards Meng Su head on. Facing the black axe, he was indeed not afraid at all. Meng Su shook his head, and the axe in his hand left arcs in the air. Only a long thunder was heard. A bloody wound burst out instantly, the sharp edge flashed, and it was cold and dazzling. The other chosen one did not react at all to what happened, and felt a fishy and hot blood splashed on his face. Bang! The head fell to the ground, with a hideous face. And Meng Su did not finish his axe. He then looked at the zombie that looked like gluten, and could not help but exclaimed, "You can survive? Awesome, awesome." Besides the exclamation, he was ruthless and crushing. The last time he chopped it into gluten, it was for an experiment, and by the way, he wanted to harvest an agile evolution crystal to feed Jiang Xiaoqiu, but this time, Meng Su did not show any mercy. The chosen one who was splashed with the blood of his companion came back to his senses in a daze, but he saw that the gluten zombie transformed by Zimmer was cut in half, and the bright red blood instantly splashed all over the street, and his face was full of disbelief. The chosen one was already somewhat stunned. His strength was no different from these two. He thought that even if he was defeated, he could still fight for a while, but he didn't expect. I got up, and was killed in one move. The reflection of Meng Su was reflected in his pupils. He looked at Meng Su in shock. What master, chosen one, all were thrown out of his mind. He shouted in fear, You? What you? You? Noisy! Meng Su shook off the smelly blood on the axe blade, looked at the last chosen one, and said casually, Come here, and be beheaded. Before the last chosen one could react, he saw a flash of cold light. The next second, blood splattered everywhere, and the chosen one fell to the ground. After a while, his body twitched, and there were faint signs of zombie transformation. Meng Su had a blank expression on his face. After he completely turned into a zombie, he stepped forward with an axe and chopped him down. In just 1 minute, all the enemies who besieged Meng Su were killed or wounded. For half a minute, Meng Su waited for the killed chosen one to turn into a zombie. Only when he turned into a zombie could Meng Su harvest the evolution crystal. After cleaning up here, Meng Su looked at the corpse mother with interest. The zombie child who had his arm cut off by him, grabbed and threw away, went to help his mother early, without paying any attention to the situation on Meng Su's side. However, even with his joining, it felt like 3 punches could not defeat 6 hands. Jiang Xiaoqiu was very fast. Qi Liao was extremely powerful, and Sherwaning was good at control. This made it difficult for the zombie mother, who was famous and hitching to resist, and she had to dodge in a panic, relying on her 2 sons for support. Seeing this, Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly picked up the axe and stepped forward, intending to deal with the most difficult enemy in this battle. Meng Su took a step forward, as if he was stepping on the heavenly power. At this moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the wind was raging. The next second, Meng Su had already appeared in front of the zombie child whose arm he had cut off, and chopped him down with an axe. Like a violent storm, no one could see the movement of the axe, as if it had turned into a residual image in the air. The whole room was in an uproar, especially the new employees on the bus, who were extremely stunned. The old employees knew the strength of Chairman Ming, and although they also felt that it was exciting, they all applauded. Bai Changsheng was overjoyed, and felt that he had definitely found a big boss. As for the school beauty Su Jinjin, she felt that she was not a school beauty, and was a joke. Before, She actually thought that Mr. Ming is just a control department. And he may not be as good as me if he fights alone. What a joke. And Xiaoyu was silently paying attention to Su Jinjin. When she saw Su Jinjin open her mouth in surprise, she felt that her plan could be implemented immediately. Those employees from Hawaii even stared with their eyes popped out. What's going on? Can you see his speed? Oh my god, such a superpower is too powerful. Right? His strategic value is definitely stronger than an entire elite team. Morgan said excitedly to his companions around him, who cheered. James also forced himself to calm down. He really had never seen such a powerful superpower. Even if he faced a zombie tide, he would probably be unscathed. Right? James used to be an investigator for the United Nations. He could keenly observe that Meng-Su showed no signs of defense at all. And the attacks of those weird zombie babies could only leave a red mark on Meng-Su's skin, and it was difficult to break the defense. Even if it was broken, it would only scratch the skin slightly. And there would be no blood at all. You know, in the previous fight, these two zombie babies had done a powerful move of tearing a telephone pole with one claw. Adela didn't say a word, didn't even blink, stared at Meng-Su. Her eyes were full of desire and curiosity for scientific research. She was eager to find out Meng-Su's body structure and supernatural powers. She felt that if she had Mr. Meng to assist in the research, she would definitely develop unprecedented biotechnology, which would definitely surprise people. Nobel. No. It's the end of the world. What Nobel Prize? The award in this world in the future will be the Adela Award. Adela's face was ruddy, and she had already imagined the future. Meng-Su's attack, naturally, also caused fear in the mother of the corpse baby. She never expected that Meng-Su could be so powerful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be so powerful? We, who are the most beloved by the Lord, have not become so powerful. Why are you so powerful? You inferior, lowly, and something that should be eliminated? At this stage, humans can't reach this level at all. Only zombies and large animals can do it. You are not a human. You are definitely not a human. What on earth are you? The mother of the corpse baby pointed at Meng-Su in horror. And while trying to escape, she shouted loudly, Old Lu. Old Lu. Hurry up and drive the tide of corpses. Drive a small tide of corpses. We are no match for him. Hurry up. The mother of the corpse baby felt that their ambush this time was flawless. This is a group of 4 chosen ones. And their 3 children. Even if Mr. Pum came, he would feel extremely desperate, and even die here without any chance to fight back. Of course, the zombies after death will be stronger and more difficult to deal with. Even if Mr. Pung turned into a zombie in the form of a holy warrior after his death, their combination would be enough to protect themselves. But they never expected that in the process of ambushing Meng-Su, they would be defeated so easily by Meng-Su. This made the mother of the corpse baby hard to accept, and even felt terrified. Before she set out, she had never thought of asking the spirit howler, or Old Lu as she called him, to take action. The more than 1,000 zombies controlled by Old Lu were the key to launching the zombie tide. She didn't want to waste this ability here before. But now, this matter has exceeded her expectations. She feels that if she doesn't call Old Lu, she might die here today. Huh? Want to escape? Meng-Su snorted coldly, threw away the black chopping heavy axe, and then pulled out 2 iron rods that were left behind after the stall fell apart. Then turned over and shouted, Lightning Whirlwind Strike. After that, Meng-Su attacked like lightning in the form of a whirlwind, and rushed towards the mother corpse baby. At the same time as Meng-Su rushed, a burst of invisible energy was fierce, surging like a wave. Although the 2 purple-black zombie babies were already scarred, they saw the mother. In trouble, without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards Meng-Su. Meng-Su was furious when he saw this. There was a rolling wave of air and blood mist flying everywhere. A zombie baby was directly blown up by Meng-Su, turned into a ball of blood mist. It's so annoying. Meng-Su frowned, then looked at the other side. Without hesitation, the iron pipe in his hand had been deformed. Meng-Su threw it casually, and instantly, like a sharp arrow, nailed the other zombie baby that looked smaller to the ground. Die for me! Meng-Su's arms were strong and powerful. He pulled out the head of the zombie baby just like pulling out a carrot. Blood rushed to the sky. The running zombie baby mother suddenly tilted her body and fell straight to the ground. Blood was flowing out of her 7 orifices. Blood was gushing out of her throat. She looked like she was seriously injured. but there was a trace of breath left. Seeing this, Meng Su shook his head. A little weak? Not as good as Peng Ting. Meng Su already missed the days of fighting head-on with Peng Ting. At that time, the zombie Peng Ting punched him, which was a little painful. He punched Peng Ting, and a bloody hole was left. How wonderful it was! Meng Su was about to step forward and put an end to the zombie baby mother. At this moment, the surrounding sounds began to vibrate. Meng Su saw this and frowned. Lu Yao, Xia Qiu and Sherwaning, get on the bus! Meng Su shouted. Xiao Li, get ready to start the car. Something is wrong. There is a tide of corpses. It seems that the sound that the corpse baby's mother shouted before her death has worked. However, the vibration sound comes from the position in front. It does not look like a natural tide of corpses, but a real deliberate tide of corpses, just like a dam releasing water. The mother corpse baby propped herself up and sat up from the ground. There was blood on the corner of her mouth, and her teeth were covered with red. She looked at Meng Su triumphantly with a terrifying smile. She looked fearless. The zombie tide is coming. You can't kill me. In the distance, several zombies had already appeared and were running wildly. Driver Xiao Li was a little nervous and hurriedly shouted, Boss, get in the car. Seeing the appearance of the mother corpse baby, Meng Su smiled and immediately shouted, You go back first. If there are zombies blocking the road. Lu Yao, Xia Qiu, you two and Li Xiang, sure wanting cooperate. Don't hold back. And kill them all while ensuring the safety of the bus employees. Lin Yi, you will be the GPS. If there is any danger, take a detour and go all the way back to the company. I will find you. Meng Su spoke calmly, then stepped forward and picked up the black-cut heavy axe that he had thrown down. After picking it up, under the horrified and puzzled eyes of the dead baby mother, Meng Su not only did not avoid the zombie tide, but instead faced it. Seeing this scene of Meng Su, everyone on the bus was stunned. Zombies came from all directions, like a surging tide, rushing towards them. Let's go! Zhang Wenping made a prompt decision and said to the stunned driver Xiao Li, If we stay here, we will only hinder Mr. Ming's performance. Only if we leave, Mr. Ming can go all out and don't have to worry about our safety. Seeing this, Xiao Li, the driver, also came to his senses, stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the vehicle drove away quickly. At this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu, who had just got on the car, just glanced at Qi Liao. After their eyes met, and they seemed to have exchanged a lot of things, he actually jumped out of the car window and rushed towards Meng Su. This scene shocked the others present, but Qi Liao did not make any move, but just looked at Jiang Xiaqiu's back silently. Then, Qi Liao turned around and looked at everyone in the car indifferently. Fighting with Meng Su is as important as completing the task assigned by Meng Su. When Qiu saw the scene, she felt mixed emotions for a moment and didn't know what to say. Why am I still playing with chicken feathers? Click next. You. The mother of the corpse baby looked at Meng Su, who had come to her, and was terrified for a moment, and kept crawling back, with great fear in her pupils. This is a zombie tide. No matter how strong you are, can you kill 1,000, 2,000 zombies? Aren't you afraid of being exhausted to death? There is no need to kill me. I am worthless. You should leave quickly. The mother of the corpse baby was a little anxious, and tried her best to persuade Meng Su, hoping that he would not ruin his future. Killing her was a small matter, but saving his life was a big matter. Only by living can there be infinite hope. It will be the same when you kill me next time. Don't be impatient. Although the mother of the corpse baby felt severe tinnitus and her internal organs were hammered, she still tried her best to persuade Meng Su, You are still young. Don't go on the road of breaking the law and committing crimes. Meng Su smiled lightly when he heard it, looking at the zombies rushing in from all directions in front of him, without any fear, and even walked slowly to the mother of the corpse baby, and said calmly, Zombie tide? It's not like I haven't experienced it before. It's just a small matter. I think killing you is more important. After that, Meng Su directly swung the black-cut heavy axe, and smashed it hard at the mother of the corpse baby, using the blunt back. Bang! Bang! An axe, used like a hammer, one after another. The mother corpse could still scream twice at first, but after her head was smashed into a pulp, she could no longer speak. At this moment, the zombies have already arrived. Meng Su calmly looked at Jiang Xiaqiu behind him, and said, Didn't I tell you to go with everyone? Why are you here? I want to face it together with Su. Yao Yao has come, I want to. Jiang Xiaoqiu's eyes were firm. He said this sentence word by word, and at the same time showed an expression of please praise me. Look. If you say so, it's a tonic. Meng Su. It's better to say it word by word, when connected together. It feels like a kernel for some reason. Okay. Then you have to follow closely. Meng Su nodded, and swung the axe without hesitation, and chopped forward. A ferocious zombie that arrived first was split in half by Meng Su in an instant. Jiang Xiaoqiu nodded slightly, and also took out a delicate short blade, followed behind Meng Su, and helped Meng Su resist the enemy from behind. Roar! The zombies roared, almost like a wolf pack effect. One roar triggered another roar, and soon it spread all over the ears. And zombies, like a torrent, rushed to Meng Su's position. That old Lu could only control more than 1,000 zombies. But the noise was too loud. And the nearby uncontrolled zombies were also dragged along. So, some zombies jumped down from the tall building, smashed their heads, and remained motionless. But some only broke their legs, broke their coccyx, or were simply paralyzed, and still limped or even laid down and rushed towards Meng Su. For this, Meng Su could only say that these zombies really had no brains, which was a bit of a loss. There are thousands of zombies here, right? Is he the only target? Can you divide them up? You could only divide a hair from each zombie, right? Meng Su shook his head, chopped the zombies, causing blood to splatter, and looked at the surrounding situation, moving towards the edge. For Meng Su, he currently has 3 options. The first one is, find a place with a wall behind him, and just kill all the zombies in one go. But this option requires some luck. What if the zombies around are attracted here, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? Although Meng Su has broken through the limit of the human body, he will still be exhausted to death. The second one is, fight a bloody path, and run away. This method is the simplest, and Meng Su did this before. The third one is, capture the leader first. In short, it is to find the old Lu mentioned by the corpse mother, decapitate him, chop him to death first, and then repeat the second method, find an opportunity to run away. It was a bit unrealistic to let Meng Su kill all these zombies by himself. Why did Meng Su know the existence of old Lu? He was not deaf. The corpse mother roared so loudly that Meng Su must have heard it. He almost went to find the property management. So, where is this old guy hiding? Meng Su started to spin in circles like Garen. Blood splattered everywhere. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and almost drowned Meng Su's eyes. Wherever Meng Su passed, there were zombie corpses. The zombies roared one after another. Meng Su observed his surroundings, and tried his best to feel his killing intent. Strictly speaking, the killing intent perception can also sense the existence of killing intent towards oneself. However, the zombies around him all have killing intent towards him. Meng Su needs to find the rational killing intent among these chaotic and disorderly killing intent. Swish! Meng Su chopped the zombies with his axe, trying to advance. The blood almost gathered into a small river, and the corpses of the zombies were the floating objects in this small river. On the street, the zombies were all dead. Meng Su's eyes were like torches, and he suddenly looked at a 3-story house about a few hundred meters away, and he couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile. I found you. With this thought, Meng Su did not hesitate, as if he had found the target. Kill! Roar! The old man hid on the 3rd floor, and quietly watched the situation downstairs. Zombies came one after another, and kept rushing towards Meng Su, but they were all trash, and were easily killed by Meng Su. And this vicissitudes of life old man showed a look of fear and trepidation. Is this still a human being? The old man showed deep fear. He never expected that, under the impact of the zombie tide, Meng Su was like an ancient warrior, and he could move freely among the army, and enter and exit the unmanned area. After seeing Meng Su's powerful strength, the old man knew that his plan had failed, and the zombie tide would definitely not be able to stop him. Although the corpse tide left no one for thousands of miles. But facing an individual like Meng Su who has super strong personal strength, they can't do anything. He just left. You can't stop him at all. The old man felt the powerlessness of the secular army facing the extraordinary immortals in the fantasy novels. However, why doesn't Meng Su leave? What is he looking for? The old man was puzzled. He didn't know why Meng Su stayed here. After all, if Meng Su wanted to escape, it would be easy for him. Just when the old man was thinking about it, he suddenly exchanged glances with Meng Su. In an instant, The old man felt like he was falling into an ice cave, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He was sweating all over his back and felt like he was on edge. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The old man took a deep breath and comforted himself. It's still more than 300 meters here. Maybe he just glanced at me casually and hasn't seen me yet. Even if he saw me, it would be difficult for him to kill me. He couldn't move his position because the zombie tide came. He was also a human being. He could only keep the zombies under his control from moving. And he couldn't command those other enthusiastic zombies at all. If he acted rashly, he would most likely be eaten by other zombies. So, he could only hope that Meng Su would not come over. At this moment, he suddenly saw Meng Su's 3 steps turn into 2. As if he had learned the peerless light skill in martial arts novels. He held an axe in his right hand and embraced a beauty with his left hand. And then he stares and clouds and went straight to a building on the side of the road. Huh? The old man was horrified when he saw the scene. Meng Su, on the other hand, smiled slightly, stepped directly onto the roof, and rushed towards the old man like a parkour master. Although Meng Su did not choose the speed bless. The speed confidence brought by the 26 points of physical strength still made it easy for him to complete the parkour movement. Looking at Meng Su, who was getting closer and closer, the old man was extremely frightened and shouted subconsciously, "No! No! No! No what? Old man? Die for me!" With a loud shout, the old man felt his vision spinning around, as if he had turned into a moving lens, falling from the upstairs and falling directly into the zombie group. The next moment, zombies trampled. The head that was originally intact was instantly trampled into a pulp. Meng Su took a deep breath and hugged Jiang Xiaqiu. And Jiang Xiaqiu also wrapped his bloody arm around Meng Su's neck, not caring about the screaming zombies around him, and stared at Meng Su with a pair of sparkling eyes. "Oh my god! You actually cleaned up an illegal criminal company that was wanted. You are simply..." Meng Su had no intention of reading the small gilded words that appeared in front of him. But without hesitation, he smiled at Jiang Xiaqiu and said, "Hold on. Let's go! Zombie frenzy? You can stop others, but you can't stop me." The bus was moving, and the people on the bus were not in a good mood. And they were all full of uneasiness. They didn't know whether their chairman, Mr. Meng Su, could come back safely. So there was a gloomy mood in the car. Although the foreign employees were not very emotional about this, they would not be stupid enough to speak out at this time to anger the public. Nothing. Suddenly, Qi Liu suddenly spoke, and said very naturally, "I and Meng have experienced this before. Nothing to worry about." Very relaxed. Qi Liu was the least worried person present. On the one hand, it was because her emotions were slow. On the other hand, it was because she had really experienced it with Meng Su. So she felt that it was nothing. Hearing Qi Liu's words, Che Meiping was shocked. "Ah? Manager Qi can speak? This? What kind of miracle is this?" Although Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu could speak a long time ago, it was the first time for other employees to hear this news. However, when they saw Qi Liu say this, everyone's expressions became better. After all, the ones who went out with Director Ming the most were Manager Qi and Vice President Jiang. What they said was probably true. I was not worried. There is someone in front. At this moment, Xiao Li, who was driving, suddenly spoke, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked over and saw a man wearing paper armor on the side of the road. He looked haggard, with bloodshot eyes and a look of anxiety and fear. He used to look big and strong, but now his muscles seemed to have collapsed because he had not injected energy for a long time. Seeing this scene, everyone in the car looked at each other in bewilderment. "What should we do? Should we drive?" Xiao Li said in astonishment. Before anyone else could speak, the black man Morgan shouted, "I don't think it's possible. Who knows who he is? Those people from the chosen church of God like to use this method to attack people." However, except Su Jinjin and Xiao Li, no one else could understand. Che Meiping was old and only knew professional English. Zhang Luanping was the same. Lenny dropped out of junior high school, and Bai Cha Sheng was just messing around in school. And Qiu Yu, she knows English, but her grades were average at school, and she has almost forgotten it now. She can communicate simply. For a moment, no one knew what to say. At this moment, Zhang Luanping patted the chair, stood up, and took the initiative to say, Manager Chi. Secretarian. What do you think? I think we should accept him. Director Meng once said that our company is people-oriented. And the more people, the better. If Director Meng was in the car, he would definitely accept this brother. Hearing Zhang Lunping's words, Qi Liao's brain was a little out of control. The words are too rich, need to be processed. And Xiao Yu heard this, took a deep breath, nodded, and then looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, did you notice something wrong? Lin Yi shook his head. Then opened the door. And Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Lunping is right. If Mr. Meng was here, he would make such a decision. Mr. Meng is not here now. I am the Secretary General, and naturally I have to make a decision on behalf of Mr. Meng. Chapter 170 Adela. So our research direction is pea shooter? The sun was shining brightly, and the golden light fell from the sky, sprinkled on the ground, and shone on Meng Su's body. The sun was warm, making Meng Su feel warm and comfortable. Looking at the reflected mottled light and shadow, Meng Su shook off the blood stains all over his body, and couldn't help stretching his muscles and bones. Looking at the situation around him, he was in a good mood. Fighting bloody battles, and breaking out of the siege. Jiang Xiaqiu was still held in Meng Su's arms, motionless, a pair of slightly red pupils staring at Meng Su. The look in his eyes was both serious and complex, and his emotions were highly flexible. Finally, there are no zombies. Meng Su shook his head, and randomly found a clothing store on the street. Through the reflection in the mirror, he looked at his bloody body and shook his head. He felt quite regretful. This work clothes is not good. Isn't it waterproof and stain-proof? I just killed a few hundred people, and there was only a little blood. It's dirty. Don't I need to wash it? Meng Su felt very disappointed and felt that he was deceived. However, Meng Su thought of something else and immediately felt a little confused. By the way, since this clothes is waterproof, can it still be washed? Do I need to find a dry cleaner? Expelling this strange idea from his mind, Meng Su looked around and saw a zombie not far away who seemed to have discovered his position. But his knee had suffered some kind of comminuted fracture, and he fell directly to the ground. However, even so, he was still trying to crawl towards Meng Su with a strong will. Meng Su was very touched. He picked up a brick, aimed at that direction, and threw it quickly with great force. The brick was accurate and hit the crawling zombie directly. It instantly smashed its head, and blood flowed all over the floor. What are you looking at? Can you respect my privacy? Although he was disabled but strong-willed, Meng Su was quite disgusted by zombies that had no sense of distance. After killing the zombie, Meng Su casually looked at Jiang Xiaqiu, who was put down by him, but saw that Jiang Xiaqiu's situation was worse than his own. After all, he was still wearing the company uniform, while Jiang Xiaqiu was traveling in casual clothes. Therefore, from Meng Su's perspective, Jiang Xiaqiu was directly a matchmaker, with a deep red body, without any other colors. Seeing this, Meng Su shook his head, and while walking along the empty store with Jiang Xiaqiu, he opened the system panel, wanting to see what he had closed before. Oh my god! You actually cleaned up an illegal criminal company that was wanted. You are simply Superman. Is this the reason why you keep adding attribute points? Traditional superheroes are either rich, or have lost both parents, or have both money and both parents have died. Your conditions are quite consistent. But a perfect life should not put yourself in danger. As a leader, you should provide information to the authorities, instead of charging into the enemy camp alone. Your achievements are great, but don't do this next time. Get special rewards, points plus 20, firearms proficiency, cash plus 100, 000. The system adds the authority to open a branch. Title Crime Buster. Title, Crime Buster. Introduction. Your existence will make criminals tremble. Function. Make criminals feel intimidated. Seeing this line of rewards, Meng Su couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Branch, firearm proficiency? Meng Su believes that these two rewards are the real highlights. Firearm proficiency is the best. Meng Su no longer has to worry about missing the target. Now Meng Su can proudly tell others that shooting is simple. You just need to aim the muzzle at the target, and then pull the trigger. And the branch. Wait a minute, the parent company hasn't figured it out yet, let alone the branch. Meng Su shook his head, not considering it for the time being. After all, if a branch is really opened, Meng Su will only consider opening it in other cities, such as Wyong City or other cities farther away. Branches are different from subsidiaries. so it is still necessary to consider it carefully. However, in addition to this, Meng-Su saw several other messages. The large-scale process task of industrial development has been completed. Task requirements: recruit 3 senior talents. 3 of 3. Task reward: number of new studios plus 1. New studios can choose biotechnology, cooking skills, pastry making. Meng-Su? Where did these 3 talents come from? That Adela counts as 1. And Bai Cha-sheng in the growth period can also be counted as 1. What about the other one? Did they pick him up on the road while driving the bus? Meng-Su felt a little weird. And the talent they picked up seems to be a cook. After all, the studio choice given is cooking skills. This flyer distribution is completed. This flyer recruited a total of 7 employees. It did not meet the requirement of recruiting 20 people. But considering that you recruited 4 foreign employees and 3 senior talents, the merits and demerits offset each other. The task is completed. Flyer distributor weekly task has been completed. Task evaluation: general. Task reward: flyer distributor experience value plus 100, points plus 20, cash plus 500, 000. Obtain professional skills adapt to the situation. Breakthrough point plus 0.3. Skill: adapt to the situation. Introduction: no matter what job, in the workplace, the most important thing is to adapt to the situation. Function: when choosing to switch camp, the favorability of the target camp will increase slightly. Meng-Su. For a moment, there was too much news. Meng-Su didn't know what to say. Before Meng-Su could react, another task was completed. You eliminated a notorious criminal group lurking in Hiching City through business struggles, active reporting, and hands-on methods, which led to the improvement of Hiching City's security, the continuous improvement of the company's prestige, and the fame of Kahiking City's 7 districts. You are so strong. Phase Task 1. Domination of Chinan District has been completed. Current task reward: choose 1 technology. Obtain cutting-edge technology. Chairman experience plus 300. Cash plus 3 million. Points plus 100. Free excellent Tindra times x1. Breakthrough points plus 2. So, I came out for a trip. How come I completed 3 tasks? Meng-Su's mood was a little complicated. But he didn't know what to say. Jiang Xiaqiu took Meng-Su into a clothing store. And then they happily started to pick clothes, while Meng-Su sat on a bench and began to screen tasks. I choose biotechnology as the new studio, and biotechnology as the cutting-edge technology. Meng-Su calmly analyzed, and said to the system, in addition, I want to upgrade the professional level of flyer distributor and chairman. You get biotechnology experimental studio X1. And you get cutting-edge special technology. Scanning your impression of biotechnology. Screening targets. Through screening, the cutting-edge technology you get is combat plant technology. Meng-Su? What is combat plant technology? Meng-Su was a little confused, and he took a deep breath and asked. As the name suggests, by cultivating biological weapons, the laboratory will obtain a large amount of biological materials. When your senior talents are researching and developing, you can cultivate plants. In time, you will obtain plants with super strong combat power. Meng-Su. When Plants vs. Zombies becomes a reality. I was just talking nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be realized now. What should I say then, when the company is surrounded by pea shooters? Your occupation flyer distributor level has been upgraded to level 6. Your occupation chairman level has been upgraded to level 3. Before Meng-Su recovered, the blessing brought by the level upgrade appeared in front of him. It was not much of a blessing, just got 0.5 breakthrough points. Meng-Su sat on the rest bench, quietly thinking. His current assets are already terrifyingly strong. Score 205 points. Assets 8.095 million yuan. Meng-Su felt that he could squander. Employees could die at will. He could afford the loss. In addition, there are 3.5 breakthrough points, enough to increase the spirit value from 23 points to 26 points, and start strengthening 2 out of 4. Add points. Meng-Su's eyes were firm, and he chose to add points once, adding all the integer 3 breakthrough points. Distribution successful. With a line of gilded small characters appearing in front of him, Meng-Su took a deep breath, and suddenly felt his brain clear up, and a clear force was gathering in the direction of his brain. Oh no, I need to grow a brain. Strengthening successful, your current spirit is 26. You have discovered the secret of spiritual evolution, and you can currently choose 2 of the following 4 blessings. Dreamer. In a dream, you may see the perspectives of other strange creatures, and observe the world through their perspectives. Spirit cone. Your spirit will become extremely sharp, and under your gaze, anyone who dares to peek at you will receive a mental counterattack, which will give him a splitting headache. Only effective for those with strong spirits. Not recommended. In a peaceful world, there are not many people with strong spirits, and most people's spirits are between 8 to 12. Born to be friendly. You will exude an unprecedented sense of friendliness, and anyone will have a blessing for your goodwill. Mind control. Using this ability, you will be able to control the mind for a short period of time, depending on the other party's mental attributes. It's not the mind control you imagined. At most it will make people daze for a while, and the cost of backlash is very high. So be careful. For options appeared in front of Meng Su, and it can be seen that the system recommends that he choose born friendly instead of the other options. But for Meng Su, I choose mind control and mind cone. Meng Su said calmly, choosing these two abilities. Undoubtedly, Dream Man and Natural Friendly are really useless. Meng Su hardly sleeps now. Dream Man is a top-level useless skill, and Natural Friendly can't be used much. Meng Su doesn't want to become Tang Monk's meat wherever he goes. Zombies follow him. After choosing, Meng Su instantly felt a sharp hearing and clear eyes. A strange feeling instantly burst out from Meng Su's body, making Meng Su feel very comfortable. Feeling. I have a special feeling now. Meng Su smiled lightly, then looked around, and found that Jiang Xiaqiu had changed her clothes without knowing when, and was admiring herself in front of the mirror. But Meng Su felt that Jiang Xiaqiu's aesthetic taste seemed to have changed dramatically. She changed into a dark outfit, and also chose a black windbreaker for Meng Su. She was staring at Meng Su, without saying a word, just staring at Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded, and then smiled. Okay, I'll change. Meng Su smiled lightly, and then went forward to change clothes. While changing clothes, Meng Su was thinking about the current situation. He had just obtained 2 new abilities, and Meng Su felt itchy in his heart, and wanted to try it out and find a place to be a jerk. Mental cone. So, can I actively use the mental cone instead of passively defending? Meng Su thought in his heart, and then looked around, trying to find a zombie. What are you looking at? Jiang Xiaqiu asked Meng Su curiously. Although he stuttered, he could hardly hide the curiosity in his eyes. Meng Su calmly said, I want to find a zombie to test my abilities. Oh! Jiang Xiaqiu nodded cutely, picked up a bottle of mineral water, poured it on Meng Su, and began to wash him. Then he said, I'll go out and find one for you. Meow. After hearing the word meow, Meng Su's eyes went dark, and he shook his head. Then he said, Don't meow next time. Just speak normally. After hearing Meng Su's words, Jiang Xiaqiu didn't say a word, and then stood up and walked out of the clothing store with big strides, and went straight into a Sichuan restaurant next to it. Meng Su washed the sticky blood off his hands, and then looked towards Jiang Xiaqiu's position. Not long after, Jiang Xiaqiu came over with a struggling zombie. Roar! The zombie kept struggling, looking unhappy, especially after being caught by Jiang Xiaqiu. The strength of the struggle became stronger and stronger. After seeing Meng Su, the zombie immediately became like a dung beetle encountering a dung ball. No, that means Mr. Ming has become a dung ball. This zombie immediately became like a girl who met a super handsome man. It began to surge with excitement, and it wanted to pounce on Meng Su like crazy to give him a kiss. Hug and lift him up. Yes. Jiang Xiaqiu nodded and handed the young-looking girl zombie forward and said to Meng Su stutteringly, Come and mess with me. Seeing the zombie struggling, Meng Su shook his head. No, how much money do you zombies make in a month? Seeing people fighting so hard? Meng Su sighed, then took a deep breath, focused his mind, and began to use the spirit cone on this zombie. Spirit cone activate. In an instant, Meng Su's eyes were like torches, and his eyes seemed to have turned into sharp swords, actively released. Strictly speaking, the spirit cone is a defensive ability, but who says that defensive missiles are not missiles? What defensive and offensive types can kill people if they explode? Therefore, Meng Su's spirit value has reached 26 points, which means that the second stage has been opened, and he can naturally turn the defensive type into the offensive type. The killing intent is pervasive, and he is domineering. But the zombie did not move at all, and was still struggling. Meng Su's punch, it was like hitting cotton without any feedback. It's a bit like the ultimate skill was wasted. Meng Su held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Why didn't it work? Could it be These ordinary zombies don't have any intelligence, so his spirit cone is useless. Should I catch a human to try? Ming-Su thought to himself, and didn't know what to say for a moment. It's too early to kill those chosen ones. I should keep one for the experiment. Ming-Su sighed. He felt that he could transform a place in the underground garage into a dungeon, catch 1 or 2 chosen ones instead of killing them, and wait for them to be experimented on one by one. Wait a minute. Is my idea a bit too villainous? This is what Ming-Su feels. The spirit cone is useless against ordinary zombies. So what about mental control? Logically speaking, the weaker the spirit, the easier it is to control. Right? Ming-Su smiled lightly, and then looked at the zombie again. His eyes flashed instantly. After just one look, the zombie stopped struggling. Standing there, motionless. Ming-Su took a deep breath. He already felt that. He had controlled the zombie. Liang Jie. Occupation, zombie. Level 3. Looking at the news brought by the person in front of him, Ming-Su smiled lightly, and then said, "Let's go, Xiao Liang, give everyone a job." Hearing Ming-Su's words, the girl zombie named Liang Jie immediately let out a wow, and then started a backflip on the spot. But the backflip failed a bit, and she fell to the ground all of a sudden, looking quite embarrassed. Seeing this, Ming-Su couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and at the same time he understood one thing. Mentally controlled people cannot do things beyond their capabilities. For example, if you let that Liang Jie do the whole job, she can't turn over. It's easy to control one head. It doesn't feel like it's easy to control hundreds of heads. Ming-Su couldn't help but smile. Confidently, the old man just now. Is this his ability? Ming-Su felt that he had found a way to get around the bug. Mentally controlled zombies are not his employees. Does it mean that he doesn't have to pay them? Thinking of this, Ming-Su felt very unusual and very happy. Please note that you have established an actual employment relationship with a controlled employee. And the employee Liang Jie has been deemed an employee of your company. The small gilded characters in front of him made Ming-Su fall into silence. He didn't know what to say. He could only say, "Is this still possible? I don't accept it. Who dares to do mental control like this? Others can cause a zombie tide without any problems. But I will go bankrupt if I cause a zombie tide? You?" Ming-Su hadn't said a single curse word before he suddenly saw another line of small gilded characters in front of him. How can a perfect life have only one company? So, you can now establish a second company. The second company will be affiliated with the Peace Order Group and will be a subsidiary of the Peace Order Group. The salary will be reduced by half. Trigger task: establish a second company. Task requirements: establish a second company, complete the basic framework, recruit 10 employees. Task rewards: breakthrough point +1, cash +1 million, points +20, a set of monitoring equipment. Ming-Su. The second company? Ming-Su didn't know what to say for a moment. So, do I have to go to the convenience service center again? Ming-Su fell into deep thought. If he wanted to start a second company, Ming-Su really didn't know what company to start. The name of my second company is determined to be Order Guard. Ming-Su thought about it carefully and decided on such a name. Through this name, you can naturally get a glimpse of the whole picture. This is a security company. Ming-Su decided to hand over the company's security to this new company. After all, in the end of the world, security personnel are naturally the most. And the welfare benefits of the company Peace Order are too good. Ming-Su is reluctant to recruit so many people. But switching to this second company, it's much better. After all, the salary is not high. Liang Jie, congratulations. You are now the number 001 employee of Order Guard. Ming-Su stepped forward, patted the shoulder of Liang Jie who had just failed, and smiled at Liang Jie. I am your boss. Your salary should be at least 600 yuan a month. Right? Please note that the Order Guard security company you created has not passed the legal approval procedures. Please pass it as soon as possible. In addition, the minimum base salary of your current company is 2,000 yuan, and it must not be lower than this salary. 2,000? Seeing this request, Ming-Su was shocked. It's not because there are too many, but because? Isn't this too favorable? Then can I transfer all the employees of Peace Order to Order Guard? Ming-Su's face was full of expectation. If this is a voluntary act of the employees, it will be fine. But the security company is very risky, and the company does not allow unqualified people to fill the numbers. Therefore, employees who do not meet the requirements of force cannot be recruited or transferred. In addition, Senior talents are not restricted by the basic salary limit of the Order Guard Security Company, but are only subject to the personal basic salary limit. In front of Meng Su, such gilded small words appeared. Simply put, that is, even if Jiang Xiaqiu, who has a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, is transferred to the Order Guard, he still needs to make at least 100,000 yuan a month, and is not bound by these 2,000 yuan. Ah! Meng Su took a deep breath, then lost interest, waved his hand, and said, "Okay. Since everything has been figured out, there is no point in staying here. In this case, then let's go home quickly." As soon as he thought of this, an illusory map suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su, and it immediately showed the location of the bus. It must be said that, without Meng Su, the bus route often changed, mainly to follow Yulini's advice. Once Lini felt dangerous, they would take a detour, which naturally wasted a lot of time. "Let's go!" Meng Su stood up and began to look for unlocked doors on the roadside. "Let's go! Today, I'll show you what professional racing driver level driving skills are." Wu Jingquan sat on the bus, his face pale, his eyes full of fear. Beside Wu Jingquan, Zhang Luanping was sitting there with great concern, asking Wu Jingquan questions. Wu Jingquan was originally the chef of a big hotel in Guiyang City. The zombie apocalypse broke out, but he was lucky and escaped the first round of attacks. He discussed with a few friends and finally came to the conclusion that it is better to survive in the countryside than to wait for death in the big city. And then began his journey. To be honest, this idea is right. In the zombie apocalypse, hiding in the countryside is definitely safer than in the big city. After all, there are too many people in the big city, and Guiyang City has a population of more than 10 million. And there are too many zombies. In the small county town of Hiching City, the scale of the zombie tide was at most tens of thousands. In Guiyang City, the zombie tide that Meng Su experienced was estimated to have tens of thousands of zombies. However, something happened in the middle, and they were ambushed by other survivors. In order to compete for water resources, 2 of his friends died on the spot. And then, they scattered like birds and beasts. And everyone ran around randomly. And they didn't know who ran to where. Just when Wu Jingquan showed despair, he saw the bus of peace and order, and finally successfully hitchhiked on the bus and got safe. What do you think, brother? Our group is looking for talented people. If you go back with us, our boss will definitely make great use of you, Zhang Luanping said to Wu Jingquan with a smile. And his words were full of confidence. Look, the big star in Qiuyu is our Secretary General. Our company's armed forces are so strong. Even foreigners are here. Look at the big guns. By Yubi. As he said that, Zhang Luanping suddenly stood up and shouted to the foreign employees who had not joined the company, "Hello." Okay. Zhang Luanping's appearance made Morgan, Adela and others a little confused. But after all, he took the initiative to say hello. So he couldn't be impolite. Right? So they all loved the fans and took care of him, as if to deliberately take care of Zhang Luanping. His speech became a little abstract. Seeing this scene, Wu Jingquan also nodded, agreeing with Zhang Luanping's point of view. In fact, since Wu Jingquan, a senior talent and chef, got on the car, he had decided to follow the car. But Wu Jingquan still had a little doubt. Wu Jingquan lowered his body, secretly looked at the 5 employees of the propaganda department, and whispered to Zhang Luanping, "Brother Zhang, what's the situation with those 5 people? Why do they look a bit like zombies?" After Wu Jingquan finished speaking, he was afraid that Zhang Luanping would misunderstand, and then laughed, "Haha. I haven't seen anyone cosplaying zombies at this time. Why do they cosplay zombies? If they cosplay as zombies, won't those zombies attack us?" Wu Jingquan was very curious. After all, in his impression, zombies bite people. Therefore, although the zombies on the bus looked like zombies, and smelled like zombies, Wu Jingquan still felt that they were zombies played by humans, not real zombies. However, Wu Jingquan still praised them. They act really well, just like real zombies. Indeed, Wu Jingquan couldn't tell them apart. He felt that these 5 were exactly the same as real zombies, and their acting was so good. If the Oscars didn't give them the Best Actor award, Wu Jingquan would complain about them. Zhang Luanping didn't have much to think about when he heard that. He just said calmly, "What do you mean by good acting? Those 5 are from the publicity department of the First Business Group, and they are also our colleagues. They are zombies. Wu Jingquan. A question mark seemed to have slowly appeared on Wu Jingquan's head. He looked at Zhang Luanping straight, and felt like, "Are you kidding me? Zhang Luanping?" Zhang Luanping also looked at Wu Jingquan in confusion. They are just zombie employees. What's the big deal? The company's senior executives are usually zombies. After being in the company for a long time, Zhang Luanping has become accustomed to zombie employees, which is extremely terrifying to others. He is actually very surprised why others are so terrified when they see zombie employees. Zombie employees don't bite people. Brother Zhang, are you kidding? What's there to joke about? For a moment, Wu Jingquan fell silent. His eyes were filled with fear and worry. He trembled and said, "Are you going to capture ordinary people and turn them into zombies to control them? Can you please not let me become a zombie? I can cook, and my cooking is really delicious. Give me a canteen, and I will give you a miracle." The trembling old man. In the past month, the evil of human nature has been aroused. Wu Jingquan is also used to seeing these evil deeds. So after seeing this scene, his brain has automatically associated everything. Seeing Wu Jingquan's words, Zhang Luanping frowned. "What do you think of our company? Our company is the last hope of the end of the world. And our chairman Meng Su is the last savior of mankind." Wu Jingquan nodded. Although he was strong and muscular, he did not dare to speak. After all, he can't beat a gun. Just like that, Wu Jingquan fell into silence. Zhang Luanping didn't say much, just wanted him to experience the harmonious feeling of the company after returning to the building. When the vehicle was driving, driver Xiaoli was under the greatest pressure. At this moment, Lin Yi had come to the seat near the driver's seat, and Xiaoyu was sitting behind him with Lin Yi. And Xiaoyu was concentrating, and his spirit was tense. And Lin Yi was the same, but he was responsible for being a danger sensor, notifying driver Xiaoli in time. The three of them were controlling the direction of the bus. "Damn, how should we go around next?" And Xiaoyu pressed her temples, feeling a little dizzy. She looked at the map, and her head was big. She felt that she had been under great pressure since her own Mr. Meng got off the bus. And Lin Yi was also extremely nervous. After Meng Su was gone, he also returned to his previous cautious state. And Xiaoli was even more so. His legs were almost weak. "Secretarian, I think if we go from here, and go around like this, and walk 3 more kilometers, we can perfectly bypass this core urban area." Lin Yi said, "I can sense that. This core urban area is extremely dangerous. If we rush over, we will probably be dead." And Xiaoyu heard this, and nodded immediately. When she was about to say something, she saw Qi Liu suddenly stand up from her seat, walk straight in front of them, and said to them stiffly, "Stop, stop. Listen." After hearing Qi Liu's words, and Xiaoyu and Lin Yi looked up at Qi Liu at the same time. And Xiaoyu immediately said, "What's wrong with Sister Qi? Is there any problem?" Qi Liu did not buy into Xiaoyu's proactive gesture of goodwill. Instead, she took a deep breath and began to speak in a stumbling manner. "Wait a minute. Meng is coming. He is catching up. Coming." At this point, Qi Liu was a little stuck. She thought about the second half of the sentence for a long time, but couldn't say it. But it doesn't matter so far, because everyone else understands. "Mr. Meng is here?" And Xiaoyu was startled, then looked at Qi Liu carefully, and a feeling of powerlessness came over her. Jiang Xiaqiu always stood with Mr. Meng, and Qi Liu seemed to have some kind of telepathy. She was just like a little bitch, calculating this and that behind her back every day. It was so tiring. What else can I do? Just admit defeat, and directly recognize Sister Qi and Sister Jiang as the elder sisters, and let them play with their younger sisters when there is something fun in the future. "Stop the car," and Xiaoyu said weakly. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoli, the driver, was a little nervous. "Do we really have to stop? Although there are not many zombies around. As long as we stop, at least 70 or 80 will come over." "Stop," and Xiaoyu said calmly. Although she hadn't seen Meng Su yet, she believed that Qi Liu would not do it without a purpose, and believed that it would be over. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xiaoli, the driver, immediately parked the car, and then saw the zombies surrounding them. Seeing this, Li Xiang, who had been sitting in the car, stood up silently and walked towards the door. Seeing that the door would not open, he did not get angry, but just knocked on the door silently. Since Li Xiang entered the Social University of Peaceful Order, he has become a much better person. In the past, he was mainly bullying men and women, and he also liked to play SM. Now, He will knock on the door when getting off the car. It really makes men silent and women cry. It would be better if he could speak instead of being dumb. After hearing the knocking sound on the car door, driver Xiaoli finally came to his senses and opened the door for Li Xiang. Li Xiang, who got out of the car, immediately became ferocious and turned into a violent butcher. With his bare hands, he started to grab the necks of the zombies around him. As long as they were caught by Li Xiang, their throats would be crushed. It was really cruel. Wu Jingquan looked at Li Xiang's fierce appearance of killing people outside the car and couldn't help trembling. He felt that the peace and order company was even more unfathomable. Although there were 70 or 80 zombies, and Li Xiang didn't deal with many, they saw a van coming at lightning speed from behind. That's right, looking at this, it seems to be the god car Wuling Hongguang. This van is speeding on the road. It is like a wild beast running wildly, leaving smooth lines in the sunshine. But the wheels are turning rapidly, the body of the car is shaking as the speed increases, and a dull noise is coming from the car. It looks like it is about to fall apart. And the sharp-eyed people have already seen the figure of Meng Su in the driving seat of the Wuling Hongguang. And in the co-pilot seat, Jiang Xiaqiu is also very calm, as if he has put life and death behind him and doesn't care about these things at all. It's Director Meng. Director Meng is really here. Oh my god. Director Meng is here? No. Why did Director Meng change his clothes? Oh my god. This Chairman Meng is so strong. James, have you ever seen such a strong person with superpowers? Jesus. Open your eyes and take a look. What kind of existence is this? Is it an angel or a demon crawling out of hell? Meng Su drove the van back, which instantly made everyone feel ecstatic. And Xiaoyu, in particular, breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiaoyu had always thought that Meng Su would not have any problems. She would worry for a moment when Meng Su did not appear. Only when Meng Su appeared completely would she feel at ease. Suddenly, the van seemed to hit a pedal, and it seemed to hit something small. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere, and a loud rumbling sound was made. Seeing this, Meng Su did not panic, and quickly turned the steering wheel. The van stabilized the direction. With amazing driving sensitivity, it passed through the storm-like zombie group, and then drifted, directly killing several zombies, and stopped the van steadily in front of the bus. Then, Meng Su kicked open the door, got off the bus gracefully, looked behind the bus, and said with a smile, "What's going on? Are you going to take a detour? Don't you know that you can't take a detour on this road? You are breaking the law. Don't you know that?" After hearing Meng Su's words, except for the new employees, the other employees were already used to it, and they cheered for Meng Su's arrival. When Li Xiang saw Meng Su coming, he stopped his attack without hesitation and chose to get on the bus. Meng Su, the new employee, and Jiang Xiaqiu simply ignored the other zombies, got into the car, and said to driver Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, just start it." Upon hearing this, driver Xiaoli seemed to have found a backbone, and immediately stepped on the accelerator, and the car took off directly. Mr. Meng, how did you get out? Are you too strong?" The voices around them came one after another. They had not seen much of the world and had no idea of Meng Su's experience, so they were quite excited. Meng Su was very calm. He just glanced at the new cook and nodded, saying, "Very good. The kitchen will be handed over to you from now on. You just need to sell breakfast on the second floor." Meng Su already knew the identity of this senior talent. He was the cook he had drawn in the previous 10 consecutive draws. After that, Meng Su pointed at Su Zhenzhen and asked Su Zhenzhen to come over and be his translator. He had something to say to Adela. Seeing this, Su Zhenzhen immediately followed Meng Su and came to Adela. "Let's make it short. I have prepared a studio for you. I hope that your next work focus will shift to plant weapons," Meng Su said calmly. Su Zhenzhen was stunned when she heard it, but she still translated it to Adela verbatim. Adela didn't seem to understand what Meng Su meant, and then asked, "What is plant weapons? Have you played Plants vs. Zombies?" Meng Su did not hesitate, and directly took out his mobile phone, opened Plants vs. Zombies, and handed it to Adela. "This is it." "Adela?" Adela was confused, and then said in disbelief, "So, our research direction is pea shooter?" "Yes," Meng Su said calmly. Adela didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard it. "Mr. Meng, you may have some misunderstandings about biotechnology. What you are talking about is supernatural power.